You are listening to Dimensional Hotel by Yuan Tong, novel from Novelfire. Chapter 151, Sample Analysis and Archive Records. Yu Sheng felt a bit dazed. The staff in the lab treated the samples he delivered with a level of caution and seriousness that far exceeded his expectations. Handling the paper fragment had seemed straightforward enough, but their response to the metal lump was unsettling. Something from Wudong Road, number 66, had managed to make the Special Affairs Bureau act as if they were facing a major threat. His mind swirled with questions, but he knew Su Jiali wasn't the one to provide answers. As a seasoned combat operative, Su Jiali likely had little access to the Bureau's deeper secrets, even if he wanted to share. So Yu Sheng let it go, watching as the lab staff disappeared with the samples. He let out a breath and turned to Su Jiali. "So that's it? I just hand the stuff over. I thought I'd get to see the process." "You can observe it from the viewing room," Su Jiali said with a grin. "This is a high-security lab after all. Entering it means going through a whole process, changing clothes, eliminating static, applying rational inhibitors. Just the preparation takes half an hour, and only trained personnel can actually enter the workspace. It's not worth the trouble." As he spoke, Su Jiali gestured to a door along the hallway. "Come on. You can watch from this room. The documents you requested have already been sent there. Also, our director is waiting for you." "Your director? She's here again?" Yu Sheng asked, surprised. He started walking toward the door with Foxy and Irene in tow. "I feel bad always troubling her." Su Jiali chuckled but didn't comment. Once they reached the door to the observation room, he knocked lightly, reported their arrival, and stepped back. "I'll wait outside. The director prefers not to be disturbed when she's meeting guests." Yu Sheng nodded, thanked him for his guidance, and took a moment to compose himself before stepping inside. The room wasn't particularly large, but it was well lit and comfortably furnished with light brown flooring and pale blue wallpaper. As an observation space attached to the lab, it was simple and functional, featuring a few monitoring stations, an operational console, a table, and some chairs that seemed to have been brought in temporarily. Standing near the center of the room was Bai Li Qing, dressed in a crisp white skirt suit. Her entire presence seemed drained of color, as if she existed in muted tones. Behind her loomed a massive window that stretched across nearly the entire wall. The material of the window glowed faintly blue, and through it, Yu Sheng could see the laboratory beyond. Inside, technicians in protective suits worked methodically, their focus centered on the samples he had just delivered. "Welcome to the Special Affairs Bureau," Bai Li Qing said, her cool, composed voice breaking Yu Sheng's train of thought. Her expression seemed to carry the faintest hint of a smile. "I apologize for the sparse setting. It's not exactly a reception room, but I imagine you're more interested in the sample analysis than in a comfortable seat." "That's true," Yu Sheng admitted, approaching the window. "I'm a practical person. I've always been curious about how professionals handle this kind of work." As Yu Sheng watched, several technicians were examining the paper fragment. They sprayed it with a liquid under the lens of a complex device, beginning what appeared to be a preliminary analysis. Bai Li Qing's gaze shifted to Foxy and Irene. Her pale eyes reflected faint curiosity and a touch of appraisal. Irene, unfazed, climbed into the nearest chair, planted her hands on her hips, and met the director's gaze with her usual self-assured boldness. Foxy, by contrast, moved hesitantly to Yu Sheng's side and offered a polite nod. "Hello." "Hello," Bai Li Qing replied with a slight nod. Yu Sheng glanced back at the lab. "What about the other sample, the metal lump?" "The two samples are being processed separately. It's in another containment zone," Bai Li Qing replied. She turned to a console on the table and tapped a few commands. The massive window flickered, and half of its surface transformed to display another laboratory. There, technicians were placing the metal lump into a transparent tubular container. The container itself appeared to be set for exposure to high-powered scans or radiation. Yu Sheng frowned as he watched. After a moment, he turned to Bai Li Qing. "That lab, is it really just next door?" "Not entirely," Bai Li Qing said, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I see you've already learned about some of the features of this building." Yu Sheng hesitated, then voiced his lingering question. "Is that lump special? You all seem to be treating it like a major threat. I even posted about it on Frontier Communication, but no one seemed to know what it was." "I found your post after you mentioned it yesterday," Bai Li Qing said calmly. "To be honest, we don't know what it is either." "You do," Yu Sheng was taken aback. "Then why all the fuss?" "Precisely because we couldn't identify it, not through any usual means or even more unconventional methods. There are no records or traces linking it to anything known, Bai Li-ching explained. For an external object to appear in a stable subset like the one at Wudong Road number 66 is an extremely rare occurrence. It warrants close attention. Yu Sheng processed her words, acknowledging the logic, but a thought struck him. But by that reasoning, Wudong Road number 66 always has external objects showing up. It's practically a regular occurrence. For the first time, Bai Li-ching's calm demeanor cracked. Her eyes widened sharply, her gaze turning piercing. What did you say? Other external objects have appeared there. Startled by her intensity, Yu Sheng quickly clarified. I mean I have to go grocery shopping, right? Like to the supermarket or the market stalls. See that plastic bag in there? I brought that home last time I went shopping. Bai Li-ching's expression froze. What? Yu Sheng asked, genuinely confused. An awkward silence fell over the room. Foxy's fur bristled slightly in tension, her ears twitching as she instinctively reverted to her demon fox form. Irene, meanwhile, slid quietly off her chair, muttering under her breath, Bet someone's cussing again. It seems I didn't explain clearly, Bai Li-ching finally said, exhaling softly. Her tone returned to its usual calm. I was referring to unidentified objects that manifest or appear spontaneously within Wudong Road number 66, not items you bring home. Yu Sheng blinked, then awkwardly sat in one of the chairs. Right, maybe we should talk about the Black Forest instead. Agreed, Bai Li-ching said, immediately settling into a chair across from him. She pushed a neatly organized stack of papers across the table. These are copies from the archives, including operational records and personnel reports from the time. You can review them here, but they cannot leave this room. Once you leave, they'll be destroyed. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Yu Sheng nodded, setting aside his lingering embarrassment. He focused on the documents, flipping through pages clearly marked with destruction deadlines. The first page caught his eye immediately. Operation Codename Maturity. His expression shifted subtly as Bai Li-ching's voice broke through his thoughts. That operation named Maturity carries a certain symbolism, she began. Looking back, it's clear that it was marked by immaturity, recklessness, and even arrogance. The mistakes you'll see recorded here could have been avoided. But every so-called correct approach we now rely on was built upon the sacrifices of these pioneers. I understand, Yu Sheng said quietly, his demeanor turning solemn. Bai Li-ching nodded approvingly. When the fairy tale subset was first discovered, we knew very little about it. Its characteristics were highly deceptive. At the time, the Bureau believed it to be a kind of mental confinement, a trap targeting the consciousness of minors. Its effects seemed limited in strength and slow to take hold. In the early stages, the destructive behavior exhibited by affected children was relatively mild. Many of them merely experienced nightmares. She paused, her tone grave. This led to the Bureau's first and most critical misjudgment. We underestimated its strength. After all, even 10-year-old children could resist its mental pollution for extended periods. Chapter 152, Operational Records. As Yu Sheng listened to Bai Li-ching's explanation, he immediately understood that the mission years ago had been doomed from the start. They had made a massive mistake, one so glaring that it almost seemed absurd. Yet, given the circumstances, the misjudgment was nearly inevitable. The peculiar nature of the fairy tale subset was beyond anything someone encountering it for the first time could imagine. Its early manifestations were slow, weak, and seemingly limited to children, making it dangerously deceptive. More importantly, its core subset structure was unlike anything else, a true anomaly, with the essence of fairy tale hidden deep within the dreamlike stages it wove. Decades ago, the Special Affairs Bureau couldn't have possibly known this. Yu Sheng flipped through the file, his eyes scanning the records of the mission codenamed Maturity. Early in the document, he found a supplementary section detailing the emergence and early effects of the fairy tale subset. Most of the information aligned with what Little Red Riding Hood had told him about the orphanage. The initial outbreak had occurred at Warm Sun Orphanage, a facility under the Council's jurisdiction. In the 2 weeks leading up to the event, several children had been found wandering the premises after waking abruptly from nightmares, while others had fainted during the day. At night, staff on patrol reported hearing strange noises near the dormitory, sounds resembling wolves howling, wind rushing, or even the rhythmic march of soldiers. According to the records, these incidents did not go unnoticed. The night after the patrol reports, a Special Affairs Bureau investigation team was sent to the orphanage. Alongside them was a practitioner of otherworld medicine, tasked with examining the children who had experienced nightmares or fainting spells. By all accounts, the Bureau and the Council had followed standard protocol, leaving no obvious gaps. Yet despite the thorough investigation, no trace of the fairy tale subset was discovered. Perhaps it was because their technology wasn't advanced enough, or maybe the fairy tale was still in an early, dormant stage. Even the practitioner, with their extraordinary skills, failed to uncover any clues from the children's dreams. Shortly after the investigation ended, the fairy tale revealed its presence for the first time in reality. A sprawling rose bush grew overnight, centering on the orphanage's dormitory and covering the entire property by dawn. When morning came, the roses vanished, but not without a cost. A young girl and 2 night guards disappeared without a trace. We later confirmed that the first story to lose control was Sleeping Beauty, Bai Li-ching explained. Initially, the Bureau assumed this was a case of leakage, an unknown subset parasitizing the orphanage. The Council evacuated everyone from the facility and temporarily relocated the children to other shelters. A team of elite investigators from the Bureau then conducted a comprehensive search of the orphanage. Her voice took on a somber tone. But as you might expect, they found nothing, no signs of a subset. While the investigation stalled, the second incident occurred. A child, one of those relocated, suddenly fainted and transformed into a rampaging giant wolf. Fortunately, she continued, we had anticipated potential contamination among the children. The new shelter had a higher security level. The wolf was subdued quickly, though we couldn't save the child. The incident didn't escalate further, and for the first time we found traces of the fairy tale. Specifically, we confirmed the existence of the Black Forest, the first identified and named subset. Bai Li-ching gestured to the documents before Yu Sheng. This led to the maturity operation. Yu Sheng skimmed the subsequent records without looking up. At first, you thought the Black Forest was the entirety of the subset. Yes, we hadn't yet identified other subsets, Bai Li-ching said. Understanding the structure of the fairy tale came much later. Yu Sheng nodded faintly, continuing to read. The Bureau had locked onto a window for accessing the Black Forest and initiated a deep dive. The mission, codenamed Maturity, revolved around this operation. The term deep dive immediately made Yu Sheng think of Su Jiali, who was a seasoned diver. From what Yu Sheng had gathered from Su and Lin Qi, divers were elite operatives within the Bureau, stronger, more versatile, and better trained than standard agents. Equipped with specialized gear and techniques, they could enter unimaginable battlefields to confront forces beyond reason or logic. What exactly does a deep dive involve? Yu Sheng asked. You could think of it as a controlled, targeted descent into a specific subset, Bai Li-ching explained without hesitation. Using a combination of induced neural signals and specialized equipment, we can guide an operative's consciousness to the edge of rationality. From there, they can enter a subset and be awakened on the other side. It doesn't always work, but it's effective for most subsets. Irene, perched nearby, muttered, sounds complicated and dangerous. It is, Bai Li-ching said, her eyes shifting to Yu Sheng. Compared to your gates, it's more cumbersome and risky, but it's reproducible and scalable, allowing us to deploy more personnel against the overwhelming number of subsets and entities we face. Yu Sheng flipped to the next section and paused at the sight of a long list of names. His expression hardened. Bai Li-ching's voice remained calm, yet it carried a weight that was impossible to ignore. In the operation codenamed Maturity, 12 divers, 13 Bureau agents, and 7 support staff were killed or went missing. 4 children died on site due to subset contamination. 6 external monitoring personnel, affected by the fallout, descended into madness over the years and passed away prematurely. Even Irene, usually unfazed, fell silent. The small doll sat motionless, staring at the records with a rare solemnity. Yu Sheng pressed on, scanning lines of operational details. He skipped over overly technical sections and focused on the accounts of the divees. The divers conducted 3 attempts. The first failed outright. The agents fell into a prolonged, dreamlike stupor due to the induction agents, but encountered only a chaotic barrier at the edge of their awareness. They failed to penetrate the subset. In the second attempt, some team members briefly entered a space described as vast, dim, and interwoven with strange net-like structures. They reported hearing wailing noises throughout the space, an area seemingly unrelated to any known subset within the fairy tale. The third attempt ended in disaster. Almost every diver was lost immediately upon entering the anomalous space. Only 2 returned, both dying shortly afterward from unknown causes. The aftermath brought a sudden and violent outbreak of contamination. Something unknown breached into reality and began killing all adults present. Thanks to safety protocols, the facility was locked down quickly, containing the contamination. However, the cost was high. Those unable to evacuate, including agents, support staff, and 4 children, perished. Yu Sheng frowned, his instincts telling him something felt off. As he reviewed the second dive's observations and the catastrophic third dive, a realization struck him. Was it really the Black Forest they entered? He asked, lifting his eyes to Bai Li Qing. I've been inside the Black Forest. It's dangerous. There are wolves, shadows, and deadly rules, but as long as you're cautious, it's not immediately fatal. Even adults, despite facing hostility, wouldn't die that quickly. It doesn't match the reports. He paused, then added, the descriptions don't fit. A dim, net-like space with wailing noises, that's not the Black Forest. You're correct, Bai Li Qing said with a faint nod. Based on the records, they didn't enter the Black Forest. Then where did they go? Yu Sheng demanded. It could have been a subset accessible only to adults, a null zone between subsets, or even the deeper core of the fairy tale itself, Bai Li Qing said softly. The possibilities are numerous. 2 additional records are attached. One is the recollection of an external monitor, and the other is the final words of a field operative before they died. Chapter 153, 2 notes and a fragment of paper. Yu Sheng quickly located the 2 records within the file. The first was a handwritten note left behind by an operative inside the lab. It was chaotic and fragmented, written during the collapse of the operation and the lab's lockdown. The note was riddled with smudges, crossed-out sections, and gaps where the writer seemed unable or unwilling to continue. The isolation doors have shut. Alarms are ringing everywhere. Hallucinations and strange noises are invading my mind. I don't know how much longer I can remain clear-headed. I leave this as my final record, trying to document everything I see and feel. But my senses are being distorted. What I write may be warped or unreliable. Future investigators should treat this carefully. The 2 divers who returned from the deep dive device are dying. Neither the equipment nor the medical team can explain why. Their consciousness, or what you might call their souls, seems to have been destroyed before they returned to our reality. Now, they're just 2 shells, bodies functioning out of sheer biochemical inertia. It's as though their last purpose is to deliver some kind of message. One of them, the less damaged, kept repeating strange words before losing the ability to speak. Over and over he mentioned a baby crying, umbilical cords, and twisting. He also screamed something that sounded like a ship, or the ship, but it came out too garbled to understand. I can't imagine what they saw or experienced on the other side. It must have been beyond human comprehension. The monitoring system linked to the dive pool only picks up static and garbled sounds. The temperature here feels like it's dropping, but I can't tell if it's real or just my perception. Redacted, suddenly collapsed, only to wake up screaming moments later, then faint again. I see figures moving in my peripheral vision, people I don't recognize. They're talking to each other and to us, but I can't make out their faces or hear their words clearly. Maybe they're just lab personnel, but I'm losing the ability to recognize anyone. Everyone around me looks like a stranger. My memory and judgment are failing. The noises, screaming, crying are growing louder. I don't know where they're coming from. A voice urges me to keep writing, but I can barely hold the pen. My vision is dimming. There's a strange, sweet smell in the air. The final rescue attempt may have failed. The Mercy system is releasing anesthetic gas throughout the area. From this point, the note becomes illegible with erratic handwriting and heavy edits. Proceed with caution, Internal Security Division. The crying grows clearer. My body and mind are sinking. I hear a lullaby. Redacted is trying to calm us. It's not time yet. We're swaying, sinking, losing control. Redacted told us we'd awaken in a peaceful, stable new world, but we've been abandoned. It's a lie. I don't understand. Breathing, crying, we're connected. Embracing each other, breathing, breathing. Together we are one, breathing. The note ended there. Yu Sheng stared at the disjointed, eerie final lines, his breath shallow. Even though this was only a typed copy of the original note, he could feel the raw terror embedded in the words. The scene played vividly in his mind. The lockdown lab, the frantic efforts, the oppressive failure. Unconsciously, his breathing became heavier. This isn't the only record from inside the lab, Bai Li Qing's calm voice cut through his thoughts. Other traces were left behind by staff who survived temporarily, but those records are even more chaotic, barely legible, mostly incomprehensible. If you're interested, they're included on the final pages. Yu Sheng flipped to the end of the file. There, photographs and scanned documents revealed bizarre remnants, jagged scratches carved into desks and walls, blackened smudges on paper, and strange lines scrawled on clothing, marks that might have been symbols or random scribbles. As Bai Li Qing had said, none of it made sense. Not even the Bureau's investigators had been able to decipher these traces after decades of study. Yu Sheng, with no training in such matters, quickly gave up. Returning to his original section, he began reading the second note. This one, written by a monitoring officer stationed outside the lab, was clearer and more structured but no less unsettling. The lockdown has begun. The maturity operation has failed. My colleagues are following protocol, consolidating and transferring critical data. I leave this as my final record of the lab's internal state. 40 minutes into the lockdown, life signs inside the lab began dropping rapidly. Communication with the personnel ceased. They may no longer be capable of rational thought. 50 minutes in, the monitoring system recorded unusual sounds, like a baby crying, mixed with sharp, chaotic noises that resembled roars. Life signs inside the lab approached zero. But disturbingly, some of the bodies, those with no detectable life signs, suddenly began to move. It was brief but horrifying. It was as though something had entered these dead bodies, animating them. They rose and moved stiffly around the lab, as if curiously inspecting the space. Then, one by one, the bodies collapsed again. 65 minutes into the lockdown, the lab fell silent. The strange noises and cries disappeared entirely. All life signs were gone. 72 minutes after the lockdown, the facility remains sealed under standard safety protocols. The monitoring area is completely silent. Internal security has taken over the site and plans to open the lab doors in 24 hours to bring my colleagues home. The note ended here as well. Yu Sheng stayed still for a moment, his head bowed as he absorbed what he had just read. After a deep breath, he exhaled slowly and looked up. "This isn't what I expected," he said, frowning. "I thought I'd find exploration notes on the Black Forest or one of the other subsets." Even as he spoke, Yu Sheng began to understand why Teacher Su had directed him here. The records from 70 years ago offered an entirely different perspective from the children's fragmented accounts. They painted a picture of the fairy tale subset's deeper, more sinister nature, far beyond what he had imagined. Bai Li Qing nodded slightly, as if anticipating his reaction. The fairy tale presents one face to children and an entirely different one to adults. What we've recorded here is the darker, more essential side of its nature. "The truth behind the stage," Yu Sheng murmured, his mind turning. Bai Li Qing's expression shifted slightly, as though she'd caught onto his line of thought. Just as she began to speak, a sudden ringing shattered the silence. Startled, Yu Sheng looked up. Through the observation window, a technician in a protective suit was waving urgently. Bai Li Qing picked up the phone on the desk, her expression shifting as she listened. "Are you certain?" she asked sharply. The technician nodded vigorously, speaking quickly. "What's happening?" Yu Sheng leaned toward Bai Li Qing, his curiosity piqued. "The analysis of the paper fragment is complete," Bai Li Qing said, setting the phone down. "They've reconstructed its original appearance." With swift movements, she typed a command into the console on the desk. The observation window flickered, and an image appeared at its center. Yu Sheng's eyes widened as he stared at the screen. The reconstructed fragment displayed a symbol and several lines of text, both disturbingly familiar. "This is," he began, his voice trailing off. "An old version of a Special Affairs Bureau Deep Diver's identification card," Bai Li Qing said softly. Her gaze dropped to the file on the table. Turning a page, she revealed the list of names from the maturity operation. But the name has been erased. Yu Sheng drew in a sharp breath. So, the hunter in the Black Forest was one of the divers from the maturity operation. Chapter 154, Yu Sheng's Plan. The small room fell into an uneasy silence. Yu Sheng and Bai Li Qing both seemed lost in thought, piecing together fragments of information. Foxy and Irene, though still unclear about the full picture, could sense the tension from Yu Sheng's reaction. Neither dared to speak. After a while, Yu Sheng raised his head. His gaze fell on the image of the reconstructed ID card displayed on the screen. He stared at it for a few seconds, then turned his attention back to the operational record in front of him. "Can we figure out which one of them it belonged to?" he asked. "The name and key identification numbers have been erased. It's impossible to recover them," Bai Li Qing replied evenly. "We don't know if this was done deliberately or not. All we can say for sure is that it belonged to one of the 12 deep divers from 70 years ago, though we could probably rule out the 2 who returned to the real world." She paused, her expression thoughtful. Then with a slight frown, she shook her head. "No, according to the records, the 2 who returned likely only brought back their bodies. Their souls were probably still trapped in the fairy tale subset, just like the other 10. Yu Sheng didn't respond immediately. His mind was a storm of scattered thoughts and incomplete theories. Every time he latched onto a possible explanation, glaring contradictions or unanswered questions forced him to abandon it. After a long pause, he furrowed his brow deeply and hesitated before speaking. Remember what we discussed earlier? The 12 deep divers, they likely didn't land in the Black Forest. But I found this ID card in the Black Forest, and the hunter is an entity that wanders its depths. That's what puzzles me too, Bai Liqing admitted. The long-standing conclusion of the Special Affairs Bureau has been that the 12 divers from 70 years ago never entered any known subset of the fairy tale. Even if they left behind relics in the subset, those relics shouldn't have ended up in the Black Forest. Unless... Yu Sheng leaned forward. Unless, after the incident, those divers continued to move through the deeper layers of the fairy tale and eventually found a path to the Black Forest. Yu Sheng's eyes sharpened as he quietly murmured, and then either all of them or just one of them became the hunter of the Black Forest. At that moment, Irene, who had been silent until now, tugged on Yu Sheng's sleeve. The little doll hesitated before speaking. Not to ruin the moment, but the hunter doesn't have to be one of the divers. Maybe the divers didn't survive and that ID card is just a trophy. I mean, the hunter is a Black Forest entity, right? Both Yu Sheng and Bai Liqing turned to look at Irene. She instinctively shrank back, muttering, I told you not to blame me for ruining the mood. It's just a theory. Bai Liqing remained silent for a moment, then spoke softly. That's true. We can't rule out that possibility. Yu Sheng didn't respond immediately. Instead, his thoughts drifted back to his experiences in the Black Forest, specifically to the time he encountered the eerie figure in the shadowy wooden house draped with red cloaks. The hunter had no face, no voice. Its movements were stiff, its actions strange and mechanical. Everything about it seemed more like a creation of the subset than a living being with human traits. But when Yu Sheng told it that the child swallowed by Wolf Granny had been safely returned to reality, the empty hood of the cloak had tilted ever so slightly, as if nodding. Was that faint motion a trace of humanity? Do you have more detailed information about them? Yu Sheng asked suddenly, pointing to the list of names in the file. Yes, Bai Liqing replied promptly. I'll have it sent over right away. She picked up the phone and issued a brief instruction. Then they settled into another short wait. While waiting, Yu Sheng glanced toward the large observation window. The lab on the other side was still bustling. The technicians had successfully reconstructed the ID card and confirmed its origins, but there was still more to analyze. Chemical changes in the material, stains on the surface, microscopic traces of soil. Any of these tiny clues could become tools in humanity's ongoing struggle against the subsets. In another section of the observation window, the mysterious metal object from Wudong Road number 66 was undergoing yet another round of scans. Compared to the progress on the ID card, the analysis of the metal object seemed to be hitting roadblocks. So far, the technicians hadn't reported any significant findings. But Yu Sheng's attention wasn't on the metal anymore. His mind was fully focused on the fairy tale subset. About 10 minutes later, the requested files arrived. It was a slim stack of freshly printed personnel records. The pages contained basic information about the 12 deep divers, names, ages, photographs, service histories, and more. Yu Sheng flipped through the pages one by one, matching the names to the operational record and studying each black and white portrait. The group was diverse, with men and women of various ages. Some looked like seasoned veterans in their 40s or 50s, while others appeared to be no older than Yu Sheng himself. At the end of the stack was a group photograph. The 12 divers stood in front of a building, clad in bulky protective gear that had a distinctly retro sci-fi aesthetic. They stood at attention, their helmets held by their sides. There were no smiles, no casual poses, just a solemn, disciplined team ready for their mission. This was taken before their deployment, Bai Liqing explained. It's a tradition in the Special Affairs Bureau. Every deep dive team takes a group photo before their mission. Yu Sheng nodded slowly, his eyes lingering on the photo. After a long moment, he suddenly spoke. Can I take this with me? Just the photo, I won't take anything else. What for? Bai Liqing asked curiously. To show it to the hunter, Yu Sheng said, if I get the chance. Bai Liqing was silent for a moment, weighing the decision. Technically, none of these records can leave this room, not even a single page, she said finally. Yu Sheng sighed, fair enough. But I have discretion over the rules, she added, sliding the photo across the table toward him. Take it, just don't share it, and when this is over, destroy it at the right time. Yu Sheng blinked in surprise. Really? Bai Li Qing's expression remained calm. Any objections? Shaking his head, Yu Sheng carefully folded the photo and slipped it into his pocket. His tone was half amused as he muttered, I didn't think you had a sense of humor. I'm not a statue. I never said that. I simply prefer to be serious, Bai Li Qing replied, her tone unchanging. Then, without missing a beat, she shifted the conversation. What's your plan? How do you intend to deal with the fairy tale? Beyond these reports, what else do you need from us? The Bureau will help however we can. Yu Sheng hesitated, feeling a bit awkward. Honestly, you've already done so much. The fairy tale is a loose end for the Special Affairs Bureau, Bai Li Qing interrupted, her voice firm. And you're the only adult we've encountered who can enter its subsets without falling victim to its influence. You've already succeeded in rescuing a child from the Black Forest. We have every reason to support you further. Her steady gaze was calm but resolute. After a moment, Yu Sheng sighed and nodded. I'm trying to find the storyteller behind the Black Forest, he said. From what I've observed, each subset of the fairy tale is controlled by a story source. These sources drive the subsets. I suspect the source is the same thing the original deep dive team encountered. But my problem is that while I can enter the Black Forest, I can't find a way to the backstage. That's where the divers likely ended up. He paused, meeting Bai Li Qing's gaze. I think they landed directly backstage. Bai Li Qing's eyes widened slightly as she understood. So if the hunter really is one of the divers, then they might know how to get to the backstage, Yu Sheng finished. That team may have already broken through the deeper layers of the fairy tale, but when they did, they lost all contact with reality. But the hunter can't communicate. They've lost their humanity. That's why I need this, Yu Sheng said, patting his pocket. This photo might be the key. To use a group photo to restore the humanity of a spirit-turned entity. Bai Li Qing's expression was skeptical. Do you really think something so theatrical could work? If it doesn't, I'll figure out something else, Yu Sheng replied with a shrug and a grin. But it's worth a shot, isn't it? Chapter 155, A Fragmented Homeland. By now, Bai Li Qing had a clear understanding of how disarmingly persuasive Yu Sheng's try and see philosophy could be. The usually composed and rational director found herself accepting his barely-a-planned plan after only a few seconds of thought, because, frankly, there wasn't a better alternative. I hope things go according to your plan, Bai Li Qing said as she adjusted her posture in her chair, relaxing slightly. Her eyes were fixed on Yu Sheng. Even if it doesn't completely resolve the issue with the fairy tale, I'd settle for it becoming stable and manageable, like most of the subsets here in Boundary City. The fairy tale has caused far too much damage already. Then her gaze shifted to Foxy, who had been sitting quietly nearby. For now, let's leave the fairy tale aside, Bai Li Qing continued. There's something else I'd like to discuss about her. Yu Sheng's expression turned serious. He immediately thought of the fox hair samples he'd handed over to Song Cheng for analysis. What did you find? Did you locate her homeland? The fox demon girl's ears perked up at once, and she instinctively leaned forward, eager for the answer. No, we didn't, Bai Li Qing said, shaking her head with uncharacteristic bluntness. Despite searching through nearly all known races and factions with ties to Boundary City, we found no match for her description of her homeland. Even our biological sample analysis yielded nothing. I'm sorry, but that's the bad news I have to deliver. The room fell into a heavy silence. Yu Sheng frowned, turning to Foxy. Her ears drooped visibly. Though Foxy often claimed she barely remembered her homeland and wasn't too concerned about returning, the news still left her visibly dejected. Yu Sheng reached out and placed his hand over hers. Foxy flipped her palm up, clasping his fingers tightly with both hands. I'm guessing that's not all you wanted to tell us, Yu Sheng said, letting Foxy hold his hand as he turned back to Bai Li Qing. What else is there? There are questions, Bai Li Qing said, her tone calm. Foxy, can you describe your homeland in more detail? Specifically, the names you used for the land under your feet, the celestial objects in the sky, and any associated myths or stories. She might not remember much, Yu Sheng cautioned. She was just a kid when everything happened. She hadn't even finished primary school, and there was that long period where she was pretty out of it. I understand, Bai Li Qing replied with a small nod. But anything she can recall, no matter how small, might help. Foxy hesitated, glancing at Yu Sheng. When he nodded encouragingly, she took a moment to gather her thoughts before beginning. Her description was a mix of familiar elements and new details, some of which she might have only recently remembered. Many of the things she mentioned were already known to Yu Sheng and had been relayed to the Special Affairs Bureau through Lin Qi and Su Jiali. Even so, Bai Li Qing listened intently, trying to extract additional nuances or specific markers. "We called our planet Hengyu," Foxy began earnestly. "Before the interstellar era, it was also called the 13 continents of Yuheng, or just 13 continents, because there were 13 main landmasses. 2 of those continents drifted into the sky during an ancient event called the Heaven and Earth Cataclysm. They floated above the equator." She paused, glancing between Yu Sheng and Bai Li Qing before continuing. "There were these creatures called nightmare demons that lived on the floating continents. The textbook said they were ancient species flung into the sky during the cataclysm, and they mutated over generations into monsters that attacked people. The immortals told us that the nightmare demons often came down to harm people. Some cultivators fought them and became famous. They were written about in history books." Foxy's words picked up pace as she delved deeper into her memories. When the interstellar era began, the floating continents were turned into launch bases for celestial shuttles. Most of the nightmare demons were wiped out, and the few that survived became endangered species. The immortals locked them away in places like the Demon Lock Palace and the Demon Suppression Palace, which are in geosynchronous orbit around Hengyu. You can visit them if you buy a ticket. As she spoke, Foxy's tone grew more animated. When the celestial beings arrived, they built something called the navigational beacons near Hengyu. We went on a field trip to see them once. They're these huge glowing orbs surrounded by structures even bigger than the Demon Suppression Palace. The immortals said the beacons help Hengyu stay aligned with the celestial beings, Star River. Without the beacons, Hengyu would drift out of the Star River's path and get lost in the vacuum of space. The navigational beacons are the brightest things near us, aside from the sun. Oh, and the sun was something the celestial beings helped tow into place. Foxy's words tumbled out in a stream of vivid imagery, her narrative becoming increasingly fragmented and surreal. Some of what she described sounded so fantastical that Yu Sheng had to strain his imagination to follow it. Irene, on the other hand, gave up halfway through. "Is she even speaking a real language?" she muttered, poking Yu Sheng in the arm. "Just pretend you understand," Yu Sheng replied, brushing off the doll's hand. "You're breaking my concentration." Foxy finally fell silent, having recounted everything she could recall. Bai Li Qing blinked, as if shaken from deep thought. The typically stoic director took a moment before speaking. "You said your homeworld, Hengyu, has to follow the Star River," Bai Li Qing repeated slowly. "And if it falls behind, it would drift into the vacuum of space. Am I understanding this correctly? Your planet is in some kind of navigational state." Foxy nodded matter-of-factly, "Yes." "And your sun is part of this, controlled navigation rather than its natural orbit." "Yes." For a few moments, Bai Li Qing simply stared at the table, her expression uncharacteristically blank. It was a rare sight, a mental reset for the director. After a long pause, she finally looked up. "Do you remember the events surrounding your arrival in the Night Valley? What happened when your celestial shuttle crashed? What did you see or hear?" She hesitated, then added gently, "I know it might be difficult for you to recall, but this information is important." Foxy tilted her head, considering. "It's not so bad anymore. It's been a long time," she said softly. "I was young, and the adults were protecting me, so I didn't understand much. I do remember someone shouting that we'd hit a fissure. Then the celestial shuttle started spinning, alarms blaring." She paused again, then added, "Later, I overheard adults saying something about entering a danger zone and ignoring recent travel warnings. It sounded like the shuttle's navigation system malfunctioned and led us into a dangerous area. Then it collided with some kind of rift." "That's all I remember," Foxy finished, scratching her head. "Sorry." Bai Li Qing appeared deep in thought again. Yu Sheng and Irene exchanged glances, both silently observing the director's reaction. Yu Sheng suspected Bai Li Qing had formed a theory. Her questions seemed unusually specific. Finally, Bai Li Qing broke the silence. "The celestial shuttle you mentioned, is it still in the Night Valley?" "Yes," Foxy replied. "It's stuck halfway up the mountain, buried in dirt and rocks. When my benefactor helped clear the area, the whole mountain shifted. The wreck-'s probably buried even deeper now, but it's tough, it won't break." "The main structure is intact," Yu Sheng confirmed. "I've seen it from a distance, but the terrain there is tricky. The Hunger's collapse caused severe landslides, and I haven't had time to excavate it for closer study." Bai Li Qing's expression became serious. Do you remember me mentioning that the Special Affairs Bureau would like to investigate the Night Valley? I'm officially renewing that request. We'd also like to examine the Celestial Shuttle. Yu Sheng remained quiet, weighing her words. Bai Li Qing continued, I understand the valley is under your control. In a way, it's your territory. We're willing to offer a fair exchange. Name your terms as long as they're reasonable. Yu Sheng thought carefully. He glanced at Foxy, sitting quietly beside him. Then at Bai Li Qing, whose calm demeanor held a hint of anticipation. Lastly, at Irene, who seemed completely zoned out. Well, she didn't count. With a sigh, he said, I do have some requests. Actually, do you have anyone in the Bureau who knows anything about farming or livestock? Bai Li Qing blinked. What? Chapter 156, Bai Li Qing's Judgment. When it came to dealing with Yu Sheng, Director Bai Li Qing realized she still had some learning to do. She had to confirm his words several times to ensure she hadn't misheard him. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, was thoroughly engrossed in explaining his ambitious Star X Valley agricultural retreat plan. He laid out the practical challenges he faced in farming within an anomalous subset and shared his progress so far. As he delved into the project's feasibility, even Bai Li Qing, who had seen nearly everything in her years with the Special Affairs Bureau, found herself taken aback. To her credit, Bai Li Qing had witnessed countless extraordinary phenomena during her tenure as director. But this was entirely new territory. Honestly, I need quite a bit of help, Yu Sheng said, seemingly unaware of the subtle changes in Bai Li Qing's expression. Not that her stoic demeanor made it easy to notice. He continued enthusiastically, What I've told you so far, that's just scratching the surface. The real problem is that the valley doesn't have electricity. Could you arrange for a power generator? There's no sun down there, though it's bright enough, I'm not sure it could sustain solar power. There's a small river at the base of the mountain, but it's too modest for even a small hydroelectric station. If nothing else works, I might need to go with thermal power. Yu Sheng rambled on, detailing his plans with great zeal. After several minutes, he finally caught himself, stopping mid-sentence as he noticed Bai Li Qing's silent stare. Scratching the back of his head sheepishly, he asked, am I asking for too much? For several seconds, Bai Li Qing didn't respond, seemingly locked in a moment of rare bewilderment. When Yu Sheng prompted her again, she blinked as though snapping out of a trance. I'll do my best to arrange it, she said evenly. After taking a moment to collect herself, she continued in a more deliberate tone. I have to admit I'm impressed. The concepts you've presented touch on entirely unexplored fields. Frankly, even the ideas alone have immense research value. Everything about that valley, its transformation and current state, is fascinating. I wasn't thinking that deeply, Yu Sheng admitted, scratching his head. I just thought leaving such a big area unused would be a waste. So, are we agreed? I can open specific areas of the valley for investigation, and in return you'll provide some supplies and manpower. Agreed, Bai Li Qing replied solemnly. The specifics of the support package can be finalized after our specialists conduct an on-site evaluation. Yu Sheng smiled, standing up and extending a hand. Great, looking forward to working together. After a brief hesitation, Bai Li Qing stood and shook his hand. Looking forward to it. Yu Sheng let out a satisfied breath and glanced toward the lab across the corridor, where researchers were still immersed in their analysis. We've covered everything important, and it doesn't seem like they'll figure out much about that metal component anytime soon. While we wait, why don't you show me around this place? Consider it a celebration of our new collaboration. I've always been curious about your headquarters. Bai Li Qing hesitated momentarily before nodding. Of course. Are you two staying here? Yu Sheng asked, turning to Irene and Foxy. Irene looked surprised, but before she could respond, Foxy was already on her feet. Benefactor, I'll come with you. We're just taking a quick tour, Yu Sheng said, ruffling the fur behind her ears. We'll also be discussing setting up the investigation team for the valley, which won't be very exciting. Stay here with Irene and keep an eye on the lab, okay? Foxy hesitated, her ears twitching uncertainly. Irene, however, climbed onto the table and gave Foxy's tail a playful tug. Fine, we'll wait here, but can you send us some snacks? We can eat while we wait. I'll have someone bring some over, Bai Li Qing replied. Our staff snacks have a good reputation. Hearing that, Foxy finally sat back down, though her posture still radiated a sense of vigilance. Come back soon, Benefactor. Don't go too far, all right. Yu Sheng laughed, nodding as he fist-bumped Irene before following Bai Li Qing out of the room. Bai Li Qing led Yu Sheng down the long hallway of floor 54, her steps precise and measured as always. The occasional bureau staff member greeted her as they passed, and she responded with a slight nod. Their destination was the elevator at the corridor's end. "Where are we headed?" Yu Sheng asked, watching Bai Li Qing swipe a black card without selecting a floor. The elevator began to ascend as if it already knew where to go. "End floor," Bai Li Qing replied simply. "A good place to talk." Yu Sheng glanced at the control panel but saw no option for an end floor. The screen displayed rising numbers, but after passing a certain point, it switched to a generic elevator ascending message. As the elevator slowed, the lights inside dimmed, and the display changed to a single large letter, N. When the doors opened, Yu Sheng stepped out and froze. They were no longer in a conventional building. The ground beyond the elevator was barren and strewn with jagged, dark stones. The area was small, no more than a few hundred meters across, and its edges crumbled into nothingness. Rocks and debris floated aimlessly in the void, while the entire island itself hovered in an endless, chaotic space. Overhead, a massive, radiant stream of light arced across the sky, like a celestial river suspended in the void. Yu Sheng turned back to look at the elevator, which now appeared as a lone shaft piercing through the floating island and extending upward into the glowing river. "Your headquarters has quite the view. Is this still part of the borderland?" "Welcome to the rooftop of the borderland, or at least part of it," Bai Li Qing said matter-of-factly. "Not many people come here. It's always been my favorite spot to think, but I suppose others don't share my taste. Would you like something to drink?" Yu Sheng blinked, noticing a makeshift lounge near the elevator. A small cleared area was furnished with sofas, a bar, and even a drink cooler. Bai Li Qing was already preparing 2 glasses. "How did you get water and electricity up here?" Yu Sheng asked, incredulous. Bai Li Qing paused. "Excuse me. You know utilities, how's this place powered?" he clarified. For the first time, Bai Li Qing's expression shifted slightly, a faint flicker of amusement crossing her face. "You're the first guest to ask that." "Well, I like things to make sense," Yu Sheng said, sitting down. "Water's fine, extra ice, please." Bai Li Qing handed him a glass. "The utilities are connected through the elevator shaft. As for how the shaft itself reaches here, you'd have to ask the engineering department." Accepting her explanation, Yu Sheng sipped his drink before getting straight to the point. "So, tell me, what's the deal with Foxy's homeland?" Bai Li Qing didn't flinch. Her response was calm and direct. "We suspect she's from the outside." "Outside?" Yu Sheng's brow furrowed. "You mean?" "Do you remember the files Song Cheng brought you? The ones about the Dark Angels?" Bai Li Qing asked, meeting his gaze. Yu Sheng froze, his mind racing. "The Dark Angels, invaders from beyond the known world." "Exactly. The key term is beyond the known world," Bai Li Qing said, her tone steady. "The Dark Angels were the first to reveal that beyond our known universe lies something alien, incompatible, and incomprehensible. Until Foxy, that was our only understanding of extraplanar visitors." Yu Sheng stared at her, processing the implications. "Foxy isn't a Dark Angel, she's a victim." "I agree. That's why I said she's a visitor, not an invader. Her presence challenges our understanding of visitors, but I can still make a rational judgment." Chapter 157, Strangers in a Foreign Land. At the end level, on the rooftop of the borderland, stood the most distinctive observation deck of the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters. Despite having walked through numerous doors to witness countless unimaginable sights, Yu Sheng was still deeply moved by the small island floating amidst the void and the grand streams of light that cut across the sky above it. The emptiness, along with the brilliance at its farthest edge, stirred something within him, a notion of the world's end. Perhaps, though, this feeling wasn't entirely born from the scene itself, but rather from the current topic of conversation. Yu Sheng swirled the ice cubes in his glass, watching the translucent crystals clash and jostle in the water. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "I've heard the world beyond the borderland is vast. Through those doors, I've indeed seen many distant landscapes. Lin Li and the others told me that even with the reach of the Special Affairs Bureau, it's impossible to touch the world's end. Beyond the galaxy, who knows how many wondrous sights the vast universe holds." "You're absolutely right," Bai Li Qing responded calmly. "This world is enormous. While most people living in the borderland never think about such things, people like us have to adopt a long-term perspective. Even so, we are over 80% certain that the fox spirit comes from outside, not from some undiscovered, distant part of this universe." Yu Sheng furrowed his brows. "Why?" "The reasoning is multifaceted," Bai Li Qing explained patiently. "We analyzed her first samples. Some components in them defy our understanding. We also evaluated the technological level of the civilization in her memory of her homeland. If such a civilization truly existed, Their traces should be everywhere in this universe. The ripples from their interstellar travels would have even imprinted themselves onto background radiation, permeating all of space and time. We've also employed some mystical methods. Would you care to hear about them? No need, I trust you've reached this conclusion seriously, Yu Sheng said, waving his hand dismissively. He fell silent, lost in thought. The fox spirit's homeland was far away, that much he had always known, but he hadn't expected it to be so far as to lie beyond this world. In truth, when Bai Li Qing revealed the current findings in that earlier room and asked the fox spirit a string of questions, Yu Sheng had already vaguely guessed this answer. For ordinary people, such a notion might be unimaginable, but for Yu Sheng, it wasn't all that difficult to accept. Because he knew that he too came from a distant place. In this way, he and the fox spirit were quite alike. They were both strangers in a foreign land. Yu Sheng pondered, between his homeland and the fox spirit's, which was farther away, which was harder to return to. Would the peaceful coastal town he remembered really be behind one of those doors? Could the fox spirit's distant homeland also be accessed again through some rift? If her homeland lay beyond the world, then what about his? Was that small town truly within this world? When it came down to it, this world, this place encompassing the borderland, wasn't quite what Yu Sheng had thought it was. He wasn't sure anymore. Bai Li Qing remained silent. She simply sat across from Yu Sheng, her colorless eyes fixed on him, never looking away. In her view, however, another pair of phantom eyes slowly opened in the distance. Like hers, these eyes lacked color and appeared as if reflected in the void. From another perspective, they too were observing Yu Sheng, who was lost in thought. A flat, emotionless voice echoed in Bai Li Qing's mind. Fascinating. I'm looking straight at him, yet I still can't discern what he is. It's as if he isn't here at all, yet his presence is overwhelming. He truly is an interesting individual, sister. Bai Li Qing's expression remained unchanged as she responded internally. Don't act rashly. Don't cause a misunderstanding. No one can see a gaze, the phantom eyes replied indifferently. I'm merely satisfying my curiosity. Yu Sheng suddenly turned his head to glance behind him before looking back at Bai Li Qing. He pointed over his shoulder. Is that your friend? Bai Li Qing froze. Yu Sheng was stunned, not because of the phantom eyes, but because he had always assumed Bai Li Qing was entirely expressionless. Yet here she was, her eyes wide in shock. In the next second, Bai Li Qing blurted out, You can see her. Am I not supposed to? Yu Sheng blinked, pointing at himself in confusion. He confirmed that the large eyes that had suddenly appeared behind him were indeed connected to Bai Li Qing, then turned and waved toward the void. Hi there, I'm Yu Sheng. You are. The phantom eyes vanished instantly. Yu Sheng was thoroughly surprised. He had actually noticed the eyes behind him from the very beginning. After all, they made no effort to conceal themselves and occupied quite a large space. A quick glance from the corner of his eye was enough to spot them. To be honest, Yu Sheng was startled and tense for a brief moment at first, but he quickly observed that Bai Li Qing's expression remained completely unchanged, and her gaze suggested that she too had seen the big eyes. That calmed him down almost instantly. After all, Yu Sheng had encountered plenty of strange phenomena in Boundary City, so his first instinct was to regard the giant eyes as just another, normal, part of the environment. But now, judging by Bai Li Qing's reaction, he suspected he might have misjudged the situation. Bai Li Qing froze for what felt like the longest time since she had taken on the role of director at the Special Affairs Bureau. It took her quite a while to regain her composure, during which she entirely ignored the persistent noise in her mind. Finally, she spoke to Yu Sheng. You're the first person to see her, besides me. Yu Sheng opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. His expression was tinged with awkwardness. How could I have known? She was just floating there. Is she really your friend? An invisible friend? Who is she? Bai Li Qing appeared conflicted, her hesitation stretching on for a while before she finally sighed. She's my sister. Now it was Yu Sheng's turn to be at a loss for words. He wanted to say, your sister truly has a unique appearance, but he wisely decided against it after some hesitation. He also noticed that Bai Li Qing didn't seem inclined to discuss the matter further, especially with an outsider. Clearing his throat, he quickly shifted the topic. Seems like there's more to this than I understand, so I won't pry. But why did she suddenly appear just now? And when I greeted her, she disappeared. Did I scare her? Bai Li Qing sighed again. Yes. Could you apologize to her on my behalf? All right. Yu Sheng sensed that the director seemed a bit weary. Shaking his head, he downed the rest of his iced water in one gulp. exhaled deeply, and rose from the sofa. Heading back. You don't want to ask anything more? Bai Liqing looked at him curiously. Ask about what? Yu Sheng spread his hands. About the fox spirit or about your sister? He chuckled, lightly shaking his head. I've learned what I need to know. I won't dig into your personal matters. As for the fox spirit, unless you find her homeland and figure out a way to send her back, I'm not particularly concerned. Saying this, Yu Sheng began walking toward the nearby elevator. However, after taking just a few steps, he abruptly stopped, as though something had occurred to him. Turning back to Bai Liqing, he asked, Wait, there is one thing. According to what you said earlier, both the fox spirit and the dark angels come from outside, right? Yes, Bai Liqing replied without hesitation, following up with an honest clarification. But all we know is that there are existences beyond this world. As for what exactly is outside, we have no idea. We lack any clues regarding the origin or purpose of the dark angels or the fox spirit's homeland. Yu Sheng seemed uninterested in the latter part of her explanation, merely nodding before thoughtfully continuing. Then if you obtain any intelligence related to the dark angels in the future, could you inform me as soon as possible? Bai Liqing was slightly taken aback. She studied Yu Sheng for a moment before hesitating. You want to? I promised to help her return home. Even though she keeps saying it doesn't matter, I think she at least deserves the choice, Yu Sheng said seriously. I don't care where the dark angels come from or what their goals are, but I am very interested in how they create these breaches. Also, if the dark angels were truly responsible for the crash that took the fox spirit's parents and left her stranded in Night Valley, then I have a score to settle with them. Bai Liqing quietly regarded Yu Sheng's earnest expression. No one could tell what was on her mind. After a brief pause, she nodded. Very well. Since you're asking, the Special Affairs Bureau will prioritize sharing that information with the hotel. Thank you. One more thing, Bai Liqing added after a moment of thought. You seem to care deeply about the people around you. You should be aware that dealing with the dark angels is very dangerous. I know several people have warned me already, Yu Sheng said with a wry smile. But what else can I do? She calls me her benefactor, and she has no other family in this world. I see. Bai Liqing nodded, asking no further questions. Still, Yu Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that, after hearing his answer, the director seemed slightly relieved. Chapter 158, Contact, Evaluation, and Judgment. The elevator descended smoothly and silently, creating a calm and quiet atmosphere inside the cabin. Bai Liqing was the first to break the silence. Regarding Foxy's hometown potentially being located in the outside world, it's best if no one mentions it. Yu Sheng didn't say a word, but cast a questioning glance at her. Because of the influence of the dark angels, the people in this world are highly anxious about visitors from another land, Bai Liqing explained directly, without any cryptic wording. An official organization like the Special Affairs Bureau can handle this issue cautiously and rationally, but other groups, they're not so calm. Yu Sheng gave a slight nod. All right, I understand. When they returned to the small room, Irene and Foxy were still there, waiting patiently. The moment Yu Sheng entered, Foxy eagerly approached him, holding a plate of cake in her hands with a kind of enthusiasm that could be mistaken for an attack. She thrust the plate toward him. Benefactor, this is for you. It's delicious. Yu Sheng nearly stumbled backward from her forceful offer. Stepping back to steady himself, he glanced down at the plate. On it was a palm-sized cream cake, twisted and mangled, with nuts piled on top in an obviously excessive amount. The nuts were crammed onto the cake, making it appear larger than the cake itself. Then he looked at Foxy and saw that her face, hands, and even her ears were smeared with cream. How she managed to get cream on her ears was a mystery. Had she shoved her head into the cake? The fox girl grinned happily, looking at him with expectant eyes. Yu Sheng hesitated but eventually accepted the customized cake. Irene, standing nearby, offered an explanation. Just eat it. This silly fox saved it for you. She said you love nuts and raisins, so she dumped half a jar of toppings into it. Before Yu Sheng had entered, his mind had been preoccupied with heavy thoughts, dark angels, otherworldly journeys, grim fairy tales, and despair. But looking at Foxy's warm, joyful smile, much of that weight seemed to melt away. Still, he couldn't help but look at the cake with a conflicted expression. To be fair, he was touched by the gesture, but the cake's appearance was unappetizing, and just looking at it made him feel his blood sugar spike. However, it was a heartfelt gesture from the fox girl, and refusing wasn't an option. Adding to the situation was Bai Liqing's expression, which, though calm, seemed to be silently enjoying the show. Yu Sheng braced himself, murmured a thank you, and took a bite of the cake with a fork. and nearly broke a tooth. "What the heck is this?" Yu Sheng exclaimed in shock, poking through the cake until he pulled out a hard, shiny object that felt like a stone. He looked up at Foxy. Foxy grinned. "It's a raisin." "Yu Sheng, I couldn't fit anything more on top, so I squished it." "Yu Sheng, seriously, a raisin?" This thing was practically a brick. The silly girl clearly lacked common sense but had remarkable strength. Yu Sheng forced himself to eat a couple of softer bites and then handed the remaining cake back to Foxy, explaining that he had already snacked earlier and wasn't hungry. Nonetheless, he sincerely thanked her for her thoughtfulness. Foxy didn't mind. She happily took the cake back and began eating it herself, crunching on the raisin brick with a sound like a grinder. Yu Sheng could have sworn he saw sparks flying from her teeth. "Let's head home once we finish eating," Yu Sheng said, pulling out a tissue to wipe the cream off Foxy's ear. "There's still a lot to do when we get back." "Done with your tour?" Irene asked from the table, looking up at him. Yu Sheng smiled and ruffled the little doll's hair. "All done." "All right," Irene replied, climbing up Yu Sheng's arm with practiced ease until she perched on his shoulder. Then she asked casually, "What about that metal lump you brought? No results yet? Are you leaving it here?" Yu Sheng glanced at Bai Liqing. "This will take some time," Bai Liqing replied calmly. "We need to conduct detailed scans of its interior and microscopic structure. This isn't something that can be completed in a day or two. If you trust us, you can leave it here." "That's fine," Yu Sheng agreed after a brief moment of thought. "It's just sitting around at my place anyway. Just let me know when you have any conclusions. Foxy, don't use your tail to wipe your mouth." Bai Liqing watched the scene unfold. It was strange, incongruous, and surreal, but for these people it somehow felt perfectly natural. A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered in her eyes. "I'll arrange for someone to escort you home," she said suddenly. "Oh, no need. We can get back on our own," Yu Sheng replied while continuing to clean Foxy's face, hands, and tail with tissues. He glanced back at Bai Liqing and added, "And since you're here, I won't bother using my phone to report in." Bai Liqing froze for a moment before realizing what he meant. She quickly picked up her phone and notified the monitoring department, then turned back to Yu Sheng with a slightly perplexed expression. "Now, is it fine?" Yu Sheng smiled and casually reached out into the air. With a simple motion, he pulled open a shimmering phantom door. On the other side was the living room of Wudong Road, number 66. "Want to come in for a visit?" Yu Sheng stood at the door, instinctively extending the offer to the female director standing in front of him. "Since we're already at my doorstep." Bai Liqing found his words somewhat awkward, but kept a straight face as she shook her head. "No, I still have work to do." "All right then, we'll head out first. Thanks for hosting us. Let me know if there's anything," Yu Sheng replied, nodding politely. He then carried Irene and led Foxy by the hand, stepping through the door. "Bye-bye." "Goodbye." As soon as the words left her lips, the phantom door vanished, along with her unusual guests. Their departure was so abrupt yet natural, as if they had never been there. Bai Liqing stood silently in the small room, gazing at the spot where the door had disappeared. After a long pause, she exhaled deeply, her gaze calming. Picking up her phone, she dialed a number and spoke steadily once the call connected. "How's the situation on the monitoring team?" Song Cheng's voice came through the receiver. "Still tracking manually. The dislocation phenomenon just subsided." The spatial stabilization device was running the entire time, correct? "Yes, at full power." "And the internal calibration system and spatial shielding network in the headquarters. Those systems never shut down, you know that." "What about the warp disruptor?" Song Cheng sounded a bit resigned. "Also running. We even cranked it up to maximum power today for indiscriminate coverage, which caused temporary shutdowns at the customs office and transit hub downstairs." Bai Liqing was silent for 2 seconds. He opened a door and walked out right in front of me, without showing any sign of confusion. I believe he didn't even notice any obstructions here. There was a soft click from the other end, the sound of a lighter igniting a cigarette. "Director," Song Cheng's tone carried a hint of weariness. "I'd like to remind you that him opening a door and leaving is a minor issue. What you need to be prepared for is the fact that next time, he might just open a door and come back." "I know, that was within expectations." "Isn't the risk a bit high?" Song Cheng couldn't help but question. "Inviting him directly to the headquarters today, now he knows its coordinates." "Trust my judgment, little Song," Bai Liqing exhaled softly and replied calmly. "Having him see the Special Affairs Bureau as a friend brings far more benefits than risks. Especially after today's close interaction, I'm even more confident in this judgment. I understand. I trust what your eyes see. I'll go back to monitoring the team. All right. Just before hanging up, Song Cheng suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, there's good news. Go ahead. The technical department has made progress. The research team successfully isolated and integrated the signal characteristics of his door-opening events. They should soon be able to enhance the spatial warning system with automatic filtering and tagging features. Song Cheng's voice carried a note of optimism. Once that's up and running, things will get much easier. Annual Outstanding Employee, Outstanding Team, Star Researcher Award, Technical Star Medal, Commendation, if they succeed. Director, the year's not over yet. Said it for now, Bai Li-ching said coolly. Unless someone manages to save a world in the last month of the year. All right. After ending the call, Bai Li-ching casually tossed her phone onto the table and sighed tiredly. Leaning back in her chair, she tilted her head slightly to look out through the large window into the lab on the other side. On the faintly glowing polymer barrier, a pair of pale, dispassionate eyes had quietly appeared at some point. The eyes stared at her silently. They've left. They have. Oh. Will you stop peeking next time? I won't. Bai Li-ching's expression didn't change. She merely sighed. A slightly mechanical and monotonous voice continued speaking in her mind. I can't help it. You should know it's instinctual for me. As you wish, Bai Li-ching replied, pausing before asking casually. Did you notice anything significant? Even though you were reckless this time, at least you completed a close observation. He has humanity, the eyes stated. Bai Li-ching remained silent, clearly unsurprised. Strong and genuine humanity, not something mimicked, the eyes continued. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be an entity, at least not one generated by Wudong Road number 66. A change finally flickered in Bai Li-ching's eyes. How can you tell? His shadow, the shadow he casts in the spirit realm, is even larger than Wudong Road number 66. It's not so much that Wudong Road number 66 created him, but rather, that he generated Wudong Road number 66 in the borderland so he could reasonably exist in our world. Chapter 159, At Home. Walking through the door and back into the house, Wudong Road number 66 still looked the same as ever, filled with cheap but practical items. The decor was a bit dated but spacious. The house was warm, bright, and inviting. The old television, surprisingly, hadn't broken down yet. Irene was perched at the table, fully absorbed in some mindless variety show. Meanwhile, her other self had dashed into the living room as soon as they arrived, hopped onto the coffee table, grabbed the remote, and turned on another TV to catch up on her urban dramas. To be honest, Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel impressed. The stuff Irene watched, so brainless that just glancing at it made him feel his IQ dropping, yet she could split her attention across two shows at once without losing her sanity. No wonder she wasn't too bright. Meanwhile, Foxy obediently went to the kitchen to wash her hands. She returned, a half-eaten piece of sausage in her mouth, wandering into the living room while fiddling with the old phone Yu Sheng had given her, still trying to figure out how it worked. After changing his clothes, Yu Sheng heard the sounds of the entertainment show blaring from the TV, Irene's mocking comments about the ridiculous plotlines, and her occasional giggles. Foxy, in contrast, was grumbling about how loud Irene was. Watching the chaotic scene in the living room, Yu Sheng felt a strange sense of disbelief. He had been living in this big manor for 2 or 3 months now. Most of that time, his thoughts were preoccupied with when he could leave this place and return to the home he remembered. But at this moment, these few minutes, he realized something surprising. He felt like he was already home. This place was familiar and comforting. Irene leaped from the coffee table to the sofa, twisting around to find a comfortable position among the cushions. After a moment, she suddenly raised an arm and turned to complain to Foxy. When are you going to stop shedding? The sofa is covered in fur from your tail, and now it's stuck in my joints. Well, that's just how we demon foxes are, Foxy replied casually, still nibbling her sausage while tinkering with the phone. Give it 2 months and it'll settle. Irene paused in her plucking of stray fur from her ball-jointed limbs, looking up curiously. 2 months and you'll stop shedding. No, you'll just get used to it. Irene immediately jumped to her feet, turning to shout, Yu Sheng, are you seriously going to let this dumb fox keep shedding all over the place? Hearing Irene's exasperated complaint, Yu Sheng couldn't help but smile. Strangely enough, he felt that life like this wasn't bad at all. He walked over and sat between the doll and the fox, enjoying the brief moment of peace while keeping the two apart. Foxy gleefully scooted closer on the sofa and draped one of her tails over Yu Sheng's lap. "Here, benefactor, have my tail." And just like that, Yu Sheng felt a series of sharp, stinging sensations across his arms and legs, as though he'd been pricked by needles. The dry winter air had turned Foxy's tail into a static electricity generator. The blue sparks crackling between her tails were the season's most vibrant blooms, their silent message. It's time to get a humidifier. Yu Sheng was stunned. He had barely come to terms with the fact that demon foxes shed fur. Now he was learning they also became static-charged in winter. None of the ancient tales about fox spirits had mentioned this. Foxy seemed unfazed, her other tails still rubbing against the sofa. Occasionally, they sparked and emitted faint flashes of blue light, like a tiny storm brewing. Yu Sheng shuddered from the shocks and reached out to press down on one of Foxy's tails, his tone both incredulous and resigned. "Your tail generates static electricity." "Of course," Foxy nodded enthusiastically. "It's super pretty at night. Rub it hard enough and it'll crackle for a few minutes." Yu Sheng was genuinely amazed, though his voice grew hesitant. "I'm okay with the winter shedding, but don't you demons have some kind of spell to stop static electricity?" "We do," Foxy said. "And, I never learned it." Yu Sheng was at a loss for words. As he continued cautiously stroking her tail, occasionally getting zapped despite its incredibly soft texture, his thoughts wandered to practical solutions. He began considering everything from buying large humidifiers to making Foxy wear grounded slippers or even brushing her tail with a damp comb. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness overtook him. He had woken up far too early today, and the past few weeks had been hectic, leaving his sleep restless. As he felt himself relax, his fatigue became impossible to ignore. With drooping eyelids, Yu Sheng sighed softly. Amid the haze of his thoughts, memories of his conversations with Bai Li Qing surfaced, about Foxy's origins and the mysteries beyond this world. "Foxy," he murmured, his voice drowsy, "are you happy living here?" Foxy froze for a moment, looking at the sleepy Yu Sheng in surprise. She thought about it quietly before a pure, genuine smile blossomed on her face. "I'm happy." "Oh, that's good, as long as you're happy." Yu Sheng yawned, adjusting his position on the sofa before lying down. "I'm a bit tired. I'll nap for a bit and then I'll cook something for you." Foxy responded with a soft okay. When she looked down again, she saw that Yu Sheng had already fallen asleep, using one of her tails as a pillow. The television volume was instantly turned down to its lowest setting. Irene leaned in from the side, glancing at the already sleeping Yu Sheng and muttering, "Why doesn't he ever think to ask me how I feel?" Foxy pondered for a moment and then earnestly replied, "Probably because you always look too happy. Our benefactor must think there's no need to ask." Irene immediately bared her teeth at Foxy but then looked down at Yu Sheng again. "Fine, he's had a rough couple of days. Humans are such troublesome creatures. Stress keeps them awake, and then being awake stresses them out more. At least he's able to eat and sleep. That's better than insomnia." Foxy nodded in agreement, her gaze drifting to the clock on the wall. After a moment, her expression brightened with excitement. "Hey, it's almost time to cook." Irene froze, her eyes widening. "All you think about is eating. He just fell asleep. Didn't he say he'd cook when he wakes up?" "I know that," Foxy interrupted, waving her hand dismissively. "But what if we cooked instead? Our benefactor works hard to prepare meals every day. Let's give him a break." "I think the main reason cooking is hard for him is you," Irene said, rolling her eyes. "And don't act like you're doing something noble. Do you even know how to cook?" Foxy puffed out her chest confidently. "I've been watching him cook every day. I've learned everything." "All you've done is sneak food while he's cooking. When have you ever learned anything?" Irene squinted at her, suspicion in her gaze, but deep down her resolve was starting to waver. After a few seconds of feigned seriousness, she scooted forward. "Well, I guess it's not impossible. Even if you're unreliable, I'm still blessed by the ancestor of dolls. Dolls from Alice's little house naturally have enhanced culinary skills. I'll cover for you." "Great," Foxy beamed, preparing to leap to her feet. But she quickly realized one of her tails was being used as Yu Sheng's pillow. Carefully, she pulled it out, then hesitated. Plucking two more tails, she spread them over Yu Sheng like a blanket. Under the fluffy warmth of the tails came a series of sharp crackles. Yu Sheng twitched twice in his sleep, but miraculously didn't wake up. Irene was dumbfounded, staring at the scene before exclaiming, "Wow, he must be really exhausted." Then she noticed Foxy pulling out even more tails and hurriedly waved her hands. "Stop, stop! Are you trying to take care of him or electrocute him?" "I was going to lay them on the floor." Foxy replied matter-of-factly, continuing her task. What if he rolls off the sofa in his sleep? Irene watched as the static-charged tails, now fully charged from rubbing against the sofa, were spread neatly on the floor. For a moment, she was unsure if falling to the floor would hurt Yu Sheng more than landing on this minefield of static-enhanced fox tails. After some thought, she concluded the floor might actually be kinder. After all, she was a doll and didn't conduct electricity. And so, with unwavering confidence, the duo, a self-proclaimed culinary novice and a doll blessed with questionable expertise, marched off to the kitchen to cook. Blissfully unaware of this, Yu Sheng remained asleep on the sofa. His consciousness had long drifted into the realm of dreams, where he floated amid surreal visions and fragmented memories. It was as though his mind had emptied, and he now rode the gentle waves of a vast, rippling lake. Yu Sheng found the experience oddly pleasant, enjoying the rare sensation of letting his thoughts wander freely. After an indeterminate amount of time, he felt his consciousness, like a small boat adrift on the lake, slowly reach ashore. The chaotic imagery faded, and before his eyes appeared a stable scene. He stood in an endless gray wasteland, veiled in dim, overcast light. Unfamiliar wild grass blanketed the expanse, swaying gently under a low-hanging sky. The silence was absolute, broken only by the hollow whispers of the occasional breeze. In the distance, a solitary hill stood at the edge of the plain. It didn't seem far, but something about it felt unreachable. Yu Sheng stood in the middle of the field, stunned. It took him a moment to realize that he had seen this place before. This was his dream, one he had entered more than once. In fact, there was even a time when he had encountered Foxy's dream projection here. His brow furrowed. He didn't know why he had returned to this peculiar dream, but the fact that the same imagery had appeared multiple times was undoubtedly suspicious. After all, lately, everything in his life seemed suspicious. A breeze swept by, carrying with it that hollow sound, but Yu Sheng suddenly caught a faint, distant noise, one that absolutely didn't belong here. It was the low, echoing howl of a wolf. Chapter 160, The Past. A wolf's howl. Yu Sheng's first reaction was confusion, but almost immediately the sound reminded him of the recent events he'd experienced. He didn't doubt his senses, thinking he might be hallucinating, especially since just a few seconds later, another unsettling howl echoed from the distance, louder and clearer than before. What's more, he thought hallucinations didn't exist in dreams, especially lucid ones. Frowning, Yu Sheng promptly headed toward the source of the howling. In this dream, where his thoughts dictated his movements, he only took a few steps before leaping vast distances in the blink of an eye, arriving at the place where he felt something was off. He saw the wolf. It was a stiff and spectral shadow, floating above the grass. It flickered like a malfunctioning projection, blinking every few seconds. With each flicker, the shadow changed positions, as if it were a stuttering surveillance feed refreshing every few seconds. Yu Sheng stared in astonishment and curiosity at the projection in his dream. The wolf flickered again, and in its next refresh, it turned its head. It seemed to notice the uninvited guest approaching and cast its gaze in his direction. But it was only a shadow. Apart from staring, the wolf didn't seem capable of doing much else. Yu Sheng's initial tension began to fade, replaced by curiosity. He kept studying the wolf, a strange familiarity growing in his chest. For some reason, he felt as if he recognized its eyes. And then an odd thought surfaced. This wolf wasn't edible, because its eyes held a trace of humanity. Humanity? Yu Sheng shuddered as a realization dawned on him. He stretched out his hand hesitantly, wanting to touch the floating projection on the grass. A faint chill prickled his fingertips, as though he were touching an intangible mist. The wolf kept gazing at him, but suddenly with the next flicker it vanished. Yu Sheng's mind was instantly flooded with chaotic, fragmented memories that didn't belong to him. He saw faded, yellowed images. A series of flashing scenes appeared. He saw a blurred silhouette standing among other indistinct figures, all gathered around a small bed, seemingly bidding a silent farewell. In the next moment he saw the figure arguing with someone, a taller silhouette. Though their face was equally obscured, Yu Sheng felt an inexplicable warmth and nostalgia from the memory. It seemed to be someone important. Yet now the memory's owner was quarreling with them. The fragmented words of their argument floated in. Why bother going to school? It's pointless if they can't grow up. They should live like an ordinary child. Go to school, make friends, study, play, feel joy and sorrow, however short. They should still experience it. The fleeting memory pulled Yu Sheng forward a few steps without him realizing it. Suddenly, Another scene unfolded before him. He saw the silhouette standing among a crowd of other shadows. They were forming a circle, clapping under someone's guidance. A voice drifted nearby. "Welcome, Teacher Su. She'll be teaching the younger ones from now on. Teacher Zhang is unwell and won't be coming anymore." The shadows vanished again, leaving the figure standing alone in a patch of shrubs. They appeared smaller, more diminutive. Then another, even hazier wolf appeared before them. The wolf lowered its head, letting out a muffled whimper. The small figure bent down, extending a trembling hand. Despite the fear and nervousness evident in their movements, they bravely patted the wolf's head. "You have to behave from now on." The wolf disappeared, and Yu Sheng saw the figure walking alone along a small path. Now they seemed even smaller, as if they had shrunk into a child of merely 5 or 6 years old. They walked down the path, crying quietly. Dim streetlights flickered on either side of the road, casting shadows over a forest thick with darkness. Ominous howls and pervasive malice emanated from the black forest, as if countless starving predators lay in wait. The small figure suddenly stopped, lifting their head to gaze into the shadows beyond the path. It was as though something in the darkness had captured their attention. "Don't go." This thought abruptly sprang into Yu Sheng's mind. Yet the next second, he saw the figure leave the path without hesitation, heading straight into the malice-filled depths of the black forest. Yu Sheng knew this was merely a vision of the past, a memory not his own, but he instinctively tried to stop it. In an instant, he appeared beside the small figure, reaching out to block their path. Yet his hand passed right through them as if they were intangible. The figure continued into the darkness. Yu Sheng turned in shock, watching them run faster and faster, rushing toward two blurred figures. "Mom, Dad." Yu Sheng stood frozen. Finally, he understood what Little Red Riding Hood had seen on that path all those years ago. Perhaps no matter how many times she walked it, her 6-year-old self would always throw herself into the depths of that darkness without hesitation. Every child would. The sound of chewing came from the shadows, and a vivid crimson spread through the gloom, as piercing as a red cloak. All the visions vanished, the small figure, the boundless black forest, and the oppressive darkness, all swept away by a hollow gust of wind. Yu Sheng instinctively stepped back, finding himself once again in the endless gray expanse of wilderness. But this time, the flickering phantom wolf was gone. Instead, he saw a girl draped in a red coat, standing a short distance away, looking somewhat bewildered. He hesitated for a moment before walking toward her. The girl, as if suddenly awakening, turned her head and looked at him hesitantly. After a moment, the girl in red suddenly spoke. "You saw everything." Yu Sheng froze. He had assumed what he saw was just another illusion, but he hadn't expected that she was truly here. Quickly recovering, he nodded lightly. "I didn't mean to see it." "Ah, geez." Little Red Riding Hood ruffled her hair in frustration, looking both helpless and annoyed. "You adults always like poking into other people's private stuff. What were you so curious about?" "I said it wasn't on purpose." Yu Sheng scratched his cheek awkwardly, unsure how to diffuse the tension. "And it's not like I dragged you here." Little Red Riding Hood suddenly stopped ruffling her hair and looked up at him through the gaps in her bangs. Her gaze wasn't particularly intimidating. "I was about to ask, where is this?" Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment. My dream." The moment he said it, he realized the latter half of his sentence lacked conviction. As expected, Little Red Riding Hood immediately glared at him. "And you still say it wasn't on purpose?" "It's instinct," Yu Sheng explained weakly. "Foxy came here before too. It seems like anyone who establishes a blood connection with me has a chance of ending up here, but I don't really understand how it works." Little Red Riding Hood eyed him suspiciously, sizing him up as if trying to determine whether he was lying. Finally, she asked again, "Really?" Yu Sheng nodded earnestly, his expression steadfastly sincere. The girl in red reluctantly dropped the matter, seeming to let it go for now. But only a few seconds later, she turned back sharply. "But seriously, what kind of normal person dreams like this? A fixed space where you can pull people in and chat with them?" "I don't know either," Yu Sheng replied, exasperated. "You know my situation. Half the time, I don't even understand myself." Little Red Riding Hood stared at him for a long moment before finally waving her hand and letting out a long sigh. Turning away, she sat down on the grass. Yu Sheng walked over and, after a moment's hesitation, sat down beside her. "Why are you dreaming in broad daylight?" he asked curiously. "Chemistry class, fell asleep," the girl replied in a muffled voice. Then after a couple of seconds, she added, "I don't usually sleep in class. I've barely been getting any sleep lately, but for some reason I felt really tired today, zoned out and dozed off. Sleeping in class is a normal part of student life, Yu Sheng said offhandedly, not even sure himself where he was going with the comment. It's good to sleep more at your age, helps you grow. I'm almost 18, not 8. Little Red Riding Hood shot him a glance, her eyes under her bangs glinting with amusement. Hey, honestly, was I pretty stupid as a kid? I didn't even know what my parents looked like, but back then I really thought I'd found them. Yu Sheng remained silent. After a while he calmly said, I'm planning to destroy the Black Forest and whatever's behind it. You've got a plan now. I went to the Special Affairs Bureau today and found some leads, Yu Sheng said slowly. The first step is to find the hunter in the Black Forest. They might know where the path to what's beyond the forest is. Why do you think that? The hunter might be one of the deep divers who entered the depths of the fairy tale 70 years ago and never returned. Or perhaps they're all of them. Little Red Riding Hood froze, staring at Yu Sheng in stunned silence for a long time before blinking. But just as she opened her mouth to say something, Yu Sheng spoke first, cutting her off. You just need to know this. Don't casually interact with the hunter. Why? They've been in the Black Forest for far too long. Chapter 161. Irene's Astonishing Culinary Skills. After hearing Yu Sheng's reply, Little Red Riding Hood said nothing. She quietly sat on the grass, appearing to be deep in thought, or perhaps simply dazing off. After a while, Yu Sheng finally heard her mutter softly, This place is so quiet, no squirrels or wolf packs around. The way you say it makes me feel uneasy, like 500 axemen are about to leap out of the bushes any second, Yu Sheng replied, awkwardly glancing around before his gaze returned to her. Are you okay? You seem tired. Of course I'm tired. I'm in my final year of high school. Little Red Riding Hood rolled her eyes, and I even dozed off during chemistry class. Yu Sheng hadn't expected such a blunt and realistic response. He was momentarily stunned, but the girl didn't wait for his reaction. She chuckled and shook her head. I didn't want to go to school at first, especially after the awakening phase. Knowing what was going to happen in the future, I had a huge argument with my previous guardian. You heard some of what I yelled. Seems pretty dumb, doesn't it? Yu Sheng remained silent. Little Red Riding Hood didn't seem to care whether he answered. Now I occasionally argue about the same things with those half-grown kids, she continued, speaking to herself. They never understand why the orphanage insists they follow the routine, going to school, studying. The ones who are slightly better off are even sent to regular schools. The less fortunate still have to attend lessons within the compound. To most of them, the stuff they learn will never be of any use. They won't graduate, won't get jobs, won't have the chance to be designers, technicians, or drivers. They're right, honestly. It is a waste of time, if you look at it from the perspective of only having an average lifespan of a dozen or so years. But my previous guardian told me people should live with hope. If the world doesn't give us hope, that's the world's problem. Whether or not we hold on to hope, that's our choice. In this world, there's very little we can control. Most things won't go the way you want them to. So in the end, your attitude becomes the only thing that's truly yours, even though it's often hard to control. She also said, it's difficult to live a complete life, but we can at least try to make our childhoods whole. She told me not to smoke, not to drink, not to do bad things, and to learn something to see how vast the world is. She said it's very, very easy to go bad, and giving up is the simplest thing to do. That's why we should challenge ourselves, like being a good student. Little Red Riding Hood kept talking, her words flowing endlessly. When she finally finished, she took a deep breath and lay on the dull yet soft grass, staring at the equally gray sky above. It wasn't anything profound. She couldn't really express big ideas. She was only 18 when she left. She didn't even have time to get a driver's license. Yu Sheng turned to look at the girl lying on the grass, but she taught you well. Not that well. I ignored a lot of what she said, like not fighting with others. There are some things she believed that I still don't agree with, even now. But what can I do? I can't argue with her anymore. True. Silence fell again. Little Red Riding Hood stared at the gray sky for a long time before finally breaking the silence. This place is so quiet. You've already said that once. No, I mean your dream is so boring. Is this grassland all there is? She sat up abruptly. Dreams should at least be bizarre intricate. This place feels like the afterlife or something. Are you seriously nitpicking now? Yu Sheng's eye twitched. Isn't a peaceful dream nice? If you've rested enough, go back, find a high spot, turn your back to it, and fall backward. That should wake you up. Or I can call Irene to kick you out. That works 100% of the time. No thanks. I'd rather wake up to a piece of chalk flying at me from the teacher. She waved her hands dismissively. You're right, a quiet dream is nice. When I accidentally fell asleep, I was worried I'd end up back in the Black Forest. Didn't expect to find a peaceful refuge here. Yu Sheng shrugged, but just then he caught a faint whiff of something unusual. Do you smell something? He asked, frowning at the girl beside him. It's weird, kind of sharp and acrid. Nope, Little Red Riding Hood sniffed the air. Just smells like grass. Maybe your sinusitis is acting up. Impossible. Smells like something's burning. You're imagining things. My nose is sharper than a dog's and I. Before she could finish, Yu Sheng leapt to his feet as if spring-loaded, his expression panicked. No way, the kitchen. Little Red Riding Hood blinked. Huh. The moment Yu Sheng realized the danger, his figure vanished. In the next instant, he jolted awake, flipping over in bed only to feel himself falling. He landed on a pile of fluffy tails. The crackling static was like winter blossoms, whispering a message. The household fox spirit might actually have a lightning affinity. Yu Sheng yelped and leapt out of the tails, almost slipping on the smooth fur and nearly crashing headfirst into the sharp edge of the coffee table. A fall like that would have delayed his investigation of the kitchen for at least half an hour, but fortunately he managed to avoid serious injury. Scrambling to his feet, he rushed toward the kitchen. As soon as he pushed the door open, a wave of acrid smoke hit him. Mixed with the smoky air was Irene's frantic shouting. Ah, water, water, it's burning. My dish is burning, I'm burning. Yu Sheng dashed forward, grabbed Irene, whose skirt had already caught fire, and threw her into the sink. He quickly turned off the stove, smothered the flames in the pan with a lid, and opened the window for ventilation. Wudong Road number 66 was safe once more. In the aftermath, Foxy was huddled nervously in a corner of the kitchen. Irene lay in the sink, her face smudged with soot as water gushed from the faucet, and her small doll-like figure began to float. Yu Sheng stared at the chaotic scene, the two culprits, and the dissipating smoke from the stove, his brain struggling to catch up with the rapid sequence of events. At that moment, his phone buzzed twice. He glanced at it to find a text from Little Red Riding Hood. I woke up, got caught by the teacher. Chalk hit me awake, annoyed. Yu Sheng replied with a thumbs-up emoji before running a hand through his hair and looking back at the kitchen. So, can someone explain to me what just happened? A few minutes later, Irene was strung up by her sleeves on a drying rod on the balcony, dripping water. Yu Sheng stood next to her with a large hairdryer, drying her as she wobbled from the gusts. When the hairdryer proved too slow, he brought out a space heater, placing it under the rack to help dry her faster. You didn't need to hang me up, I can dry myself, Irene muttered timidly, glancing at Yu Sheng. I can even flip myself over. I didn't hang you up to save you effort. I hung you up so you'd remember this. Oh, right. Yu Sheng stared at the pitiful doll-like girl for a long moment before sighing, and finally taking her down from the rod. Irene immediately scampered onto the space heater, sitting cross-legged as wisps of white steam began to rise from her body. Now Yu Sheng understood why she hadn't noticed how close she was to the fire when her clothes caught flame. She wasn't afraid of the heat. I appreciate that you both wanted to help cook, Yu Sheng began after a long pause, shaking his head. But nearly burning down the kitchen is terrifying. This shouldn't have happened. Foxy, don't you usually manage heating food just fine? I always use foxfire, Foxy murmured, her ears drooping as she nervously tucked her tail between her legs. But Irene said she wasn't used to that and preferred the gas stove. Then she wanted to show off by flipping the pan. Yu Sheng froze for a moment and turned to look at the doll sitting on the space heater, who was now surrounded by mist, looking almost transcendent. You, flipping the pan. Irene awkwardly chuckled, her soot-smeared face failing to hide her embarrassment. The frying pan is almost as big as you are. Flipping the pan, who's flipping who? Yu Sheng's eyebrows shot up. Irene laughed nervously and shifted her position on the heater, continuing to smoke. Shaking his head, Yu Sheng stood and walked over, picking her up off the heater. Irene gasped, Hey, what are you doing? Yu Sheng sighed deeply, carrying her toward the bathroom. Stop baking yourself. I just remembered you should take a proper bath. You're practically marinated in smoke. Dangling midair by her collar, Irene glanced up at Yu Sheng. So, you're not angry anymore. Do I even have the energy to stay angry every day? Yu Sheng replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. At least you didn't actually burn the house down. I'll go check the kitchen after this and figure out what we're doing for lunch. Chapter 162, The Meal Foxy Cooked. The bathtub was filling with water, the heat gradually steaming up the bathroom. Irene rested her chin in her hands, sitting idly on the washing machine nearby, looking a bit bored. Yu Sheng dipped his hand into the tub to check the temperature, then turned up the hot water a little more. After all, this doll wouldn't feel the heat. "I want to use the shower too," Irene suddenly exclaimed from behind. "Can you even reach it?" Yu Sheng turned to glance at her. "You'd have trouble holding the shower head with both hands, and turning the valve would need a ladder. Just soak in the tub quietly. Honestly, you can even swim in it. How many people get that kind of experience in a bath?" "It's not like I chose to be this small," Irene snapped, growing angry. "If you're so capable, make me a body that's 1.67 meters tall." Yu Sheng ignored her completely. He was used to this doll's constant muttering by now. Irene didn't care whether he paid attention to her or not. She soon came up with another request. "Then get me a smaller showerhead, the kind for kids. Install an extra valve near the floor and set up a whole shower system for me in the bathroom. Those things aren't expensive." One day, Yu Sheng replied dismissively, standing up to face Irene. "The water's ready. Get in, the towel's hanging on the wall." "Got it," Irene waved her hand impatiently. She hopped down from the washing machine and clambered onto the edge of the tub. "I'm going to bathe now. Out." Yu Sheng flicked the doll's forehead and left the bathroom. He then heard the sound of running water coming from the kitchen. Curious, he went to check, only to find Foxy cleaning up. She had just finished tidying up the mess Irene had made earlier and was now scrubbing a burnt spatula in the sink. Seeing this scene filled Yu Sheng with a sense of relief. At least there was someone in the house who wasn't constantly causing chaos. There was an honest, helpful one here too. Then Foxy turned to glance at him, quickly wiped her hands on her tail, and carried something over like she was presenting a treasure. "Benefactor, here, take this." Yu Sheng froze, staring at the bowl she held. After a long moment, he couldn't figure out what the lump of stuff inside was supposed to be. He could only look up at her blankly. "What?" "Even though Irene burnt the food, I already cooked the rice," Foxy beamed brightly. Try it." Yu Sheng was still caught up in his earlier sentiment about her being an honest child, so her proud tone took him a moment to process. After 2 seconds, he finally looked back at the bowl. This time, he forced himself to associate the lump with food. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of dread flooded his mind. "You made this?" Instinctively, he took a half step back, afraid that looking at it any longer would cause the thing in the bowl to grow eyes and tentacles. "What did you put in it?" The brief glance he'd taken at the bowl had left him with a haunting image. A bizarrely colored stew filled with unidentifiable chunks. Vegetables, meat, and other unmentionable items floated within, all looking strangely accusatory, as if lamenting their fate. Even from a meter away, he could feel the aura of resentment emanating from the bowl, as if the ingredients were still crying out in anguish. But Foxy seemed completely unaware that anything was amiss. She explained cheerfully, "Just everything I like to eat." Yu Sheng paused to think, finally understanding what she meant. She had dumped everything she liked into the pot. The crucial issue was that Foxy liked everything. If not restrained, she might have even thrown in the packaging of her groceries to taste its flavor. Before he could say anything, Foxy had carried the bowl of culinary chaos into the dining area. Happily, she filled 2 bowls and turned to Yu Sheng, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Oh. For the first time, Yu Sheng realized that this simple-minded, silly fox could radiate such an oppressive gaze when looking expectantly at someone. He steeled himself and sat down, struggling internally before finally gritting his teeth. It was, after all, made from the kitchen ingredients. It shouldn't be fatal. This was Foxy's first time cooking for him, and while the dish might challenge his sanity, her intentions were genuine. He decided to risk it this once. If he survived, he'd have to sit down with her for a serious talk about learning basic cooking before attempting such masterpieces in the future. Yu Sheng took a deep breath, lost in thought, and scooped up a spoonful of the soup. Bracing himself, he tasted it. Then he froze. Foxy, who had been watching expectantly, asked eagerly, "How is it, Benefactor? My mom taught me this recipe, though the ingredients here are different, so I improvised a bit." Yu Sheng still didn't respond. His mind was overwhelmed with surprise. The taste wasn't as awful as he feared. Of course, it wasn't exactly delicious either. The flavor was strange, and Yu Sheng couldn't quite put it into words. It was a stark contrast. Looking at the dish made him feel like his life was over, yet one bite left him exclaiming in his head, "Whoa, it's actual food." If he closed his eyes, he could almost pretend it was a normal meal. "Not bad," Yu Sheng hesitated, taking another bite under Foxy's expectant gaze. "It's an unusual flavor. I've never had anything like it before, but it's okay." As he spoke, he gradually learned to ignore the bizarre colors shifting in the bowl and the unsettling movement of lumps swirling in the broth. Surprisingly, he even started to appreciate the faint, intriguing taste hidden within. Foxy, hearing his words, immediately beamed with joy. Even though it wasn't high praise, she clearly took it as recognition worth celebrating. She then turned and rummaged through her storage tail, pulling out 2 fluffy little chicks. She placed them on the table and scooped some solid bits from the soup into a tiny bowl. "You two can eat too." Yu Sheng was dumbfounded. "Can they even eat this?" "They should be able to," Foxy replied casually. "Back home, we used to feed the mystic plume sparrows like this." Yu Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But before he could say more, the 2 clueless chicks had already started pecking at the food, chirping happily as they ate. They seemed fine. Deciding not to overthink it, Yu Sheng returned to his own bowl. Foxy glanced at the table, smiled contentedly, and continued eating as well. She had been worried that the dish she had cobbled together using a decades-old memory and unfamiliar ingredients would be a complete disaster. After all, the materials here were strange, the tools odd, and even the dish itself had turned out strange. Her mother's cooking used to come out of the stove as golden, round dumplings. For some reason, her version ended up as a pot of soup. But fortunately, her benefactor seemed to enjoy it. And so did white cut and salted roast, the names she'd given the chicks. After the meal, Yu Sheng leaned back, satisfied, and patted his stomach with a burp. Perhaps it was the nap he'd taken earlier, but he felt full of energy and strength. The 2 chicks waddled around the table, digesting their meal. Occasionally, they paused at the edge of the table to glance curiously at Yu Sheng or Foxy, chirping contentedly as they strolled along. When Foxy beckoned, they obediently scampered over and were scooped back into her tail. "Is Irene still not done bathing?" Yu Sheng asked, glancing toward the bathroom. "She didn't drown in the tub, did she?" Before he finished, a shout came from the living room where Irene was watching TV. "You're the one who drowned? I'm drying my hair, you know how long it is." Yu Sheng blinked, surprised, and turned his head. "Oh, right, I forgot there's another you in the living room. Why didn't you come eat with us?" Irene wandered over, standing in the doorway of the dining room, and rolled her eyes. "I took one look at that thing and decided it didn't count as food." "It actually tasted fine," Yu Sheng mumbled awkwardly. Irene ignored him and went to the bathroom door. Grabbing a stool, she climbed up and pulled the handle, letting out the other doll, Irene, this one wrapped in a towel, her wet hair clinging to her face as she carried her black dress. She walked over to the table, dripping water as she went. "Yu Sheng, I'm done bathing." "I'll never get used to there being 2 of you in the house," Yu Sheng muttered, his gaze falling on the dress in her hands. "What happened to your clothes?" "They're full of burn holes. Fix them for me," she replied nonchalantly. "Aren't those mimicked clothes? Can't you just turn them back to normal?" "Once mimicked, they become regular clothes," Irene explained matter-of-factly. "Don't you have any common sense?" "Yu Sheng, is this something a normal person is supposed to know?" He gave her a strange look, reluctantly taking the dress. "Fine, give it here, but just so you know my sewing skills aren't great, it'll look rough. I'll probably just buy you a couple of new outfits from the store. They have doll-sized clothes for figures like you." "Really, you're finally willing to buy me something?" Irene's eyes lit up and she dashed back to the bathroom. She returned moments later with a hairdryer in hand. "Dry my hair." Yu Sheng groaned. "I must really owe you something." Chapter 163, Irene's Reinforcement Plan. The hairdryer hummed noisily as Irene sat cross-legged on the coffee table, gripping its edges with both hands to prevent herself from being blown away. Yu Sheng was helping dry her hair. Whenever the dryer faced her, she'd lift her head suddenly, opening her mouth against the airflow and making loud ah-wah-wah-wah noises, thoroughly enjoying herself. Yu Sheng often wondered what exactly was going on inside this doll's head. "Stop playing," he said, pressing her head down firmly when she tried the noise for the 3rd time. He sighed in mild exasperation. "Almost done there, that's it." "Thanks," Irene said as she ruffled her hair with her hands. Watching Yu Sheng put away the hairdryer, she suddenly asked, "What's up? You seem distracted." Yu Sheng froze momentarily, exhaling lightly. "It's nothing major. I just ran into Little Red Riding Hood in a dream and chatted with her." "In a dream?" Irene tilted her head in confusion before quickly catching on. "Oh, that weird dream thing of yours like last time with Foxy. Wait, Little Red Riding Hood went in too." "Yeah, but unlike with Foxy, she was conscious when she entered," Yu Sheng explained casually, avoiding any mention of the memories he had seen. I'm planning to head back to the Black Forest tonight. Irene blinked but remained silent, watching him intently. Her situation is already at a late stage. Every time she dreams, she ends up in the Black Forest, Yu Sheng continued. I think I can help her, and if I'm lucky, I might encounter her wolf granny or the hunter again. She'll be an adult next month. There's not much time left. Wow, you called encountering wolf granny lucky. Only you would think that, Irene sighed. Fine, you can open the door whenever you want anyway. Bringing me and Foxy, right? You'll probably need to fight in there. Foxy's definitely coming, Yu Sheng nodded but hesitated slightly. As for you. Seeing his reaction, Irene jumped up from the coffee table. What's that supposed to mean? I've played crucial roles so many times, you. I'm just worried you won't survive a direct encounter with a wolf, Yu Sheng sighed, deep in thought. Eventually, he nodded. But you're right, your support abilities will be vital. Your thread-weaving net might be effective against the intangible wolves. Irene grinned, clearly pleased. Now that's more like it. The little doll was always easy to appease. Yu Sheng chuckled, pulling out his phone and typing a private message to Little Red Riding Hood through the Borderland Communications app. Send me a message before you sleep tonight. Irene leaned over to peek at the screen. After Yu Sheng sent the message, she suddenly remarked, That sounded weird, kind of like you're harassing the poor girl. Do you have to put it like that? Yu Sheng glared at her. And why wait until after I send it to say something? Irene turned her head away. I just realized. Yu Sheng didn't believe her. Just then his phone vibrated. A message popped up. Little Red Riding Hood. 2 seconds later, another one arrived. Why? Yu Sheng considered his response, only to find Irene staring at him again. Giving up on the long explanation he'd been composing in his head, he replied with just 2 words. Black Forest. This time there was a long pause before Little Red Riding Hood replied. She seemed to take her time forming a response, but in the end it was a simple, Okay, also thank you. S. Yu Sheng put away his phone and leaned back on the couch, letting out a long sigh. What now? Just wait until tonight? Irene asked, curiosity brimming. Instead of replying, Yu Sheng fixed his gaze on the little doll. His intense stare made Irene fidget nervously. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? I need to reinforce you, Yu Sheng said suddenly. Irene blinked. The Black Forest is dangerous. You've never faced the largest evil wolf. Its sheer presence is stronger than the entity hunger we encountered before. Your threads might restrain it, but your body won't hold up, Yu Sheng explained with a rare seriousness that made even Irene drop her usual playful demeanor. Foxy might be strong, but she's just one person. If our support gets knocked out, that wolf will become even harder to handle. Irene's face showed a pensive expression as Yu Sheng glanced out the window at the daylight. There's still time to prepare for tonight's operation. We need to head out, he said. Where to? Irene asked instinctively. The valley, it's the perfect spot, Yu Sheng replied, turning toward the approaching fox spirit girl. Foxy, come with me upstairs. We need to grab some supplies. Got it. Moments later, a door connected the living room of Wudong Road, number 66, to the valley. Yu Sheng, Foxy, and Irene, the fully clothed one, stepped through the door and arrived at a large platform in the center of the valley. This will do, Yu Sheng said, surveying the area. He casually picked a spot and pointed to an empty patch of ground. Foxy, put the supplies here. Foxy nodded and rummaged through her tail, pulling out an assortment of items. Ordinary candles from a small supermarket, what seemed to be rose oil, likely synthetic and mislabeled. Some unbranded essential oils of dubious freshness, tea powder of questionable quality, and a variety of random jars and containers. Finally, she yanked off her tail, gave it a shake midair, and with a cacophony of clanks and clangs, several pieces of rebar tumbled out. Irene stared in astonishment, her expression frozen. Turning to Yu Sheng, she asked, You're not seriously planning to build me a body with rebar and cement, are you? Why not? I said I was going to reinforce you, Yu Sheng replied matter-of-factly. Then after a pause, he added, Though we'll skip the cement for now, I tried it before and it's tricky to mold. It needs a casing to set properly, which is a hassle. That's why I chose this valley. The materials here are abundant and, most importantly, easy for me to control. Irene's mouth twitched as she listened to his reasoning. Will this even work? Yu Sheng nodded. As long as the skeleton is sturdy, its strength will definitely improve. At least that's my understanding. That's not what I meant, Irene muttered, then sighed in resignation. Fine, do whatever you want. Without further ado, Yu Sheng got to work. Unlike when he used the alchemy platform in the attic, laboriously sketching alchemy symbols and arrays on a table, This time he simply stood on the ground and extended his hand toward the flat surface. The faint sound of stone scraping against stone came from beneath their feet as lines began extending outward from where Yu Sheng stood. These lines spread, interwove, and converged, forming an intricate pattern. In just a few breaths, the array necessary for crafting a doll was complete. Yu Sheng focused intently on his work, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Yes, this was how it should be used. He should have done this earlier. Looking down, his eyes met Irene's startled gaze. "That's pretty handy," the little doll couldn't help but exclaim. "Of course, I should have taken advantage of this place long ago," Yu Sheng replied cheerfully as he instructed Foxy to assist. Together, they quickly set up the ritual candles and raised a temporary wall around the area to shield the flames from the valley's wind. Finally, he picked up Irene, who was carrying her drawing frame, and placed her on a specific node in the array. With preparations complete, Yu Sheng turned his attention to the pieces of rebar. "Next, we'll turn these into the doll's skeleton," he said softly. Irene looked up at him. "Yeah, so get started." Yu Sheng rubbed his chin, his expression turning serious. "I forgot to buy a welding torch." Irene froze for 2 seconds. Then she leaped into the air, ready to bite him. "What was the point of all this prep if you don't have a welding torch? You brought the rebar, but not the tool to fuse it." Yu Sheng fumbled to fend off her attacks while hurriedly explaining. "I overlooked it, okay? Who uses a welding torch to make dolls?" "And who uses rebar to make dolls?" Irene was livid. "You had the foresight to use rebar, but couldn't think to bring a welding torch." In an instant, the head and second in command of Wudong Road No. 66 descended into chaos, bickering furiously. Just as Irene managed to sink her teeth into Yu Sheng's hand, a sudden flash of light interrupted them. Yu Sheng turned in surprise to see Foxy using a concentrated burst of fox fire to cut through a piece of rebar. Then, bringing 2 pieces together, she used the flame at the tip of her tail to fuse them with a sizzling sound. Moments later, she held up the welded rebar in one hand while cradling her tail in the other. Looking up at Yu Sheng with eager eyes, she asked, "Benefactor, will this do?" Yu Sheng was speechless. "You're a walking argon fox welder." Chapter 164, Irene Mkaya. You have to hand it to Foxy. Her skills in welding with fox fire were top-notch. The flame, possibly imbued with some mystical demon fox arts, hissed and melted metal with precision. The resulting welds weren't just functional. They carried a visual strength and beauty that surpassed anything a regular welding machine could achieve. Even better, she could both cut and weld seamlessly. With brief instructions and preparations completed, sparks began flying across the alchemy platform. Several rebar rods were cut to varying lengths according to precise measurements, then positioned at designated points on the platform, marked by Yu Sheng. The rebars formed the outline of a doll's skeletal frame. Foxy, with her many tails floating like a collection of anti-gravity robotic arms, adjusted angles and welded with remarkable accuracy. The sharp scent of molten metal filled the air, accompanied by the constant crackle of sparks, which illuminated Yu Sheng's focused face. Nearby, Irene sat expressionless, her drawing frame strapped to her back. The bright flashes of welding reflected on her petite face. Every few seconds, she couldn't help but mutter, "This isn't alchemy, this isn't alchemy." "How is this not alchemy?" Yu Sheng, brimming with excitement, shot back at her, grumbling. "Melting metal isn't alchemy. Metal isn't part of alchemy. Why can't working with metals be considered alchemy?" He plopped down beside Irene, gesturing toward the glowing scene on the alchemy array with a serene tone. "Look at that, the Cyberfox Immortal's mystical arts, the secrets of alchemical tradition and modern rebar. Isn't there a certain abstract beauty to it?" Irene interjected after some thought. Yu Sheng nodded, a faint smile forming. "Exactly." The dazzling sparks finally subsided, and Foxy wiped at her forehead in a mock gesture of wiping sweat, even though none was there. Turning back, she waved cheerfully. "Benefactor, all done." "Great work, Foxy." Yu Sheng clapped his hands in joy, standing up and pulling Irene up with him. "Enough talk about abstraction, time to get to the next step. Irene, take a look at the frame, see if it meets your standards." Still grumbling under her breath, Irene paused when her gaze fell on the completed structure. At the heart of the alchemy array, resting quietly, was a skeletal doll frame welded together to the height of a normal adult. She stared at it in disbelief for a long moment before finally snapping back to reality. She looked up at Yu Sheng. "You, this size." "I promised you, did I? A solid 1.67 meters, Yu Sheng replied, gently placing the little doll on the ground with a calm smile. "Now time for the next step." Awesome. Irene's previous grumbles vanished instantly. She jumped up and clung to Yu Sheng's arm, shaking it with glee. Then she ran to the spirit infusion node, urging him eagerly. Hurry up, I want to see what you do next. Yu Sheng merely chuckled and got to work. For this stage, he abandoned traditional materials like clay or dough. For Irene's specially designed new body, he had some bold ideas. He scattered the prepared alchemy materials evenly over the welded rebar frame and across the surrounding platform. Then, drawing a knife, he sliced open a wound on the back of his hand, mixing his own blood with the materials and sprinkling it on the ground as well. Under the curious gaze of Irene and Foxy, Yu Sheng stepped back to the outermost ring of the concentric circles on the array. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated, crouched, and pressed his still-bleeding hand onto the platform. A low tremor coursed through the platform. Soft scraping and shifting sounds emerged from deep within the rocks, as if the very earth was stirring from slumber. Yu Sheng intended to use the soil and stone of this otherworldly valley to craft Irene's new body. After a few seconds of delay, the alchemy array's center began to rise. The soil and rocks there moved as if alive, surging like molten substance to envelop the steel frame. Layer upon layer built up, producing a soft, rustling noise as it flowed and gathered. Irene's eyes widened as she watched. Living soil, she murmured in astonishment. He actually made it work. The animated earth worked rapidly, and soon, the skeletal figure lying at the center of the array began to take form. Yu Sheng continued sculpting it with care. He carved out the fingers of the hands, molded a face, and adjusted the proportions of the body with meticulous precision. He sat next to the frame, using his own hands to refine the features little by little. Compared to working with clay, this seemed far easier to manipulate. He's actually quite serious about this, Irene whispered, tugging on one of Foxy's tails. He completely butchered my last body. I thought he was just winging it before. Benefactor has always been serious, Foxy replied solemnly, watching the process intently. It's just that what he focuses on is different from others. As Yu Sheng finished his final adjustments, he couldn't help but feel surprised by how smoothly everything had gone. Faster and easier than he'd expected, the new doll body crafted from steel, soil, and rock now lay quietly on the ground. Though it hadn't yet awakened, it radiated a lifelike presence, as if it could spring to life at any moment. Let me think, how did I do this last time? Yu Sheng muttered, recalling his earlier attempts at creating Irene's second body. Right, guide the spirit infusion. That's the key to bringing it to life. He reached out and gently pressed his hand to the doll's forehead. Wake up. The stone surface began to pulsate. It's time to come alive. The soil rippled softly. Are you ready to open your eyes? The steel frame shifted slightly. The once soulless shell emitted faint breathing sounds, signs of life. Irene, Yu Sheng called softly. Huh? The little doll standing nearby instinctively responded. But in the next second she felt her consciousness rapidly pulling away, part of it at least. A new link surged into her awareness, causing a brief, unavoidable disorientation. She couldn't make sense of her surroundings and only vaguely heard Yu Sheng's startled huh, followed by Foxy's surprised gasp before losing awareness entirely. It lasted only a couple of seconds before Irene successfully connected to and took control of her new body. She tentatively opened her eyes, confirming the presence of a third-person perspective. It worked, the little doll exclaimed, stunned but delighted. She pushed herself up from the ground, standing triumphantly in the center of the array. Hands on her hips, she proudly looked up at Yu Sheng and Foxy. I can't believe it worked, Yu Sheng. You might actually have a knack for alchemy. Look at me, 1.67 meters tall with long la. She froze mid-sentence, something clearly amiss. Yu Sheng looked unnaturally tall. Foxy looked just as tall as before. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, glancing at the ground, which was far too close. Then, shifting her perspective to the other body outside the array, she caught sight of her new form. After a moment of processing, realization struck her like a lightning bolt. Why am I still this short? I don't know, Yu Sheng was equally baffled. Right before you opened your eyes, this body was still 1.67 meters tall. Then right before my eyes, it just started shrinking. I didn't even have time to react. It's barely half a meter tall now. Foxy can vouch for me. I didn't do anything. The demon fox girl enthusiastically nodded. I swear, Benefactor didn't do a thing. You shrank all on your own. Irene stood motionless, processing the absurdity. Just as Yu Sheng began worrying that the shock might be too much for her, she suddenly erupted in frustration. No, why, WHY? It was already crafted to be 1.67 meters tall. It had already started coming alive. Why did it shrink the moment I entered it? How is this fair? Yu Sheng silently took several steps back, retreating to Foxy's side. He muttered under his breath, "We should probably avoid provoking her." Before he could finish, the other Irene, the original body, turned her head sharply, inhaled deeply, and roared, "Why is this happening?" Yu Sheng sighed, turning to Foxy. "I forgot there's still another one." What followed was chaos. The two Irenes began running in circles, first around the array, then around Yu Sheng, grumbling endlessly. One moment they lamented their fate, the next they decried the struggles of being a doll. They bounced between accusing Yu Sheng's clumsiness and speculating that their souls were defective. After 6 or 7 laps, Yu Sheng's head was spinning. He thought to himself, even a seasoned investigator hearing the ramblings of an elder god couldn't feel worse than this. Finally, by the 10th lap, Foxy couldn't take it anymore. With a flick of her tails, she wrapped both diminutive Irenes tightly, silencing them. "You're too noisy," the demon fox declared. Bound by the fluffy tails, the 2 half-meter-tall dolls squirmed helplessly. They mumbled a few final complaints before falling silent, gazing at Yu Sheng with a mix of despair and resignation. "Am I going to stay this short for the rest of my life?" Irene, the original body with the drawing frame, asked, her voice mournful. "Why did this happen?" muttered the steel rebar Irene, her eyes brimming with tears. Yu Sheng had no idea how to console them. He muttered a vague reassurance. "It's just a temporary setback, look. I've already come up with so many strange alchemy methods. Maybe next time I'll manage to create a properly proportioned body for you. Maybe the shrinking is related to the materials. Or maybe it's because that rose oil I used wasn't reliable. Next time, I'll avoid buying stuff from discount stores." The rebar Irene froze for a moment before leaping out of Foxy's tail in outrage. She lunged at Yu Sheng's arm, screaming, "Discount store? Last time you said it was from a $10 store." The next second, Yu Sheng discovered what made this angry little doll different from before. Rebar arms are seriously strong. Those tiny claws pinch like a vice. Chapter 165. The Emerging Form of the Black Forest Vagabond Society. The night was deep and still. The orphanage was shrouded in darkness, and the corridor outside gradually grew quiet. The children, exhausted from their daytime frolics, had mostly fallen asleep. Occasionally, the beam of a flashlight swept past the observation windows of the room doors, accompanied by deliberately softened footsteps. These belonged to the patrolling guardians. Little Red Riding Hood, now in her nightgown, leaned against the headboard, her ears tuned to the faint sounds outside. She was listening for sudden sobs or unusual cries, while her wolves prowled in the shadows, sniffing out the scent of fear or unease. They also remained vigilant against unwelcome presences that might slip into reality under the veil of the night. Even on nights when it wasn't her turn to patrol, she had developed this habit. After some time, she finally let out a soft breath of relief and lay down on the bed. The first hour after lights out was the most likely time for disturbances. Tonight, however, seemed peaceful. A creak from the upper bunk caught her attention, and a head peeked over the edge. The long-haired princess looked at her curiously. "Red Hood, going to bed so early? You've been sleeping a lot lately." "Yeah, I'm feeling tired." Little Red Riding Hood yawned, her voice tinged with drowsiness. "Besides, I have plans tonight." The long-haired princess looked puzzled at first, not understanding the remark. But after a few seconds, realization dawned and a familiar name popped into her mind. "That guy, Yu Sheng? He's not that old. You should call him Bro," Little Red Riding Hood said with a roll of her eyes. "Yes, it's him. He asked to meet me in the Black Forest." The long-haired princess tilted her head, her expression somewhat odd. "Meeting you in the Black Forest? I know what it's about, but it still sounds weird. We're always trapped in our own subsets, yet your Black Forest seems to have gotten lively lately." Little Red Riding Hood lifted her eyelids lazily. "Jealous." The head from the upper bunk tilted slightly before retreating. "Not really." Little Red Riding Hood opened her mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed her words. Instead, she picked up her phone and typed out a short message as sleepiness crept over her. "Good night, see you soon." She didn't know how much time had passed as she drifted off, but eventually she slipped into her dream. Darkness, cold, emptiness. Then layer upon layer of shadows unfolded before her eyes. A forest bathed in twilight emerged from the gloom, accompanied by a distant wolf's howl. Little Red Riding Hood opened her eyes in the dream, and was greeted by a familiar scene. "Here again," she muttered softly, sighing with resignation. Her nerves, however, had already begun to tighten. Fear and tension, rooted deeply since childhood, were instincts she couldn't shake. These feelings couldn't be quelled by mental preparation or bravery cultivated through training. Her calm expression and teasing tone were merely ways to deceive herself. She was all too aware of the fear buried in her heart. As her nerves tightened, she summoned her wolves, scanning her surroundings warily. She was alert to the presence of evil wolves lurking in the darkness, while also searching for the figure who had promised to explore the Black Forest with her. Almost immediately after the wolves appeared, she noticed black threads weaving themselves into the air nearby. They intertwined and spread rapidly. A voice echoed from an unknown source. All right, she's asleep now, stop rushing. Positioning takes precision. We've got to open the way directly to her. It's a delicate operation, connection established. Okay, set the door here. Open it up. The next moment, Little Red Riding Hood watched in stunned silence as the black threads coalesced into a thorny doorframe. At its center, a phantom-like door shimmered into existence, glowing faintly. The door swung open, and three familiar figures emerged. Yu Sheng carried Irene over his shoulder, with the foxy girl trailing by his side. Good evening, Yu Sheng greeted cheerfully as he stepped into the dream. Hope we're not too late. Irene said you just fell asleep a few minutes ago. Foxy and Irene waved enthusiastically, their smiles bright and carefree. It was as if they were on a casual park, outing rather than venturing into the treacherous Black Forest. Little Red Riding Hood felt her tension falter. Though her instincts told her to stay on guard, the light-hearted demeanor of the trio shattered the ominous atmosphere. She opened her mouth but struggled for words, finally managing a bemused, I just got here myself. Then she saw Yu Sheng reach back through the still-open phantom door, bending to pull something out as though retrieving it from the other side. She squinted and realized what it was, a piece of rebar over a meter long, as thick as a thumb. The front end was twisted into loops, with jagged shards of rusty nails, blades, and roughly cut steel edges welded onto it at chaotic angles. In the twilight of the Black Forest, the thing gleamed ominously, evoking a sense of tetanus just from looking at it. Little Red Riding Hood stared in bewilderment as Yu Sheng wielded this improvised monstrosity, casually swinging it twice as if it were a plastic baton. Despite its weight and savagery, it seemed to handle effortlessly in his hands. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she finally asked, "What is that?" "A weapon," Yu Sheng answered cheerfully, though he looked slightly embarrassed. "I don't have much in the way of proper gear or combat skills. Other than brute strength and some, unconventional resourcefulness, I've got nothing. Unlike Foxy with her fox radish set, or Irene with all her magical gadgets, this is the best I could come up with." As he spoke, he spun the vicious-looking rod again, its jagged edges slicing through the air ominously. He sighed. "I doubt this thing will be much use against the evil wolves, but hey, it's better than charging in bare-handed or chucking rocks like before." Little Red Riding Hood blinked at him, stunned. It took her a moment to shake off the visual impact of this bizarre weapon and follow his train of thought. Her expression turned somewhat reverent, not because the weapon was particularly powerful. In truth, she'd encountered far more dangerous tools during her years as a spirit realm detective. In the otherworldly realms, deadly and mysterious items were commonplace. This rebar, patched together with cruel intent, was hardly sophisticated, but its sheer malicious design, radiating malevolent creativity, was what struck her. The array of sharp, barbed, and jagged features screamed of the designer's relentless, almost gleeful malice. Its appearance exuded more menace than its actual killing potential. What's more, an inexplicable unease gnawed at her as she stared at it. Her nerves prickled with growing tension until she finally recognized the source of her discomfort. It's soaked in blood. Her eyes widened as she sniffed the air, looking in disbelief at Yu Sheng, who was now busy closing the door with care. "Yup," Yu Sheng replied with a grin. "Lots of it." In the shadows of the Black Forest, that smile seemed to gleam with pure, unfettered satisfaction. Little Red Riding Hood froze. She felt like she should say something, but no words came to mind. Her limited life experience and worldview failed to supply a suitable response. After a long pause, she blurted, "Wait, your blood, isn't that, Don't worry about it," Yu Sheng interrupted with a dismissive wave. "This whole thing is just made from scraps left over when I was crafting dolls. Think of it as a byproduct of the process." Little Red Riding Hood. Yu Sheng didn't elaborate further. Instead, he slung the rebar monstrosity over his shoulder and turned his gaze deeper into the forest. "Let's not linger in this shadow-heavy spot. According to that squirrel, we should head toward the light. I think I see a faint glow up ahead. Let's move. We'll see whether the squirrel or the wolves show up first." With that, he strode forward without hesitation. Little Red Riding Hood snapped out of her daze and hurried to follow. As she walked, she noticed faint claw marks on his arms and small bite marks on his forehead, though she couldn't fathom how someone managed to get bitten on the forehead. Curious, she asked, "What's with those injuries? They look like you got scratched by a cat." Yu Sheng's steps faltered slightly and his expression turned awkward. Also a byproduct of doll making. Don't worry, they'll heal soon." From her perch on his shoulder, Irene huffed in feigned indignation, trying to look angry but failing miserably. Eventually, she gave up and reached out to pat the bite marks on his forehead with an oddly conflicted expression. Little Red Riding Hood. At that moment, a rustling noise came from a nearby bush, making everyone freeze. The next second, under their watchful eyes, a small figure leapt out of the underbrush, a squirrel with a bushy tail wrapped in a strip of red cloth. It clutched an acorn it had scavenged from somewhere, and with an air of self-importance, perched atop a slender branch. In a sharp voice, it began to recite. Twilight, the forest grows darker, and Little Red Riding Hood walks alone on the path beyond the outskirts. Good children must curb their curiosity and resist the allure of roadside flowers and mushrooms. Mid-sentence, the squirrel stopped abruptly, its beady eyes fixed on the group before it. Yu Sheng, grinning with his tetanus-inducing weapon slung over his shoulder. A 66-centimeter-tall doll, brimming with inexplicable confidence. A demon fox, surrounded by waving tails and flickering foxfire. And an awkwardly stiff Little Red Riding Hood, who wasn't sure where to look. The squirrel stared at them in stunned silence for a few seconds. Then, with a soft thud, the acorn in its paws fell to the ground. Things just got weird. Chapter 166, Gunshot. It turned out that creatures with smaller brains really did have trouble processing things. The squirrel, already a bit neurotic, completely freaked out the moment it saw Yu Sheng and the others. It tossed its acorn aside, darting and leaping frantically across the bushes while loudly shouting phrases like, "What's happening? And where the heck did they come from?" And even, "Is this still Little Red Riding Hood's story?" Finally, Little Red Riding Hood had had enough. She took a step forward, grabbed the squirrel mid-leap off a twig and held it in front of her face. Her tone was anything but kind. "Quiet, or I'll throw you into the thorn bush." The squirrel froze, wide-eyed and trembling, glancing nervously between Little Red Riding Hood and Yu Sheng's group. Then, with a dramatic stretch of its neck and a faint tilt of its head, it let out a faint "gah" and passed out. Yu Sheng. Even Irene was stunned by the scene. What kind of weakling is this? It fainted just like that. But before Irene could finish her sentence, the squirrel came to, groggily regaining consciousness. It wriggled in Little Red Riding Hood's grip, looked around cautiously, and seemingly calmer now, muttered under its breath, "Is something bad about to happen? Is this even the Black Forest anymore? And how did so many of you show up here at once? None of you even look like a new Little Red Riding Hood." Hello," Foxy mustered her courage to approach the squirrel politely. "I'm Foxy. And this is Irene on my shoulder," Yu Sheng added as he walked over, casually flashing a cheerful smile. "Long time no see, squirrel." "A long time no see. Of course the squirrel remembers you, the grown-up who somehow stumbled in here. And now you've brought even more oddballs. I'm confused, I'm completely confused," the squirrel said, wriggling out of Little Red Riding Hood's hand. It scrambled onto her shoulder, chattering nervously. "The Black Forest won't be happy about this. The Black Forest doesn't like troublemakers. You don't follow the rules. I can tell. You're all going to be in big trouble. You need to leave and fast." "Well, isn't that convenient?" Yu Sheng said with an unexpectedly cheerful grin. "We came here specifically to make the Black Forest unhappy." The squirrel stared blankly at him, unable to comprehend his words. Yu Sheng didn't elaborate. His smile faded slightly, and without another word he began walking toward the faint lights deeper in the forest. "Do you know where I can find the hunter?" he asked calmly. The squirrel let out a sharp, confused squeak. "The hunter? Why are you looking for the hunter?" "I need to ask them a few things," Yu Sheng replied casually before quickly adding, "Don't ask anything else. Just tell me where I can find them." "It's not safe. It's really not safe to go looking for the hunter like this," the squirrel said, visibly agitated. "The hunter has a gun. They shoot anything that even remotely resembles a wolf. Little Red Riding Hood already looks a lot like a wolf. If you're not careful, you'll get mistaken for prey, especially tonight. Tonight." Yu Sheng paused for a moment, his expression shifting slightly. "Tonight? What's so special about tonight?" The squirrel gripped the edge of Little Red Riding Hood's hood nervously. It seemed hesitant, but under Yu Sheng's unwavering gaze, it finally relented, shrinking back in fear. "The Black Forest has been unstable since yesterday. Wolves have been going mad, some areas are disappearing, and there was even a huge explosion. Things might get worse tonight." When the Black Forest is unstable, the hunter becomes unstable too. They roam around, full of anger, and they're very dangerous, sometimes even more dangerous than the wolves. Yu Sheng didn't respond immediately. Irene poked the back of his head. Why do I feel like this has something to do with you? Yu Sheng stiffened, keeping a straight face. It's all part of the plan. What are you two talking about? The squirrel asked, standing upright and looking curiously at Yu Sheng and Irene. Nothing, Yu Sheng said, shaking his head firmly. Then, quickly changing the subject, he said, Don't worry about anything else, just take me to the hunter. Whether we can deal with them or not is my problem. If it goes wrong, you can always just run off like last time. You never listen to advice? The squirrel waved its little paws in frustration but quickly gave up. Drooping its tail, it burrowed halfway into Little Red Riding Hood's hood. Fine, fine, have it your way, go find the hunter. Where there's Wolf Granny, there's the hunter. No matter where they're roaming, they'll show up wherever Wolf Granny is. Good, that's all I needed to know, just as I expected. Yu Sheng nodded and resumed his pace, heading toward the distant lights. Irene was confused. She wasn't familiar with the rules of the Black Forest, so she couldn't help but ask curiously, Do you know where to find this Wolf Granny? The little house, answered Little Red Riding Hood, walking beside her. The Black Forest has paths lit by street lamps. At the end of such paths, you'll usually find a little house. Inside, there are typically two situations, either a safe, empty room or one hiding Wolf Granny. By the way, I'm usually supposed to avoid houses with Wolf Granny. Irene listened carefully but noticed something peculiar in her choice of words. Typically, what about the unusual cases? There's another situation. Little Red Riding Hood paused, her tone calm but her eyes revealing a faint fear. Sometimes the house has no Wolf Granny, but if you enter it for shelter, she'll come knocking at the door. That's the most dangerous scenario. You only have a split second to escape. A few times I was caught when she knocked. She stopped speaking briefly, exhaling softly before continuing. And recently Yu Sheng and I encountered a fourth situation, a house deep in the forest, unconnected to any path and without any light. Inside, it was covered with red cloaks. Irene immediately caught on. I know that one. You mean the one you ran into last time. Yu Sheng, meanwhile, noticed the squirrel hiding in Little Red Riding Hood's hood. At the mention of the unlit house, and covered in red cloaks, the squirrel instantly shrank further into the hood. When it finally peeked out, its beady black eyes were filled with terror. He approached, staring directly at the squirrel. Why are you so scared of that unlit house? The squirrel's body visibly trembled, and it let out a shrill, pleading squeak. I don't know. The squirrel doesn't know anything. Yu Sheng frowned deeply. Stop pushing it, Little Red Riding Hood sighed, cutting off Yu Sheng's questioning. If it's reacting like this, we won't get anything useful. It'll just pass out again if we stress it too much. Yes, yes, the squirrel quickly chimed in. Little Red Riding Hood and the squirrel are friends, best friends. Yeah, though not a very reliable one, Yu Sheng muttered, furrowing his brow. He didn't press further, but he kept an eye on the squirrel's movements as they continued forward. Soon the path appeared in their view. It was a winding trail through the forest, illuminated by street lamps that cast an almost fantastical glow. The path led into the deeper woods, its end shrouded in shadow. The street lamp's light created a clear boundary, forcing the malice of the Black Forest to retreat. Within the lit path, a sense of calm prevailed. The moment they stepped onto the path, the ever-present malice and the feeling of being watched seemed to fade. Even the occasional wolf howls from the surrounding forest sounded distant. Wow, this is something, Irene remarked, immediately noticing the change in the atmosphere. She gazed wide-eyed at the floating lamp balls, clearly impressed. But this doesn't feel like a typical designated safe zone in other otherworldly realms. It seems the calmness of this path is maintained by these lights. What's the difference? Yu Sheng asked, confused. Isn't it still a safe zone? It's not the same, Irene shook her head. In most otherworldly realms, a designated safe zone is inherently stable. Even if it moves or disappears over time, it remains unaffected by entities or dangers during its active period. But here, it seems more like the lamps are forming a temporary safety barrier. As long as the lights are on, the path is safe. If they go out, this place would likely become dangerous again. In other words, the safety lies in the street lamps, not the path itself. This isn't a safe zone, it's a safe object. Yu Sheng listened intently and quickly followed her line of thought. He realized that when exploring otherworldly realms, it was indeed crucial to bring Irene along. Although she wasn't always reliable, her unique perspective in the field of mysticism, and her occasionally accurate intuition, could sometimes be genuinely helpful. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sound from beyond the path. Bang! It was the sudden heavy crack of a gunshot, sharp and unmistakable, the sound of a hunter's shotgun. The group froze mid-step, exchanging startled glances as the echo of the gunshot reverberated through the forest. The squirrel poked its head out of Little Red Riding Hood's hood, nervously wringing its tiny paws. The hunter fired, the hunter fired. Benefactor, the sound came from over there. Foxy tugged on Yu Sheng's sleeve, pointing toward a direction off the path. Her ears twitched slightly, adjusting their angle as she pinpointed the source. About 100 or 200 meters away. Before her words had fully settled, another gunshot echoed through the air. Bang! The second shot came from the same direction. Chapter 167, Cyber Fox Immortal Battling Children's Literature. 2 gunshots echoed in the depths of the Black Forest, and then silence took over. No howls, no follow-up shots, not even the sound of the wind. Everything in the forest fell eerily quiet, as if waiting for the group on the path to respond. In that moment, the 2 gunshots felt like some kind of signal. It was as if the invisible hunter was trying to communicate with Yu Sheng's group, guiding them in the correct direction. Irene glanced at the squirrel nestled in the hood of her red cloak. The rules say we shouldn't be lured off the path into the depths of the forest. Do they say anything about what to do if we hear gunshots outside the path? The squirrel froze for a while, stunned. When it finally snapped out of it, it frantically replied in a panicked voice, "Nothing like this has ever happened before. The hunter only appears when the wolf granny shows up. I don't know, I'm just a squirrel." Yu Sheng frowned deeply, gripping the ominous rebar-spiked club on his shoulder. He tapped it against the ground and said grimly, "It's still a temptation off the path." Little Red Riding Hood didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "We came here to find the hunter," Yu Sheng exhaled lightly. The initial confusion and hesitation in his mind quickly cleared. And what could be more tempting to us as explorers with a purpose than gunshots from the hunter? Little Red Riding Hood froze. The moment she realized what Yu Sheng meant, shock filled her eyes. "Ignore the gunshots. Keep moving forward," Yu Sheng commanded in a firm voice, stepping ahead without hesitation. As he predicted, the moment the group pressed onward, another gunshot rang out from the shadows of the Black Forest. This time it sounded even closer. The gunshots, just like the illusions they'd encountered earlier, were another instance of the paths, flowers and mushrooms of rule-based temptation. A sudden chill of fear washed over Little Red Riding Hood. She knew that being lured off the path was the first and most dangerous taboo in the Black Forest. Yet in those fleeting seconds she had wavered, an unthinkable lapse for someone like her, a seasoned Little Red Riding Hood who had experienced awakening. She hadn't considered that even the hunter could be used as a tool of deception by the Black Forest. Nor had she anticipated that the forest could so quickly craft a scenario that would almost perfectly tempt everyone present. "The Black Forest seems clever," Irene murmured. "Its tricks are pretty impressive." "It doesn't necessarily think," Little Red Riding Hood replied, shaking her head. "Higher forms of blind action might as well be intelligence. They can even surpass human thought in efficiency. Rules are often this unreasonable." "Doesn't matter, its tricks don't work on us," Yu Sheng said, slowing his pace as he gazed into the distance. "Listen, the gunshots have stopped. Nothing showed up." "I thought the hunter might appear next and invite us over for a chat," Irene said, clicking her tongue. "Looks like the Black Forest still has its limitations. If the hunter had really shown up, we might have fallen for it." Yu Sheng thought for a moment. Maybe it's the forest's limitations, or perhaps it's because the hunter is special. He stopped speaking and continued forward along the path. A while later, the streetlights on either side of the path began to dim. Just as the rules dictated, all forms of protection in the Black Forest were temporary. The light would fade, the path would vanish, fires in hearths would extinguish, and even the little houses would eventually be swallowed by the depths of the forest. As the lights dimmed, the path became harder to distinguish. The boundary between the path and the forest blurred. The howls of wolves, which had receded earlier, returned. This time they were closer and growing louder. Yu Sheng finally felt it, the gaze. The evil wolf's eyes were on him. "The wolves are coming, the wolves are coming," the squirrel muttered nervously. "Where's the house, where's the house? Why isn't it here yet?" Yu Sheng looked up and saw a faint light deep in the forest, but it was far away. Meanwhile, shadowy figures were beginning to take shape in the dense trees nearby. The wolf pack was assembling, faster than before and closing in. "This is bad, the worst-case scenario," the squirrel shrieked. "The house isn't connected to the path, the wolves are blocking the way." Its fur bristled as it turned to Yu Sheng in panic. When the time comes, we'll need to run. Run as fast as we can. Don't stop no matter what. Don't get caught up with the wolves. What are you doing? The squirrel gawked at Yu Sheng, who calmly hefted his terrifying club, then pointed in a specific direction. Foxy, Yu Sheng pointed toward the depths of the Black Forest, toward where he felt the gaze originating. See over there? Distance, 3,500. Spread, 120. 16 rounds, rapid fire. Got it. The fox spirit's face instantly lit up with excitement. In the squirrel's stunned gaze, Foxy flung her arms wide open. Her silver tails burst forth in a dazzling display within the dim forest twilight. Radiant energy swirled behind the nine-tailed fox, and with a roaring eruption, her fox fire ignited. One after another, silver projectiles soared skyward amidst the blaze of blue flames. They adjusted their trajectories midair, and with a secondary ignition, the fire intensified into a blinding flash that illuminated the entire forest. A deafening whistle sliced through the air as the first batch of 8 Fox Radish missiles shot into the distance. Even as the first volley launched, Foxy quickly adjusted her breathing. With a soft hum, her tails regenerated in an instant. A second volley launched in rapid succession. The bluish propulsion flames streaking across the night sky resembled shooting stars flying in reverse, bringing death from above. Foxfire surged again, but this time she held back the barrage. Instead, she maintained a blazing orb of energy at the tip of each tail, keeping her keen eyes fixed on the shadowed forest around them. In the distance, an earth-shattering explosion resonated. The ground trembled, the air roared, and trees swayed violently under the pressure of the shockwave. Some even splintered and fell. It seemed as if the entire forest had been shaken. For a brief moment, the howling from the shadows ceased, only to erupt again, now angrier, more frenzied than ever. The wolf pack materialized into solid forms. Countless ferocious giant wolves charged out from the dense forest, heading straight for the unwelcome intruders who dared to challenge the rules of the Black Forest. Foxy's flames transformed into concentrated streams of fire. 7 or 8 dense, waterfall-like torrents lashed through the charging wolves. Her onslaught shredded the corporeal forms of the wolves into fragments, snapped towering trees in half, and ignited the dry leaves and twigs scattered across the forest floor. The radiant blue of the fox fire intertwined with the crimson blaze of wildfires, creating a fierce inferno. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Foxy added sound effects to her Fox Radish machine gun, her golden-red eyes glowing with delight as she fired away with unabashed enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng raised his blood-soaked rebar-spiked club high and brought it down hard on a giant wolf that lunged at him. The monstrous creature let out a short, sharp yelp before being smashed into a bloody mess, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. He swung the club again, sweeping a sneaky wolf away from Foxy. Irene clung tightly to Yu Sheng's hair with one hand, preparing to summon her thread-weaving net with the other. But Yu Sheng interrupted her. Hold off for now. These are just regular wolves. Save your strength for something foxy and I can't handle. Got it, Irene replied quickly. Yu Sheng struck down another wolf, then pointed toward the distant glimmer of light. That direction, Foxy, clear a path. On it. Foxy shouted gleefully and unleashed a hail of fire in the direction Yu Sheng indicated. 2 more volleys of Fox Radish missiles soared into the forest, detonating in a fiery crescendo that tore through the gathered wolves and the dense trees. Midst the relentless bombardment and explosive wildfire, a path was forcibly carved through the forest. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Yu Sheng grinned, his face alight with unrestrained joy like a child finally playing with a long-awaited toy. This, Cyber Fox immortal obliterating children's literature, keep going, keep blasting. Let's go find Wolf Granny. He strode forward with his menacing club, stepping onto the fiery avenue carved by flames and explosions. Waves of wolves continued to spawn from the shadows. These creatures, bound by the forest's rules, knew neither fear nor pain and charged relentlessly at Yu Sheng and his group. Most were gunned down immediately by Foxy's torrents of firepower. The remainder met the brutal end of Yu Sheng's club, or occasionally were torn apart by the shadow wolves summoned by Little Red Riding Hood. The squirrel stared at the scene, wide-eyed and trembling. Shivered uncontrollably, screaming intermittently, fainting, and then waking up again, as if falling from one absurd nightmare into another, even more bizarre. The entire forest reverberated with the terrifying cacophony of explosions, howls, and crackling flames. Something deep within the forest roared in response. The very order of the forest was being challenged, mocked, and violated. In retaliation, the forest called forth more wolves, an unending tide gathering from every direction. No, 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 this isn't right. the squirrel screamed, its voice barely audible amidst the chaos. "This isn't how it's supposed to be." "But I think it's perfect." Little Red Riding Hood was the only one who heard the squirrel's shrill cries. She glanced over her shoulder, her expression one of pure joy and relaxation, a happiness that seemed to have been suppressed since childhood. "Even if it's just this once, I think it's perfect." Chapter 168, Safe for Now. The forest trembled under the roar of artillery, a twisted fairy tale consumed by the inferno of foxfire. Packs of wolves spawned from the shadows were torn apart, wave after wave, reduced to ruins amidst relentless violence. A vast clearing was forcefully carved through the dense woodland, the once thriving trees falling like brittle stalks of grain, leaving behind a wide path in the blink of an eye. A squirrel cowered, motionless, in Little Red Riding Hood's hood. Its tiny body quaked as its shiny black eyes reflected the towering flames engulfing the forest, a scene that seemed to set the very heavens ablaze. This wasn't how it had always been, not at all. The strategy had always been the same: scout, evade, relocate, hide, then evade again. For years, this was the only way Little Red Riding Hood had managed to survive the Black Forest. The cruel forest never allowed its prey to defy its rules, and those trapped inside never possessed the power to resist. Never before had anything like this happened, a prey shredding the wolves with fire and fury, carving out a path of their own. The squirrel no longer screamed. It simply stared blankly, its tiny brain seemingly overwhelmed, unable to process or judge the chaos unraveling before it. Meanwhile, Little Red Riding Hood was laughing, a carefree, unprecedented laugh. Even as the wolves' howls echoed, fear would instinctively rise within her. Yet the dazzling foxfire, the soaring fox radish missiles, and the vicious swings of the rebar-spiked club at the edge of her vision sparked a different emotion. Wild, unrestrained joy mingled with exhilaration, clashing against her fear. The emotions merged into an indescribable thrill. She couldn't tell if she was terrified, elated, or just venting years of pent-up emotion. All she knew was that it felt good, so good, she didn't care if it was the only time in her life she'd feel it. She hated this place, she wanted to see it burn. Yu Sheng glanced at the red-cloaked girl, catching the glow of her laughter and the spark in her eyes. Good for her, he thought. Kids should go a little wild sometimes, she's not even 18 yet. No need to be burdened by adult worries. Adults could handle the worrying. Rolling his wrist, he swung the rebar-spiked club, bristling with blades, nails, and jagged steel rods, to ease the stinging pain in his muscles. The weapon was brutally effective, capable of smashing wolf skulls with a single full-powered swing. The shadowy monsters that emerged to attack them took on physical forms as they leapt, giving Yu Sheng the perfect chance to strike. Many wolves had already been reduced to headless corpses, scattered along the blazing trail they had created. Some of those corpses began to rise, stumbling blindly through the forest, ready to gnaw on any wolves that emerged from the shadows. Through his connection to the blood spilling across the battlefield, Yu Sheng could sense the forest's shifting tides. The Black Forest wasn't truly ablaze yet. Compared to its endless expanse, the flames ignited by foxfire were but a small ember. Countless wolves continued to spawn in the distance, their numbers and malice growing exponentially. The rate of their eradication couldn't match their ceaseless generation. The big bad wolf hadn't been destroyed. When the 16 fox radish missiles hit, Yu Sheng had briefly felt the predator's gaze dissipate. But moments later, he sensed its aura rapidly regenerating. This monstrosity, born from Little Red Riding Hood's deepest fears, could reappear endlessly in the Black Forest. Now it was steadily closing in on them again. This nightmare was simply too vast, too immense for a single fire to consume. But Little Red Riding Hood remained unaware of this. Perhaps she would realize it once her excitement subsided, but for now, she was basking in the joy of watching the Black Forest burn. Let her enjoy it, thought Yu Sheng, smiling as he exhaled softly. Kids deserve to be happy. Despite the chaos, the exhilaration on Yu Sheng's face never wavered. He could stir up more trouble while waiting for reinforcements. Surely, the hunter, lurking somewhere in the shadows, had taken notice of this commotion. If they had even an ounce of sense, they would be intrigued by such a reckless intrusion. In the distance, the glow of a little house appeared on the horizon. "Look, a house," Yu Sheng called out, lifting his bloodied rebar-spiked club to point at the fairy-tale-like structure. "Let's go check it out." He strode forward with bold steps. The eerie blue of foxfire extended beneath his feet, and towering, twisted trees toppled around him. The screech of fox radish missiles tore through the air, piercing the night sky. Twilight had long faded, replaced by a fiery glow illuminating the darkness. The wolves charged in waves from the shadows, only to be repelled by Foxy's relentless barrage. "Benefactor, it's endless," Foxy called out, her voice strained as she began to feel the fight dragging on. Something wasn't right. And these new wolves, they're tougher. It takes several hits to take them down. "It's fine. We're here," replied Yu Sheng, not even glancing back as he stepped into the warm glow spilling from the window of the little house. As soon as he crossed into the house's light, the howling of wolves began to fade. The wolf packs quickly retreated. Even the ones that had taken physical form and gotten close dissolved back into shadows upon entering the light, disintegrating entirely within its reach. R.B. Foxy, still catching her breath, cradled her fluffy tails in both arms, her gaze fixed on the sight of the wolves retreating. The faint foxfire hovering around her flickered as though in awe. The squirrel, perched on Little Red Riding Hood's shoulder, peeked out cautiously. It glanced back at the path they'd taken, then at the little house standing calmly at the fiery trail's end. It let out a small, panicked squeal, trembling. What's going to happen next? Yu Sheng walked to the wooden door and peeked inside. With a grin, he knocked on the door. "Wolf Granny, are you home?" Silence. He knocked again. "We've got visitors." Still no response. "Looks like Wolf Granny isn't home after all." Yu Sheng shrugged, then pushed the door open. With a creak, the door swung wide, and a wave of warm light greeted them, along with a strange, tranquil sense of peace, as though the house itself was shielded by some protective force. Yu Sheng, still gripping the bloodied rebar-spiked club, cautiously stepped inside. A sudden thud came from above. What was that? Yu Sheng instantly tensed, spinning around and gripping his battle stick tightly. "Watch where you're going," came a furious voice from his shoulder. It was Irene, sounding exasperated. "You couldn't look up before barging in? I hit my head on the doorframe." Only then did Yu Sheng glance back. He saw Irene clutching her head, muttering curses. "Seriously, who makes doorframes this low? I even ducked and I still hit it. Yu Sheng, you're the worst." Her misfortune quickly eased the lingering tension in the group. Smiles spread across their faces, though Foxy went further, bursting into open laughter. Irene's string of complaints only made her laughter harder to contain. "Let's rest here for a while," said Yu Sheng, leaning his battle stick against the door before turning to Foxy. "Got it." Foxy, finally relaxing, walked to the table at the center of the room, plopped down, and pulled out a large handful of jerky from her tail, chewing loudly. The Fox Radish Smart firing system was already working on replenishing her ammunition. Little Red Riding Hood followed them in, sitting on the small, empty bed, her expression dazed. The squirrel climbed out of her hood and perched on her shoulder, equally lost in thought. Yu Sheng glanced at the wooden table. Spotting a wooden bowl, he rummaged through it and pulled out an acorn. Walking over to the squirrel, he offered it with a smile. "Here, didn't you lose your acorn earlier? Here's a new one." The squirrel hesitated before accepting the acorn. It didn't eat it, though. Instead, it stared blankly at Yu Sheng for a long moment before muttering, "Thank you." Seeing its sluggish response, Yu Sheng couldn't resist teasing it. "What about the classic line?" The squirrel blinked, confused. "What line?" "You know, the one that goes, 'So-and-so is a squirrel's best friend.' I gave you an acorn, so am I your best friend now?" The squirrel froze, seemingly unable to process the question. Yu Sheng chuckled and turned his attention elsewhere, gazing out the window at the now calm night. The wolf packs had retreated, leaving the black forest eerily quiet. The faint blue glow of foxfire continued to burn in the distance, though the surrounding darkness slowly crept in, extinguishing it bit by bit. The areas scorched and torn by fire and explosions were already beginning to restore themselves. "That big bad wolf is still lurking nearby," Yu Sheng said suddenly, "but it doesn't seem to be approaching for now." Little Red Riding Hood looked up, her gaze fixed on him. "It's not dead. All we did was cause a ruckus. We're far from destroying this place," Yu Sheng added with a smile, then shook his head. "But don't worry, if it shows up, I'll handle it. You don't need to be scared." "I'm not scared," she murmured, lowering her head, her voice muffled. As if worried he'd see through her lingering anxiety, she quickly changed the subject, pointing at Foxy, who was happily munching on jerky. "What's she eating? It looks good." "Jerky," Yu Sheng said, walking over to grab a piece from Foxy. He handed it to Little Red Riding Hood. "Want to try?" Table of content. Story Wiki. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 169, Facing Fear. Delicious meat. Yu Sheng held out a piece of jerky toward Little Red Riding Hood, a mysterious smile on his face. The meat strip was a tempting dark red, with an aroma that was quite enticing. But Little Red Riding Hood instinctively felt something was off. The peculiar grin on Yu Sheng's face made her wary. She furrowed her brow. Wait a minute, what exactly is this? Remember the wolf granny? Yu Sheng admitted without hesitation, nodding casually. The one we took down in that pitch-black little house. I brought it back and experimented with different ways to cook it. Turns out it's quite tasty. Little Red Riding Hood's eyes widened in shock, and her breath hitched. Oblivious to her reaction, Yu Sheng continued his culinary explanation. The ribs are great grilled or stewed. The leg meat is tough and needs to be cooked for a long time. The fatty parts under the skin are amazing roasted, crispy, and fragrant. Some of the organs make an excellent hot pot if prepared correctly, though they can have a strong taste otherwise. The creature was so large, though, that eating it repeatedly gets boring. So most of it ended up like this, jerky. I seasoned it with spices and salt, then smoked it over fox fire. It's a bit tough to chew, but has a delightful crispness at the edges. It's great as is, or even better in soup. As he spoke, Yu Sheng pushed the jerky closer to her, his smile unwavering. Try it. Once you accept its source, you'll find the flavor is really good. Little Red Riding Hood shuddered, instinctively scooting back a little. Her gaze was filled with confusion, unease, and even a hint of horror. She stammered, You ate the wolf granny. We're still eating it, Yu Sheng corrected, his tone casual. Why so shocked? You've seen a dish of stir-fried entity hunger before, haven't you? Her eye twitched at the reminder, recalling the unsettling things this man had done in the past. Strangely, turning wolf granny into jerky now seemed less surprising. Still, as she stared at the dark red strip of meat, an unsettling fear lingered. On Little Red Riding Hood's shoulder, the squirrel fainted the moment it realized what the jerky was. It toppled without even a squeak. From the dining table, the fox girl glanced over while chewing her jerky, her tails swaying behind her. Give it a try. It's delicious. The aroma intensified. It was intoxicating. The whispers started, soft and steady. They weren't loud, but they were persistent, Yu Sheng's voice her own, even a wolf's. Just one bite. Little Red Riding Hood hesitated, her hand trembling as it reached out. Conflicting emotions swirled inside her, curiosity and revulsion battling for dominance. Finally, she took the dark red jerky. Yu Sheng's grin widened as the tantalizing scent filled her senses. Fear is hard to overcome, especially when it's rooted in childhood. But after today, you'll always remember, the fear of wolves tastes like spiced jerky. What kind of twisted logic is that? She muttered, her face incredulous. Facing fear is one thing, Yu Sheng explained, his expression still cheerful. But turning it into flavor, that's genius. Despite herself, Little Red Riding Hood took a deep breath, bracing for what felt like a life-or-death moment. She closed her eyes and bit down hard. It was tough, requiring effort to chew, but it was just meat. Nothing more, nothing less. From the distant depths of the forest, a faint, eerie wolf howl echoed. Little Red Riding Hood couldn't tell if it was real or just her imagination. She chewed forcefully, swallowing the rough texture as it slid down her throat. Her fear transformed, taking on a bizarrely tangible form. Yu Sheng turned toward the window, sensing the wolf's presence. Its eyes were locked on the house, unblinking. It had been prowling for a long time but paused just for a few seconds. The squirrel sprawled on the bed groggily woke up, only to see Little Red Riding Hood chewing on Wolf Granny's meat. With a panicked squeak, it fainted again. BS. Yu Sheng picked it up, shaking it gently until it revived. Wake up, squirrel, I have a question. No, the squirrel refuses to answer. It shrieked, flailing in terror. What's the connection between the evil wolf and the wolf granny? Yu Sheng asked, ignoring its panic. Are they the same? The squirrel's tiny eyes darted nervously. It hesitated before whispering, trembling all the while, Wolf Granny is a side of the evil wolf. When it enters the house, it's Wolf Granny. Outside, it's the evil wolf. When it chases you, it's the whole wolf pack. Every wolf is a part of the evil wolf, and the evil wolf is a part of the Black Forest. The squirrel's voice grew shakier. Everything here is intertwined, like a tangled thread, like veins, like nerves. And in the end, it all ties back to Little Red Riding Hood, trapping her in this nightmare. Yu Sheng pondered the squirrel's words, his focus shifting to the link in his blood. He could feel the wolf pack retreating, their movements cautious. Outside, something was forming at the door. Wolf Granny was regenerating. The Black Forest rules pressed on, its stage unfolding according to the script. Despite his chaos, the show went on. Yu Sheng feigned ignorance of the changes. Calmly, he tore off a piece of jerky and handed it to the squirrel. Eat. The squirrel recoiled, shaking its head furiously. I'm just a squirrel. Squirrels don't eat this. You should face your fears, Yu Sheng said solemnly. Little Red Riding Hood ate it. Now it's your turn. Squirrel Knights fear nothing. Nothing, please, no more, it squealed. Yu Sheng shrugged, tossing the piece aside. Fine, I won't force you. The squirrel froze, stunned by his sudden leniency. Turning to Little Red Riding Hood, Yu Sheng gestured toward the door. Time to go, your part's done. But what about? This was all to trigger a key event, Yu Sheng said, his tone matter-of-fact. Teamwork, right? Everyone has their own tasks. Before she could argue, Irene extended her hand. An icy sensation seized Little Red Riding Hood's mind, yanking her outward. In an instant, she vanished. Yu Sheng sighed. Can't you make that smoother? It always feels like sudden death. How else can I force someone awake unconditionally? Irene retorted, rolling her eyes. She's awake now, probably swearing. Forget it. Yu Sheng grabbed his tetanus staff, stretching lazily. Get ready. The knock came, loud, insistent, echoing in their hearts. The squirrel panicked, running in circles. Squirrel Knights need preparation. Yu Sheng smiled brightly, gripping his spiked club, and flung open the door. Come on in. Standing there was a hunched, grotesque figure, its twisted, slender frame cloaked in short black fur. A claw barely resembling a wolf's reached inside. Table of Content. Story Wiki. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Chapter 170. Little Red Riding Hood's Wolf Granny. The brutal wolf tooth club smashed into the elongated claw with a deafening thud, accompanied by the whistling wind. The claw shattered like thick mud, splitting apart and emitting sizzling smoke. The sensation beneath Yu Sheng's hands was not flesh and blood, but a texture closer to rotten cotton and decayed wood. In the blink of an eye, the distorted, elongated creature standing by the door began to swell grotesquely, letting out an ear-piercing shriek. Its entire body expanded and proliferated outward, appearing utterly enraged. But Yu Sheng had anticipated this reaction. Irene now, he shouted. Its black threads unfurled from behind Yu Sheng, stretching and proliferating wildly like living tendrils. These threads stealthily penetrated the creature's flesh, ensnaring it. Despite its violent growth, the icy threads matched its speed, binding the creature tightly in mere breaths. The tension between the threads and the monster produced unsettling cracking sounds, forcing the wolf granny to halt its movements. Inside the little house, Irene stood tall, her hands raised high. Despite her petite frame, she seemed as immovable as a mountain, resisting the overwhelming force. As Yu Sheng had predicted, Irene's body, constructed from clay and lotus roots, could momentarily endure the backlash of hunger's curse. Now, with a skeleton made of rebar, her strength had multiplied exponentially. The change in materials had amplified her transformation into a doll on an astonishing scale. Yu Sheng bolted out of the little house. Wielding the terrifying club, he moved as swiftly as the wind. Each step he took left deep cracks in the ground. He lunged at the immobilized wolf granny, his club slamming into its chest with a thunderous blow. The resulting recoil nearly knocked the weapon from his hands, but the creature's chest caved in, revealing a gaping, horrifying hole. There was no flesh or blood within the wound, only a swirling mist, quaking sludge, pale bones, and a black, pulsating heart spewing toxic vapors. Yu Sheng landed steadily, glancing at the towering wolf granny, which loomed 2 to 3 times his height. He focused on the gory cavity in its chest. This was Little Red Riding Hood's wolf granny, a creature born from a girl's terror, growing alongside her nightmares since childhood. Compared to this monstrosity, the wolf granny that consumed Zio seemed pitifully weak. That one was no more than a large wolf, while this one possessed powers beyond ordinary comprehension. The next moment, Yu Sheng felt an ominous premonition. Even though the wolf granny remained tightly bound by Irene's threads, appearing incapable of attacking, Yu Sheng instinctively dove to the side. Almost instantly, a razor-sharp, icy wind swept past the back of his head. The screeching sound behind him was followed by a deep gash carved into the ground where he had stood, slicing through a nearby tree stump. What the hell was that? Yu Sheng muttered, alarmed. He caught a fleeting shadow in the corner of his eye. Realizing the danger, he shouted toward the house, Irene, its shadow. Night had fallen over the dense forest, and starlight illuminated the canopy. Beneath the giant wolf, its shadow expanded unnaturally, sprawling wide enough to engulf the entire little house. Within the darkness, countless indistinct forms writhed and churned, whispering as they emerged from the ground, materializing before Yu Sheng's eyes. There were elongated wolf-like silhouettes, faceless humanoid shapes, stumbling children and adults turning their backs as they walked away. Some wailed, some begged, while others stood silently or glared at Yu Sheng with hatred or malice. The shadowy figures roamed near the little house, dissolving and reappearing endlessly beneath the wolf granny. It seemed they sought to unsettle Yu Sheng, but he wasn't sure. After all, he didn't recognize any of these shadows. Then Irene acted again. Countless pitch-black threads emerged, pouring from the doors, windows, cracks in the walls, and even the chimney of the little house. The scene resembled the house sprouting hair under the cover of night. These threads wove into intricate webs, enveloping the wolf granny and its shadow in a silent snare. A shadowy blade extended from the darkness, aiming at Yu Sheng, but the threads intercepted it, halting it midair. Suddenly, ghostly fox fire flared in Yu Sheng's view. The bluish flames surged along the threads, flowing like water out of the little house, rapidly engulfing and melting the ensnared shadows. Having learned from her previous encounter in the museum, Foxy avoided physical attacks and relied on her flames, which proved highly effective. With the wolf granny and its shadow subdued, Yu Sheng finally moved. He darted toward the giant wolf's chest, aiming for the gaping hole he had struck earlier. Black threads wove together in midair, forming a staircase leading directly to the pulsating heart. Irene had deduced his intent, crafting a path to his target. Yu Sheng dashed up the staircase, his eyes locked on the enormous, throbbing heart. He wasn't sure if it was truly the wolf granny's weak point, but with something so prominent and active in sight, it was worth a shot. The bound wolf let out a deep, furious howl. The sheer malice and rage it emanated became almost tangible, pressing in from all directions. Yu Sheng knew he was on the right track. With a final leap, he pounced on the heart. At that critical moment, part of the wolf's body broke free from the threads. Its shattered chest began writhing violently. The sludge-like flesh fought against the threads, regenerating under immense pressure. Layers of pale bone grew from its chest cavity, trying to shield the heart. But Yu Sheng swung his wolf tooth club with relentless force, smashing through the regenerating ribs. As the club fell again and again, breaking through bone and tearing apart flesh, Yu Sheng heard faint, layered voices. They emanated from the wolf's chest, its heart, and the entire black forest, whispering to him in wolfish growls, human tongues, and the murmurs of the forest itself. The voices tempted him, deceived him, even mimicked his subconscious thoughts, repeating over and over. "Aren't you afraid? Haven't you doubted? Not even a sliver of hesitation." Yu Sheng simply raised his weapon high again. "By all logic, I should be scared," he said, grinning as he gazed at the exposed heart. "But logic is in my hands." With a resounding crash, the wolf tooth club smashed down. Despite enduring countless strikes, its sharp edges and spikes remained unscathed, shattering the wolf's ribcage into fragments. The club became lodged in the wolf's chest, and black threads surged to fill every gap, halting the creature's regeneration. Yu Sheng reached in and yanked out the enormous, still pulsating heart. The heart quivered violently, splitting open to release streams of toxic liquid. The substance dripped onto Yu Sheng's arm, burning through his flesh and seeping venom into his veins. Yu Sheng felt as though his blood was boiling. The wolf's venom burned through his vessels, the black forest's malice piercing toward his own heart. But instead of despair, he laughed. Yes, that's it. You invade me, I invade you. Either way works." He clutched the heart tightly, holding the toxic, life-threatening object against his chest. "I was wondering how to find you. Good thing you came to me." The faint cry of a baby echoed in his mind, piercing straight to his soul. It was as though the entire black forest had been wailing from the start, sounds he hadn't noticed until he touched the heart. The venomous heart convulsed as its pulse weakened. The poisonous liquid slowed to a trickle, no longer spilling. The venom now coursed through Yu Sheng's veins. It had been overtaken by him. The wolf granny's massive body began to shrink, deflating like a punctured balloon. In seconds, it went from towering over the house to a height of just over 2 meters, then continued collapsing into a pile of sludge. Yu Sheng fell to the ground alongside the withered heart, landing at the entrance of the little house beside the club dislodged from the wolf's chest. Chapter 171, Death and Response. The wolf's presence temporarily withdrew. The wolf heart, now flowing with venom, shriveled and withered in Yu Sheng's arms. The ominous howls and the oppressive gaze from deep within the black forest abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Foxy and Irene rushed out of the little house, dragging Yu Sheng inside by force. "Benefactor, how are you?" Foxy anxiously asked, her fur bristling in worry. "Can you still hear me?" "I can hear you, just don't get so close." Yu Sheng replied weakly, struggling to breathe as icy numbness spread through his veins. I'm on the verge of death. This thing's venomous. I got poisoned the moment I touched it. You look like you're dying, Irene chimed in, climbing onto Yu Sheng's chest. Her crimson eyes scrutinized his pallid face. So, is the big bad wolf dead now? Did you kill it? It's dead, but only temporarily. Like all physical entities, it will return. The Black Forest will reset during the next cycle, returning to its state before we entered, Yu Sheng explained with difficulty, coughing twice before continuing. But it doesn't matter. I've disrupted its cycle. We've succeeded, at least a significant first step. Now get off me, you're heavy. Of course I'm heavy. This body is made of steel and stone, Irene muttered, climbing down reluctantly. But you didn't complain when I sat on your shoulders earlier. I wasn't dying then, Yu Sheng said, pausing to catch his breath. He extended his hand to Foxy. Help me up. Foxy quickly supported him, her voice filled with concern. Benefactor, what are you planning to do? You two are going back, Yu Sheng replied, summoning a phantom door that shimmered faintly in the air. Take my weapon with you, it's still useful. Improve it and use it again later. Oh, and take this shriveled wolf heart. The big bad wolf didn't leave much behind, but this looks edible. Once I study it, maybe I can whip up a spicy stir-fried wolf heart. You're planning to eat that? Irene was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. That's disturbing. Worth a try. I went through hell to kill it, and it killed me once. If I don't cook it, it feels like a waste, Yu Sheng said, exhaling deeply. Despite Irene's unease, Foxy obediently wrapped the withered wolf heart and the discarded tetanus staff in her tails. Heading to the door, she glanced back. Benefactor, aren't you coming with us? Yu Sheng waved her off. I'll stay here. Huh, Irene looked up, puzzled. You're not going to die at home. I'm waiting here to see when the hunter shows up, Yu Sheng said, his body wobbling unsteadily. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk. I'll just die here if I must. Fine, we'll head back first, Irene sighed, then added casually. Want something to eat when you return? Foxy and I can prep for you, no cooking, just washing vegetables. Wash 2 cucumbers and a couple of tomatoes. I'll probably be back by morning, and I'll want something light after dying. Let's make cold noodles with tomato and egg sauce. All right. With that, Irene and Foxy left, the shimmering phantom door fading behind them. The house fell silent. Yu Sheng glanced around at the chaos left by the battle. The little house, though untouched by the giant wolf itself, had been devastated by the spreading fox fire and intrusive threads. Scorched marks marred the walls and floor, leaving the interior in ruins. Sighing, Yu Sheng dragged himself to the corner where the charred remnants of a single bed lay. He sat amidst the debris, waiting for the hunter or for death. The wolf venom coursed through his veins. His blood seeped into the Black Forest, an invisible exchange between life and death. Faint sobs echoed, distant and muffled, as if separated by a veil. Something seemed to soothe the source of the crying, quieting it gradually. A rustling noise emerged from the bed's remains. Yu Sheng turned towards the sound and saw a small, furry brown creature poking its head out. A squirrel, its head wrapped in a tattered red cloth. Oh, a squirrel, I thought you would have fled, Yu Sheng greeted it. You're quite brave. Squirrel, squirrel knight fears nothing, it repeated, seemingly dazed. Then, as if realizing something horrifying, it froze. Wait, you're dying, bitten by the wolf's heart. You'll die, really die, even in reality. What do we do? It panicked, squeaking frantically. I came here with my real body, Yu Sheng said, smiling faintly through his fading strength. Relax, I'll come back. For me, death is just a temporary condition. You don't need to understand it now. Calm down, little squirrel. If you're staying, let's chat. The squirrel blinked, its small eyes wide with confusion, seemingly unable to process Yu Sheng's words. You're wearing the red cloth again, Yu Sheng remarked, tapping its head gently. You like it. Red cloth, good omen, the squirrel mumbled reflexively. Squirrels need their red cloaks. Red cloaks scare off wolves, proof we're not wolves. Proof you're not wolves? Yu Sheng repeated slowly, fighting to keep his eyes open. Are you afraid of becoming one of the forest's wolves? The squirrel fell silent, as if Yu Sheng's question had triggered a system overload. Yu Sheng felt the same way. His mind grew numb as the venom spread, replacing his blood with icy, malicious tendrils. His vision blurred, and the small squirrel split into countless overlapping images. Through the haze, he saw something beyond the Black Forest. The shadows parted, revealing intricate root-like structures stretching into chaos. These branches supported a king's castle, the wilds of knights and dragons, a princess's tower and enchanted balls, but these weren't what Yu Sheng sought. He pushed his sight deeper, into the chaotic depths, searching for the source of these intertwined structures. A profound darkness stopped him. It was void, impenetrable. Footsteps pulled him back. Yu Sheng's consciousness returned to the little house, where the extinguished fire and vanished candlelight left a chill in the air. A tall figure entered through the door, moving stiffly like a machine. Dim starlight outlined the figure, the hunter. "Hello, hunter," Yu Sheng greeted weakly, leaning against the broken bed. He felt the void-like gaze from the hollow figure. "I've been waiting for you, almost died waiting." The hunter approached, its empty hood seemingly observing the dying man. Though the hunter's face was unseen, Yu Sheng sensed confusion. Perhaps the trace of wolf venom in Yu Sheng's veins disrupted the hunter's judgment, leaving it unsure whether to shoot. Yu Sheng, conserving his energy, pulled out a photograph and unfolded it before the hunter. It depicted 12 individuals in heavy protective gear, posing for a formal group photo. "Do you remember this?" Yu Sheng asked softly. "Were you one of them?" The hunter stood motionless, offering no response. Yu Sheng waited patiently, wondering whether his death or the hunter's answer would come first. Then the hollow figure slowly raised its shotgun. "Yu Sheng, seriously?" Bang! The gunshot rang out. Chapter 172, The Message. A shimmering door appeared out of thin air, and Yu Sheng stepped through it. He immediately noticed Foxy in the living room, turning her head to look at him, while 3 identical Irines sat neatly on the sofa across from her. Yes, there were now 3 Irines. "Benefactor, you're alive." Foxy was the first to rush over, grabbing Yu Sheng's hand and shaking it energetically. "Are you all healed? Does it still hurt?" The demon fox girl's strength was immense, and Yu Sheng immediately felt his shoulder creaking. I'm fine. Stop shaking me. My arm is about to fall off." The 3 Irines on the sofa finally spoke in unison. "Did you see the hunter?" Yu Sheng rubbed the soft fur behind Foxy's ears, looking a bit weary as he sat on another couch. He sighed at Irene's question. "Yes, I did." "Then why are you sighing?" one of the Irines asked curiously. "What happened? Did the negotiation fail? What did you two talk about?" Yu Sheng waved his hand in frustration. "Talk, I got shot. What else is there to say?" The Irene frowned as realization dawned. "The hunter shot you. That doesn't make sense. Didn't you show them the photo? They shot you even after seeing it. Did they think you were a scammer, or maybe it brought up bad memories and they lashed out?" "Stop overthinking it," Yu Sheng replied, poking the speaking Irene's forehead. However, his finger hurt from the attempt. It seemed he was dealing with the rebar-reinforced version. "I think they mistook me for a wolf. You know, I was tainted by Wolf Granny's blood back then, and maybe it was too much." Irene froze, her expression stiff. "What? That's possible." "I can't think of another explanation," Yu Sheng said tiredly, leaning back into the sofa. Although his body had fully recovered after his resurrection, the mental exhaustion from his encounter with Wolf Granny and the Black Forest's loop lingered. "I didn't do anything unnecessary. I just showed them the photo, but there's no way that photo could justify them pulling the trigger." As he spoke, Yu Sheng paused, frowning in thought. The image of the hunter raising their gun with their hollow, faceless hood replayed in his mind. The empty gaze, as if seeing but unseen, and that rifle. He couldn't shake the feeling that the act of shooting wasn't simple. It seemed as though the hunter was trying to communicate with him, and the shot itself was their message. But Yu Sheng couldn't understand it. He furrowed his brows deeply, and at that moment his phone vibrated in his pocket. Instinctively reaching for it, Yu Sheng suddenly remembered something he'd forgotten. Looking down at the screen, he saw a string of missed calls and messages from Little Red Riding Hood, dozens of messages and nearly 10 missed calls. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Next to him, one of the Irines peeked at the screen and immediately exclaimed, "Oh, you're in trouble now. Kicked her out so decisively back then, and now she's back to settle the score. Let me tell you, human teens at 16 or 17 are the hardest to deal with, especially ones with a tough, prideful personality and a lifetime of hardship. When you kicked her out of the team, you should have known." Yu Sheng shoved the chattering Irene, causing all 3 to topple like dominoes. They burst into a string of curses, drowning him in tripled profanity. Ignoring their tirade, Yu Sheng answered the call, his face full of regret. Before he could say anything, Little Red Riding Hood's frantic yet concerned voice came through. "Why are you only answering now? Where have you been?" Awkwardly, Yu Sheng replied, "Dead at home." Silence. The young spirit realm detective, clearly full of questions and complaints after being unable to reach him, was rendered speechless by his blunt reply. After a few seconds, her hesitant voice came through, much softer. "Really dead again?" She seemed unaccustomed to saying such words. speaking in a low tone as if worried someone around her might overhear. "It's nothing major. You'll get used to it eventually," Yu Sheng said, trying to reassure her. "What's important is that we successfully killed Wolf Granny once after you left." Little Red Riding Hood fell silent for a long while. When she finally spoke, her tone was subdued. "It doesn't matter, she'll return." "Yes, she will," Yu Sheng agreed. "But with each encounter, we weaken her. The next time you face her, she might not be as dangerous, and more importantly, I've found some clues about the Black Forest's backside." He recalled the visions he saw in his most corrupted state. An intricate, web-like structure of branches, resembling veins and nerves on the other side of the Black Forest. "I've managed to plant a backdoor into the Black Forest's loop. We've made significant progress today," he added calmly. A soft intake of breath came from the other side of the call. Yu Sheng continued, "But I have a question." "Go ahead." "Did the hunter ever shoot at you?" "The hunter shot at you?" Her shocked reply came instantly. "How else do you think I died?" Yu Sheng sighed. "They shot me, of course." "The hunter only shoots wolves," usually referring to Wolf Granny, Little Red Riding Hood said after a pause. "But if she was already dead, the hunter would have been disarmed. Normally, their aggression is very low." "What if I was tainted by Wolf Granny's blood at the time? Would that confuse the hunter into mistaking me for a wolf?" Yu Sheng interrupted. Unexpectedly, her answer was firm. "Of course not." "You're certain?" "The hunter can accurately identify wolves and won't make mistakes over something as trivial as blood. I don't know the exact mechanism behind their judgment, but their precision is undeniable," Little Red Riding Hood asserted. "I've been targeted by the hunter many times. I've been devoured by Wolf Granny, by other wolves, and even tainted by their blood. In terms of wolf components, I have more than you, yet the hunter's bullets have never been wrong." Yu Sheng listened to her explanation in silence. After a long pause, he nodded slightly. "I understand. I'll need to think about this carefully." After exchanging a few more words to confirm each other's safety, along with enduring some light scolding, he hung up. The three Irines had already returned to the sofa. One leaned forward curiously. "So, what does the hunter's shot mean?" Yu Sheng shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, he felt an itch in his throat. He coughed, then coughed harder until it turned into a violent fit. It felt like his lungs and heart were being wrenched out. Foxy and Irene panicked. Foxy's tail fluffed up as she patted his back. "Benefactor, are you okay? Are you allergic to my tail?" Meanwhile, Irene clumsily patted his back, exclaiming, "Oh no, you're gonna die again. You just revived." Yu Sheng finally stopped after dry heaving several times. Hoarsely, he waved them off. "Stop! You'll kill me with those steel-reinforced hands." Before Irene could retort, Yu Sheng opened his palm to reveal what he had coughed up. Foxy stared at the small metallic object. "What is that?" Irene's gaze was equally blank. "A bullet." Yu Sheng remained silent, his eyes fixed on the item in his palm, a short, thick bullet with spiraling grooves. It was neither a rifle round nor a shotgun pellet, and it was larger than a pistol bullet. Intricate patterns covered its surface, exuding an aura of mysterious, supernatural power. "So what is this?" Irene asked. "It's the hunter's message," Yu Sheng murmured. Chapter 173, Early Morning. After sending out the message, Yu Sheng glanced out the window. The sky was just beginning to brighten. It was still early, and Bai Li Qing might take some time to respond. Not one to sit idly, Yu Sheng, after sending the message, grabbed a small box originally used for cookies and carefully placed the hunter's bullet inside. Then, he headed to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Foxy followed him eagerly, likely hoping for a bite to eat, while Irene seemed to tag along out of lingering curiosity. "How did that hunter know you could bring the bullet outside?" Irene asked, puzzled as she trailed behind Yu Sheng. "They just shot you, confident you'd not only survive but also manage to extract the bullet, and then find someone to analyze it, who even delivers a message like that." Yu Sheng was busy at the stove. As Irene spoke, his hands didn't falter, though a faint frown of thought crossed his face. What Irene raised was precisely what had been nagging him. Whether the bullet truly carried a message was unclear, but one thing was certain. In the Black Forest, the hunter hadn't hesitated to pull the trigger. That shot, aimed directly at his heart, seemed more like an attempt to kill than anything else. The most likely explanation is, they didn't know. Yu Sheng eventually broke the silence. "They didn't know?" Irene blinked in surprise. "An entity wandering in the Black Forest wouldn't know about my resurrection ability," Yu Sheng explained slowly. Nor would they know that I entered the Black Forest directly from reality, so when the hunter pulled the trigger, they probably didn't realize I could survive and bring the bullet into the real world. Then they were genuinely trying to kill you, but Little Red Riding Hood said hunters don't shoot without reason. I can't make sense of that either, Yu Sheng admitted, shaking his head. But one thing's clear, next time I enter the Black Forest, I'll take that bullet with me. He deftly sliced a plate of cucumber strips, then handed the remaining half of the cucumber to Foxy, who had been waiting impatiently. After a moment's pause, he added, "If the hunter gave me this bullet, I need to carry it properly and see what changes it might bring." Irene gave a small "oh," just as a phone rang in Yu Sheng's pocket. "Bai Li Qing is calling," Yu Sheng said, glancing at the screen before answering. "Awake so early, saw the message I sent." Bai Li Qing didn't waste time on pleasantries. She got straight to the point. "That's a type of exorcism bullet used 70 years ago by deep divers and Special Affairs Bureau agents. It's been obsolete for decades." Yu Sheng wiped his hands on a towel, instructed Foxy to keep an eye on the boiling noodles, and warned Irene not to climb onto the stove before stepping aside. "I figured as much," he said. "Did the bullet come from the Black Forest?" Bai Li Qing's voice came through the receiver. "Was it another relic from the hunter?" Yu Sheng hesitated briefly, debating whether the bullet fired directly at him could be considered a relic or a gift. He quickly dismissed the strange thought and replied, "Sort of. The process of obtaining it was complicated, but yes, it's the hunter-s, something they actively used." "Then we can almost confirm it. The hunter is from that 12-person deep-diving team from 70 years ago," Bai Li Qing said, her tone carrying a subtle gravity. After a brief pause, she asked, "Have you managed to establish any connection with them? Is this veteran willing to help us?" Yu Sheng fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Unfortunately, I couldn't successfully communicate with the hunter. Although I showed them the group photo, I'm not sure if they reacted to it." "Not a single word exchanged." "Didn't get the chance," Yu Sheng admitted. Bai Li Qing paused before continuing. "Then how did you acquire the hunter's bullet? Such an item is typically personal to a soldier." "They shot me." This time, Bai Li Qing's silence lasted longer. Clearly, she was processing the directness of Yu Sheng's statement. "Exactly as it sounds," Yu Sheng added for clarification. Finally grasping his meaning, Bai Li Qing's voice grew hesitant. "Are you okay?" "Not dead," Yu Sheng replied dryly. Since she didn't know about his inability to die, he could only downplay it. "Just a scratch. Besides, I still think the hunter can be communicated with. I just might have used the wrong approach this time." "You still want to try contacting the hunter again?" Bai Li Qing sounded surprised. "That could be dangerous." "It is risky, but it's worth another shot. I've already made some progress," Yu Sheng said quickly, not giving her a chance to interrupt. "Little Red Riding Hood doesn't have much time left. The orphanage's children, their time is running out too. You understand what I mean?" "I do. The Special Affairs Bureau will fully support you. Reach out if you need anything," Bai Li Qing promised. After the call ended, Yu Sheng leaned against the counter, letting out a deep breath. "Benefactor," Foxy's voice cut through his chaotic thoughts. "The noodles are ready. Should I rinse them with cold water?" "Yes, rinse them," Yu Sheng said, shaking off his worries. Looking at Foxy's eager face, his agitation faded. A smile unknowingly appeared as he added, "Then it's time to eat." What? Children lined up at the sink, taking turns to wash their hands and faces in an orderly fashion. Those already done sat at the table, waiting for their guardians to serve the food. Little Red Riding Hood supervised the line at the sink, occasionally glancing back to ensure the dining table remained peaceful, her expression somewhat bored. The long-haired princess passed by, carrying a large pot of vegetable soup fresh from the kitchen. As she walked past, she glanced curiously at Little Red Riding Hood. "Hey, still upset with him?" "Do I look upset?" Little Red Riding Hood retorted, puzzled. "You do. Last time I owed you $20, you looked just like this," the long-haired princess replied with a nod. Little Red Riding Hood's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. "Come on, tell me what's wrong," the long-haired princess pressed. "All I know is you got kicked out of your dream last night, sat up in a panic, and started sulking. What happened?" "Nothing, really. I just realized I'm both terrified of and oddly looking forward to my birthday next month," Little Red Riding Hood admitted after a few seconds of silence. She waved dismissively. "Enough chatting. If you don't deliver the soup, the kids will start fussing." "Oh," the long-haired princess carried the soup away, while Little Red Riding Hood's gaze followed her. At the long table, the children chatted and laughed. Several adults in council uniforms stood by the kitchen door, watching with faintly complex smiles. Zio, now fully recovered, seemed to have found her confidence. Once shy and reserved, she was now animatedly recounting a bizarre dream to her new friends. Though unrelated to the Black Forest, her tale of an ordinary yet peculiar dream captivated the children, many of whom gathered around her. Little Red Riding Hood turned her face towards the sunlight pouring through the window, narrowing her eyes slightly. What? A notification lit up Bai Li Qing's phone. It was a detailed report from Yu Sheng, recounting a daring expedition in the Black Forest, a perilous encounter with Wolf Granny, and the brief, puzzling interaction with the hunter. The report also included Yu Sheng's speculations and previously unreported intelligence about the Black Forest. As she read, a pair of phantom eyes appeared silently on the floor-to-ceiling window behind her. A mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Elegant writing. No, I mean his writing is easier to follow than his speech, Bai Li Qing sighed. At least it doesn't leave you scrambling to keep up. The phantom eyes blinked, then turned back to the phone's text with her. BG container 10448 ed3 ed0 display. Flex direction, column, align items, center, justify content, center, z-index, 2,147,483,647 important. BGSSB 10,448 margin left, auto, margin right, auto, display, flex, justify content, center. BG container 10448 F61 E68 display, flex direction, column, align items, center, justify content, center, z-index, 2,147,483,647 important. Moments later, Bai Li Qing made a call. Song Cheng's voice answered, Director. Prepare an additional deep-diving team at headquarters, Bai Li Qing instructed calmly. They don't need to mobilize yet, but they must be ready at all times. Also, ready the large deep-diving pool at D2 diving port. Yes, Song Cheng replied immediately, though curiosity tinged his tone. Director, has something happened? Chapter 174, Piercing Through the Heavy Dream. After completing the tasks assigned by the director, Song Cheng returned to his office. He lit a cigarette and stared out the window, lost in thought. Outside, layers of labyrinth-like spiraling walls stretched endlessly, resembling a maze. From between those towering walls, heavy rain poured, splashing upwards into the sky before descending to cleanse another realm above. Song Cheng blinked, suddenly remembering that today was Friday. His office floor would shift to the maze region's scenic flat-level afternoon. Friday, always something to look forward to. Tomorrow's the weekend, the best overtime day, he muttered, a self-deprecating smile curling on his lips. Pulling down the blinds, he turned to his desk, where a stack of files awaited him. These documents were related to the otherworldly, fairy tales, and the current members of the fairy tale organization. Thanks to the recent activity of a spirit realm detective organization, the focus of several special affairs bureau departments had shifted toward this group. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and began reviewing the papers. Time slipped by. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway, breaking Song Cheng's concentration. He stopped flipping through the files just as a knock came at the door. Come in, he called. The door opened, revealing Ren Wen, her short black hair neatly trimmed. Captain Song, the capture team dispatched to the southern city, has returned. Mission accomplished. Did they catch the two angel cultists? Song Cheng raised an eyebrow, a faint smile crossing his face. Any unexpected catches? Doesn't seem like it. Ren Wen shook her head. The team staked out for days. Those two seem to act independently, either that or they're disconnected members. Their superiors likely issued orders before severing ties. Do you want to check it out yourself? All right, I'll head over. What? In his bedroom, Yu Sheng was sound asleep. The exploration in the Black Forest and the fierce battle with Wolf Granny had drained his energy. Though he initially felt a strange excitement that kept him awake, the moment he hit the bed, he succumbed to an overwhelming drowsiness. Half asleep, he vaguely sensed a rustling nearby. It might have been a doll preparing for a nap. From the corridor came soft, barefooted footsteps, likely Foxy returning to her room. Then came the hollow sound of wind blowing through a forest. It rustled the lush branches and whistled through towering ancient trees and fallen trunks. Amid the wind, a faint sound emerged, like a baby's distant cry. Yu Sheng's eyes snapped open. He found himself lying in darkness, shrouded by a thick, suffocating curtain. Beyond the veil seemed to lurk something, but he couldn't see clearly. Before him loomed a tall, shadowy figure. The figure wore a tattered hunter's outfit with a dark, worn hood. Beneath the hood was nothing, just emptiness. Yet Yu Sheng felt an unmistakable gaze from the void, locked onto him. He bolted upright, his focus sharpening. His peripheral vision scanned the surroundings. Am I back in the Black Forest? He wondered, but this setting didn't match. The thick veil felt like his own dreamscape. Still, the forest winds and the faint cries were eerily similar to the forest's ambience. Is this my dream, the Black Forest, or has my dream connected to something even stranger? Unable to unravel the mystery, Yu Sheng fixed his attention on the hazy figure before him. The figure remained still, showing no intention of raising a rifle. Hello, Yu Sheng tried, cautiously breaking the silence. Should I call you Hunter? The figure gave no response. You must be, he continued awkwardly. We've met twice in the Black Forest. The second time you shot me, but hey, I get it, you probably had your reasons, right? Can you respond? This silence is getting really awkward. Still no reaction. Feeling uneasy, Yu Sheng edged closer, observing for any change. The figure remained unmoving, like a mirage projected into this shadowy space. You can't speak, can you? Yu Sheng mused aloud, circling the figure. No answer. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Sheng extended his hand toward the hunter's outfit, intending to touch it. His fingers passed through the fabric effortlessly. Startled, Yu Sheng quickly withdrew his hand. The hunter remained motionless, so he reached out again, emboldened this time. He felt a slight resistance as his fingers penetrated the fabric, like brushing through colder-than-usual air. Beyond that, there was nothing tangible. As his hand fully entered the hunter's cloak, Yu Sheng noticed something strange. His arm seemed to merge with the sleeve. It looked as though he were wearing it. The realization struck like lightning. The dreamscape trembled violently, and Yu Sheng instinctively pulled back his arm. The heavy curtain of darkness began to collapse, the shadowy figure retreating in stiff, unnatural steps. Within moments, it dissolved into a faint silhouette. Yu Sheng instinctively reached out, trying to stop the retreating figure. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Uncle, what are you doing? Everything shattered. Yu Sheng blinked and found himself standing in a boundless gray wilderness. The ashen sky stretched overhead, and nameless wild grasses covered the land. A familiar hill stood quietly in the distance, waves rippling through the grass as the wind swept by. Beside him stood Zio, a 5- or 6-year-old girl. She tilted her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Zio, Yu Sheng exclaimed, stunned. Hi, Uncle, Zio greeted him cheerfully. Hi, wait, how are you here? Yu Sheng scanned the area, his mind reeling. There was no sign of Little Red Riding Hood. Are you alone? I don't know, Zio replied, tilting her head further. I was napping. Napping? Yep, Teacher Sue told us to nap after lunch. Otherwise, we'd be too tired in the afternoon, Zio explained. I fell asleep and dreamt that a big gray wolf was chasing me. I kept running and running until I tripped and fell, then I ended up here. A little while later, I saw you standing there, staring blankly. Her words, though disjointed, were clear enough for Yu Sheng to piece together the gist. Still, his confusion deepened. BG Container 10448 ed3 ed0 display. Flex direction, column, align items, center, justify content, center, z-index, 2,147,483,647 important. BGSSB 10,448 margin left, auto, margin right, auto, display, flex, justify content, center. BG Container 10448 F61 E68 display, flex direction, column, align items, center, justify content, center, z-index, 2,147,483,647 important. Zio dreamed of a big gray wolf, clearly influenced by the fairy tale organization. She must have stumbled into the Black Forest during her sleep and gotten chased. But how did tripping in the forest lead her to this desolate plain? Yu Sheng gazed at the surroundings, his suspicions growing. He recalled his previous encounter with Little Red Riding Hood in this same dreamscape. When he woke up, she'd still been here. This time, Zio had arrived before him. This place, it's not just a dream, Yu Sheng muttered. It wasn't a simple figment of imagination, but something more, a place, an awareness space, or perhaps something entirely beyond comprehension. Whenever he dreamed, he had a high chance of coming here. Chapter 175, Old Doubts Resurface. Yu Sheng quickly shook his head, pushing aside the chaotic thoughts cluttering his mind. Whether this was a special consciousness space or truly his dream, the real question now was why Zio appeared here. Naturally, Yu Sheng recalled the two others who had shown up here before, Little Red Riding Hood and Foxy. If he had to count, Irene should also be included, though the little doll had entered using her own dream entry ability. Could it be due to a blood connection? Zio stood nearby, blinking curiously at him, her small face tinged with confusion. Yu Sheng reached out to pat her head gently. He had no idea how to explain this place to a 6-year-old, so he opted not to explain at all. "You're dreaming," he said simply. "Uncle, are you someone I dreamed up?" she asked, tilting her head with curiosity. Yu Sheng froze for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. "Yes, you dreamed me." "Can you turn into X-Rider?" The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu Sheng was caught off guard. "No, I can't." Zio thought for a moment, then turn into Ultra X-Man. He couldn't help but laugh. Squatting down to meet her gaze, he explained solemnly, "Even in dreams, there are things we can't do." "Oh," she gave a small nod, finally letting go of her wild imagination. But a few seconds later, she asked, "What about Rainbow Little X?" "No," Yu Sheng interrupted with a sigh. "Okay, no transforming then," she conceded, sitting down on the ground. She plucked a few blades of grass and began tying them into small knots. Yu Sheng couldn't help but recall Little Red Riding Hood's complaints about this place feeling dull. He crouched beside Zio. "Does it feel a bit boring here?" The little girl nodded but immediately shook her head firmly. "There are no wolves here," she whispered. "It feels better than other dreams." Yu Sheng froze at her words, his mind suddenly thoughtful. Just as he was about to say something more, faint noises reached his ears. It took him a moment to realize they came from the real world. "I have to go now," he told Zio after a quick deliberation. "You'll probably stay here a little longer. When nap time is over, your teacher will wake you. Don't be scared, this place is safe." The girl blinked and waved her little hand politely. "Goodbye, uncle." Yu Sheng released his mental control, allowing his consciousness to fall away from the dream and back to reality. What? He jolted awake, immediately overwhelmed by a heavy pressure on his chest, arms, and legs. As he blinked his eyes open, he saw the culprits, 3 identical Irenes sprawled across him. One was draped over his chest, while the others pinned his arms and a leg. Even with their identical appearances, he instantly recognized the one sprawled across his chest. It was the Rebar Irene. "Get off me, you're going to crush me to death," Yu Sheng grumbled, struggling to shove the dolls away like a man fending off koalas. By the time he freed himself, he felt half his body had gone numb, as if he'd truly been squashed and had only just revived. His phone buzzed incessantly on the nightstand. He reached over, groaning, and checked the screen. Little Red Riding Hood was calling. Ignoring the half-awake complaints of the 3 Irenes, Yu Sheng answered the call. "Hello." Little Red Riding Hood wasted no time getting to the point. Her words, however, caught him completely off guard. "Do you remember our operation at the museum?" Yu Sheng blinked, surprised. He'd been preoccupied with Zio's appearance in his dream and assumed her call was about something unusual at the orphanage. Instead, she brought up the museum incident. It took him a moment to respond. "Yeah, I remember." "Do you also remember how the payment for that mission never arrived?" Now that she mentioned it, Yu Sheng recalled. "Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about that. The payment's still missing. Did something happen? Did you go ask for it? Were they refusing to pay?" As he spoke, he found the abrupt shift in topics unsettling. Recent conversations with Little Red Riding Hood revolved around fairy tale organization matters, like the Black Forest or Big Bad Wolves. Jumping back to the museum event felt jarring. But what she said next made his discomfort vanish entirely. "My client is dead." "What?" Yu Sheng exclaimed. "Since I hadn't received any payment from the Association of Strange Objects, I tried to contact the client. None of the contact methods worked," she explained. "So I reached out to some connections within the association. That's when I learned the client had an accident and passed away a few days ago." Yu Sheng stayed silent, but an unmistakable sense of unease crept in. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Wait, what about the commission for the Weeping One statue?" "I thought of that too," Little Red Riding Hood replied gravely. "The association is a well-established organization with proper protocols. Even if a client dies, they have systems to ensure payouts and follow-ups. But when I checked their records, I found nothing. The commission for the statue doesn't exist." "It was deleted," Yu Sheng's voice lowered. "Possibly. Either the commission was fake from the start, or someone removed it recently. Yu Sheng's brows furrowed deeply as the implications sank in. What? The museum operation had seemed concluded, a closed chapter, despite the chaos of cult sacrifices and angel cultist involvement that followed. But now this unresolved thread was back, unraveling with hints of conspiracy. If the commission had been fake, it could have been a rogue association member trying to pocket the museum's exhibits for personal gain. But if the commission had been legitimate and later erased, the situation grew far more complex. "This feels off," Little Red Riding Hood admitted through the phone. "And since your share of the payment is tied up in this, I thought I'd let you know. Sorry for dragging you into this." "Don't worry about that," Yu Sheng cut in. "What's your next move? You're not letting this slide, are you?" "No, I need to find out how my client died," she said after a pause. "I've worked with him for years. He was the one who introduced me to the association and even helped the previous Little Red Riding Hood. I can't believe he'd pull a stunt like this for profit. His death is suspicious, it feels like." "Like someone silenced him," Yu Sheng finished for her. "Yes. Let's talk in person," he suggested. "Should I come to you or will you come here?" Caught off guard, Little Red Riding Hood stammered. "Oh no, you don't need to trouble yourself. I just wanted to inform you." "Too late, you've piqued my curiosity," Yu Sheng interrupted. "Besides, this is too shady. Even a child laborer's wages got stolen." "Shut up." She was silent, clearly struggling for a comeback but failing. "What?" As the call ended, Yu Sheng sighed, lowering the phone. When he looked up, 3 Irines were sitting neatly on the bed, staring at him intently. "Another problem?" They chimed in unison, drawing out their words. "BG container 10,448 ed 3 ed 0 display. Flex direction, column, align items, center, justify content, center, z-index, 2,147,483,647 important. BGSSB 10,448 margin left, auto, margin right, auto, display, flex, justify content, center. BG container 10448F61E68 display, flex direction, column, align items, center, justify content, center, z-index, 2,147,483,647 important. Yu Sheng rolled his eyes, pointing at the middle doll. "You no more sleeping on my bed." "Why?" "Why, because you nearly crushed me. With your rebar body and stone core, you've squashed me from 167 centimeters to 60. I'm worried you'll crack the bed with one jump. Get down." Before he could say more, the middle Irene's red eyes gleamed as she lunged at him with a loud growl. Chapter 176, Wudong Road number 66, A Place of Mystique. Yu Sheng suddenly regretted creating so many Irenes. Especially when all 3 Irenes jumped on him at once, squealing, scratching, and shouting in chaos. When there were fewer than 2 dolls, Yu Sheng could easily push them off with a flick of his hand. But now, with 3, one of them made of rebar and stone, their collective impact was like being smacked with a bag of cement. Fortunately, Yu Sheng had been eating well and keeping fit lately. If he had been an average guy, 1 pounce from an Irene might have knocked him unconscious. Moments later, Yu Sheng was left with several bite marks on his forehead and 3 chatterbox dolls clinging to him, utterly defeated. "Get off me," he sighed, looking at the trio latched onto his legs, shoulders, and collar. "Especially you with the towel. Your towel is about to fall off." The Irene wrapped in a towel yelped in surprise and, along with the other 2 Irenes, jumped off him. The towel-clad doll stood on the bed, staring up at him. "Hey, where are my clothes?" Yu Sheng rummaged through the bedside drawer and tossed her a patched-up dress. "Here, I fixed your old one. The burnt parts were cut out, and I used decorative frills from the hem to patch up the noticeable spots. It's not perfect, but it'll do until I buy you a new one in a few days." "Cool, thanks," the towel-wrapped doll beamed, grabbing the dress and dashing to the bathroom. "Don't peek." "Why would I?" Yu Sheng rolled his eyes and shouted after her. "I made your bodies, remember." He turned his gaze back to the 2 remaining Irenes who stood on the floor, staring at him intently. Suddenly, Yu Sheng smacked his forehead. "Ah, I forgot to tell Little Red Riding Hood about Zio. I knew I was forgetting something." Zio, that kid from the orphanage," one of the Irenes asked, blinking as she recalled the name. "What happened to her?" "She ended up in that weird dream of mine, you know, the wasteland one," Yu Sheng explained. "She seemed to have fallen into it while trying to escape the wolves in the Black Forest." Yu Sheng recounted his dream and mentioned encountering the hunter's illusion. However, he left out the part where he almost wore the hunter's gear. The Irenes listened, their expressions growing more incredulous. One couldn't hold back her remark. "How are your dreams always this bizarre?" I don't know, Yu Sheng raised his hands helplessly. It's not like I can control them. The two Irenes exchanged doubtful looks. After a pause, one of them tilted her head thoughtfully. Still, your theory about that weird dream being a separate consciousness space makes sense. Based on the patterns so far, it seems less like your personal dream and more like a place you connect to while dreaming. As for Little Red Riding Hood, Zio, and that dumb fox, they might have tapped into your blood's power and gained some kind of permission to access it. So what's that wasteland all about? Yu Sheng frowned. Could it be another otherworldly domain? Both Irenes replied in unison, How would we know if you do? The Irene with the charcoal frame waved dismissively. Forget it. No point guessing blindly. Next time you sleep, I'll guide you and we'll investigate properly. Sounds good, Yu Sheng agreed, glancing at the darkening sky outside the window. But for now, let's focus on that suspicious museum commission. Little Red Riding Hood should be here soon. The Irenes visibly grew serious. I was going to mention this earlier. There's a strong stench of conspiracy behind this, one noted. Yu Sheng arched a brow but said nothing. You've probably sensed it too, the doll continued. If this were just a simple case of a fake commission, it could easily be attributed to some greedy association member tampering with the process to embezzle museum artifacts. But now the commissioner is dead, and the strangest part of all is that ritual in the museum. Yu Sheng's face darkened. He couldn't forget what he had seen at the museum. The sacrificial victim bound in iron thorns in the posture of a weeping one, the blood-stained white exhibition hall, the grotesque security entities, and the incident where Little Red Riding Hood lost control. To make matters worse, it had all happened when Little Red Riding Hood was nearing her, coming of age, a time when she was most vulnerable to the Black Forest's pull. Shadows of wolves flitted through the old residential area behind the bustling commercial district. From the busy main roads to the quiet, dilapidated streets, the pack moved silently, eventually reaching the desolate lot at Wudong Road, number 66. Amid them, Little Red Riding Hood emerged, her eyes locking onto the house ahead. She froze, though she had prepared herself for the reality of Yu Sheng's blood affecting her perception. Seeing the once empty space now occupied by a fortress-like domain was surreal. Where a graffiti-covered low wall once stood, a grand old house now loomed. The wolves dissolved into shadows as Little Red Riding Hood approached. Before she could knock, the plain-looking door opened, and Yu Sheng greeted her with a smile. I saw you from the second-floor window. Come in. Still dazed, Little Red Riding Hood stepped inside. It was her third visit to this house. From her initial awkwardness to a slightly uneasy second visit, she now felt oddly familiar with the place. But her composure shattered when 3 Irenes descended the stairs, one by one, greeting her as they went. Her eyes widened as she rubbed them vigorously, but when she looked again there were still 3 dolls. 2 ran off to watch TV, while the third approached her. You're spacing out, the doll teased. Why is there another one? Little Red Riding Hood turned to Yu Sheng, dumbfounded. Oh yeah, there's a new one, Yu Sheng replied casually. She's a combat-specialized model made for fighting entities like hunger and evil wolves. I call her Irene MK. As Yu Sheng explained, the Irenes protested. Don't give us random designations. At least call me something cooler like Valkyrie type. Yu Sheng's lips twitched as he suppressed a retort. A 66.6 cm doll calling herself a Valkyrie? Even a Valkyrie's shield spirit would be taller than her. But he didn't dare say it aloud. Facing 3 Irenes in attack formation was no joke. By the time Yu Sheng led Little Red Riding Hood to the living room, she was still trying to process everything. Foxy walked in with a plate of washed fruit, placing it on the coffee table. Yu Sheng immediately inspected the fruit for bite marks. Not that he didn't trust Foxy, but if she had snacked on them, she wouldn't serve leftovers. More likely, she would eat an entire bowl in the kitchen and bring only the untouched ones. Unaware of Yu Sheng's thoughts, Little Red Riding Hood thanked Foxy but noticed something odd. Among the 9 fluffy tails behind her, one drooped limply as though broken. Yu Sheng noticed too. What's up with your tail? Is it hurt? BG container 10,448 ed 3 ed 0 display. Flex direction, column, align items, center, justify content, center, z-index, 2,147,483,647 important. BGSSB 10,448 margin left, auto, margin right, auto, display, flex, justify content, center. BG Container 10448F61E68 Display. Flex Direction, Column, Align Items, Center, Justify Content, Center, Z-Index, 2,147,483,647, Important. Foxy beamed, lifting her tails to show him. Look, no more static electricity. Yu Sheng blinked, touching the drooping tail before understanding. Oh, it's a ground wire, he explained to Little Red Riding Hood, who was utterly baffled. She was starting to think she'd gotten used to Wudong Road number 66, but the place always managed to surprise her. Whether it was the ever-increasing number of Irenes or the quirky nine-tailed fox grounding herself to combat winter static, this house exuded a unique kind of eccentricity. Her musings were interrupted when Yu Sheng asked, Little Red Riding Hood, have you ever made enemies before? Chapter 177, Walking with the Wolves. Have you ever offended anyone? The sudden question from Yu Sheng left Little Red Riding Hood momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she realized why he had asked. Frowning, she replied, Are you suggesting that the museum incident was a trap specifically targeting me? I'm not trying to sound paranoid, but there are a lot of suspicious things about this case. The most suspicious of all is why it landed on you in the first place. Remember the ritual inside the museum? If I, Foxy, and Irene hadn't helped stall that evil wolf that emerged from the shadows, you would have completely lost control, Yu Sheng said seriously. The only reason you went to the museum and ended up in the White Exhibition Hall was because you took on a commission to retrieve a collectible. And it was time-sensitive. Now we've found out that the commission was fake. That level of coincidence is highly suspect. The ritual was orchestrated by two angel cultists. Little Red Riding Hood's expression turned grim, as she had always despised dealing with those lunatics. You mean to say that the followers of the Dark Angel set a trap just for me? Why? That doesn't make any sense. That's why I asked if you've offended anyone. What could I have done to offend someone enough to be targeted by lunatics like them? Little Red Riding Hood furrowed her brow deeply. You know I never deal with anything related to the Dark Angel. Most of the time, I just take small commissions from official channels. In fact, over half of my commissions come from the Special Affairs Bureau. Even within the fairy tale organization, we maintain cautious external communications. At most, we have competitors in the spirit realm detective field, but that doesn't escalate to enemies. Then there's another possibility. You might not have offended the angel cultists, but you may hold value that caught their attention, Yu Sheng pondered. After all, you said they're lunatics. Their logic doesn't align with normal people's. They might believe you're somehow useful to their cuz, and that's why they acted. Little Red Riding Hood fell silent, seemingly lost in thought and doubt. Knowing his thoughts were veering wildly, Yu Sheng cleared his throat to shift the conversation. Let's focus on the commission itself. What do you know so far? I contacted the client directly. In hindsight, since I knew the client well, I didn't verify the commission details thoroughly this time, Little Red Riding Hood admitted with a sigh. The electronic commission document I received did have the Association of Strange Objects' seal and a one-time serial number. However, it wasn't issued directly by their liaison department. Instead, the client forwarded it to me using a personal account. We've done this before, so I didn't think much of it at the time. Yu Sheng frowned. Doesn't such a major organization prohibit these loopholes? In principle, yes, but in practice, it's hard to avoid, especially at the year's end. Large organizations like the Association of Strange Objects have strict deadlines for outsourcing projects. To meet those deadlines, the people responsible often push out tasks as quickly as possible. That way, they can use the timestamp for priority during budget reconciliation. Everyone's under KPI pressure. So it boils down to something that mundane, Yu Sheng exclaimed. Little Red Riding Hood glanced at the nine-tailed fox, dragging one of her tails along the ground. Your fox walks like that for practical reasons too, doesn't she? Fair enough, Yu Sheng quickly conceded but couldn't help lamenting. The world truly is one giant circus troupe. Rubbing his temples, he contemplated briefly before looking up. So, there's no way to confirm whether the initial commission was falsified by the client, or if someone higher up in the Association of Strange Objects acted as a mole and erased the records after issuing it. Little Red Riding Hood shook her head. No way to confirm for now, but the Special Affairs Bureau will undoubtedly investigate. Loopholes like this may go unnoticed under normal circumstances, but now that something's gone wrong, it'll be scrutinized from top to bottom. We'll need to get updates from the Special Affairs Bureau later, Yu Sheng muttered before asking, what about the client who forwarded the commission? What's their situation? Details are unclear. From what I've heard, they fell from a high place, hit their head, and died on the spot, Little Red Riding Hood explained. I've arranged to visit their home tonight. They lived alone, but their nephew is currently handling the funeral arrangements. I'll go with you, Yu Sheng said immediately. Little Red Riding Hood hesitated. Are you planning to? See if we can ask anything, Yu Sheng replied gravely. Like we did at the museum, I'm not sure about the conditions for those dead conversations, but it's worth trying our luck. After some thought, Little Red Riding Hood nodded. All right, shall we leave now? Now, Yu Sheng stood up, then glanced at Irene, who was sitting nearby. You and Foxy stay home this time, I'll handle it. Irene protested immediately. Why can't I go? Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. We're going to a deceased person's home. Do you think bringing a doll along is appropriate? Though displeased, Irene had to agree. She plopped back onto the couch. Fine, but I'm using your computer to play games. Go ahead, but use your own account. Don't touch my personal files. Got it. After leaving instructions for Irene, Yu Sheng turned to find Foxy standing behind him, looking concerned. Benefactor, are you sure you don't need me? I can fight. Yu Sheng's eye twitched. He reassured her, emphasizing that this was an investigation, not a battle. Fighting, whether with the deceased or their family, would be entirely inappropriate. As Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood left Wudong Road No. 66, Yu Sheng glanced back several times during the short walk to the street. You seem uneasy, Little Red Riding Hood remarked. It's my first time leaving Foxy and Irene alone. I'm worried I'll come back to find the place demolished, Yu Sheng admitted. She's a nine-tailed fox, not a husky with 9 tails, Little Red Riding Hood sighed. And Irene seems responsible enough. She just gets a bit rash sometimes. Clearly, you don't know her well. She once nearly cooked herself and almost set the house on fire, Yu Sheng said, shaking his head. What? You'll see one day, Yu Sheng replied. For now, let's move on. How are we getting there? To save time and avoid complications, Little Red Riding Hood invited Yu Sheng to travel with her shadow wolves. Standing in a secluded alley, Yu Sheng eyed the towering shadow wolf before him, its body shifting with dark, ethereal outlines. Are you sure this thing doesn't bite? He asked skeptically. And can it even carry people? It can carry people, Little Red Riding Hood said flatly, sensing the wolf's nervousness. And for the record, it's more worried about you biting it. What's that supposed to mean? Yu Sheng huffed. Do I look like someone with no standards? Little Red Riding Hood silently mounted her wolf, leaving Yu Sheng to clamber onto his. As he settled in, he remarked, This thing's trembling. Are you sure it can handle weight? With a wry smile, Little Red Riding Hood smacked the wolf's head. Coward. BG Container 10448 ed 3 ed 0 display. Flex. Flex direction. Column. Align items. Center. Justify content. Center. Z-index. 2,147,483,647 important. BGSSB 10,448 margin left. Auto. Margin right. Auto. Display. Flex. Justify content. Center. BG Container 10448 F61 E68 display. Flex. Flex direction. Column. Align items. Center. Justify content. Center. Z-index. 2,147,483,647. Important. BG Container 10,448,222 EB6 display. Flex. Flex direction. Column. Align items. Center. Justify content. Center. Z-index. 2,147,483,647. Important. Let's go, she commanded the pack. Before Yu Sheng could ask how to control the wolf or replicate Little Red Riding Hood's shadow-jumping technique, his vision suddenly shifted. The world around him transformed. Colors faded into shades of black and white. The cityscape dissolved into silhouettes, roads replaced by disjointed shadow bridges. The once orderly scenery fragmented, twisting into a surreal, mirrored maze. The wolves leapt gracefully, carrying them into this bizarre monochrome realm. Chapter 178. Door-to-Door Investigation. This was an extraordinary experience for Yu Sheng, unlike anything he had ever encountered, walking with a wolf pack, weaving through the chaotic reflections of the city. Distorted outlines of buildings sped past his vision, as the entire boundary city seemed to break into countless fragmented and drifting pieces in this shadowy realm. Buildings and streets jumbled together chaotically. Distant neighborhoods might connect at the next corner, while once adjacent houses were separated into different fragments. The light-footed wolves darted through these inverted and disordered urban structures, gliding along invisible roads and leaping across intersections with ease. A streak of red appeared from the corner of his vision. Little Red Riding Hood turned her head toward him, her face glowing with delight. "Isn't it amazing?" "It's incredible," Yu Sheng admitted sincerely. "Is this what you usually see when you go out?" "We only use it for long trips," Little Red Riding Hood replied happily. "Sometimes I even take other members of the fairy tale organization along on tasks with the wolf pack. You're the first outsider I've invited." "Well, I'm honored. So, do you usually handle transportation for others, too?" Little Red Riding Hood waved a hand dismissively. "No choice. Nobody at the orphanage can drive, and taxis are way too expensive." Yu Sheng glanced at the girl riding alongside him on a wolf and pressed his lips together before blurting out loudly, "You can get your driver's license next month." Little Red Riding Hood froze for a moment. Then she suddenly burst into laughter, shouting back, "Yes, I can get my driver's license next month." The shadows receded, and their forms materialized in the fading twilight. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood emerged from the shadows of a building. "It's not as fast as your door or the Special Affairs Bureau's shortcuts, but at least it's quicker than a cab, right?" Little Red Riding Hood looked back at Yu Sheng with a smile. Yu Sheng checked his phone and found it had only been a little over 10 minutes since they'd left Wudong Road number 66. Impressively fast. "Which way now?" he asked, gazing at the towering buildings before him. This bustling part of the city was filled with high-rises, vastly different from the old district he was familiar with. "Over there," Little Red Riding Hood pointed to a tall building ahead. "Old Zheng lived alone on an upper floor here. It's close to the Association of Strange Objects office. The building has tight security, so we'll need to register with the guards at the entrance. I've already notified Old Zheng's nephew. Just say you were a friend of Old Zheng and you're accompanying me." Old Zheng was the liaison Little Red Riding Hood had mentioned. Yu Sheng committed her instructions to memory and followed her along the narrow paths of the apartment complex. They entered a high-rise that screamed luxury. At the entryway to the elevator lobby, Yu Sheng spotted the security guard Little Red Riding Hood had mentioned, a young man with a stoic expression who handed out 2 visitor registration forms through a small window. Yu Sheng filled out his form cooperatively, glancing curiously at Little Red Riding Hood's form. He froze for a moment. After submitting the forms and being cleared by the guard, Yu Sheng waited until they were alone to quietly ask her, "Who's Wang Jia?" Little Red Riding Hood stopped in her tracks and looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes. After a long pause, she said, "That's me." "Yu Sheng." "Little Red Riding Hood." The two stared at each other in mutual confusion for several seconds before Little Red Riding Hood was the first to snap out of it. "You didn't think my last name was Little, did you?" Yu Sheng tried hard to keep a straight face, his expression twisting between composure and disbelief. "For a moment there, I thought Wang Jia was some alias you used for field work." "Little Red Riding Hood is the alias," she nearly shouted, her eyes wide. "Who in their right mind is actually named Little Red Riding Hood? Of course, I have a real name." Yu Sheng opened his mouth, then let out an awkward laugh, waving it off as though nothing had happened. In truth, he hadn't expected this at all. From the day they'd met, he'd only known her as Little Red Riding Hood. They'd gone on several missions together, exploring museums, battling in the Black Forest, and there had never been a reason to share real names. Over time, the name Little Red Riding Hood had become so natural that he never even questioned it. The awkwardness lingered as they entered the elevator and reached the door of Old Zheng's former residence. Little Red Riding Hood rang the doorbell, and moments later, a tired-looking young man opened the door. He had messy black hair, wore a t-shirt and pants, and looked unremarkable, though his face bore a faint resemblance to the man in the black-and-white portrait on the living room table. The man said little, exchanging a few words with Little Red Riding Hood before stepping aside to let them in. Yu Sheng immediately noticed the portrait, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with neatly combed hair, a slightly round face, and a faint smile. He bore a subtle resemblance to the young man who had greeted them. This was Old Zheng, a member of the Association of Strange Objects, and a familiar contact for 2 generations of Little Red Riding Hoods. In the portrait, he looked like any ordinary middle-aged man. Turning away from the portrait, Yu Sheng surveyed the room. The apartment was modestly furnished, with a straightforward layout. Beyond the entryway lay the living room, one side connected to a semi-open kitchen and the other leading to the bedroom and bathroom. A small balcony with well-kept plants hinted at the care its late owner had given to his home. Aside from the portrait, there were no signs of death or mourning in the apartment. Yu Sheng voiced his doubt. "My uncle didn't like grand ceremonies," the young man explained, handing them glasses of water. "He specifically requested no funeral, just a quick burial." Little Red Riding Hood frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. Before she could speak, Yu Sheng asked, "He made these arrangements himself, did he?" Yu Sheng glanced at the portrait. It made sense for an elderly person to leave behind such instructions, but based on what Little Red Riding Hood had said, old Zheng was under 50 and in good health. Why would someone like that make end-of-life arrangements? "I know why you're here," the young man interrupted with a sigh. He sat down on the sofa opposite them. "I won't hide it, my uncle seemed to sense something before his accident. About half a month ago he called me and gave me a lot of instructions, but he refused to elaborate, saying no one had harmed him and that everything was as it should be." Yu Sheng exchanged a glance with Little Red Riding Hood. This contact definitely had secrets. But was the false commission that nearly caused Little Red Riding Hood to lose control really a trap set by him? Their previously straightforward suspicion now felt shaken. The nephew's account of old Zheng's cryptic words only raised more questions. "Where is old Zheng now?" Little Red Riding Hood hesitated before breaking the silence. "Can we see him?" The young man pointed to a small cabinet nearby, where an urn sat. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood were stunned. "What, he's already been cremated?" Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed, her eyes wide. "That's so." "He requested it," the young man explained, lifting his head to look at them. "I'm not from your world, so I don't understand the rules or taboos involved, but I know what my uncle did for a living. He dealt with strange and dangerous things, so I didn't dare ignore his wishes." Little Red Riding Hood opened her mouth but couldn't find the right words. Instead, she glanced at Yu Sheng. "Your conversation with the dead," she whispered, leaning toward him. "Can it work here?" Yu Sheng was equally taken aback. "That requires blood contact. I wasn't expecting this." "So what now?" Little Red Riding Hood asked, her tone incredulous. "The man's been cremated. Do you still want to try?" Yu Sheng's eye twitched as he glanced at the deceased's nephew and muttered, "Should I grab a handful of someone's relative's ashes right in front of them?" Little Red Riding Hood fell silent. The young man, seemingly oblivious to their hushed exchange, stood up suddenly after a long moment of thought. "I'm going out to buy something. Feel free to look around." Yu Sheng hesitated, then nodded when the young man added, "I sorted through my uncle's belongings. The books he read and the notes he wrote are on the desk in the bedroom. If you're interested, take a look, but please don't make a mess. I plan to keep some of those." "Understood, thank you," Yu Sheng replied earnestly. "You're welcome. I hope you find something useful. I'll be leaving in a few days, so make the most of your time here." Chapter 179, The Secret Letter. The weary young man pushed the door open and left, leaving the living room in silence. After a few seconds, Yu Sheng broke the quiet first. "He's clearly making things easier for us, so where should we start?" Little Red Riding Hood didn't reply but stood up and approached a low cabinet. She carefully picked up an urn placed on top of it. "Let's try." This time Yu Sheng hesitated at her suggestion. "Do we really have to try?" "This is for old Zheng," she said calmly. "If he really had something important left unsaid, this might be the only chance to find out." Looking at her serious expression, Yu Sheng sighed softly, pushing aside his hesitation. He reached out toward the urn. After a moment, he shook his head gently. As expected, nothing happened. Little Red Riding Hood blinked, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. However, she quickly let out a resigned breath. "Well, it's not like everything in life comes easily." She turned and placed the urn back into the cabinet with care, then bowed deeply toward it before facing Yu Sheng again. "I'm a bit surprised, though. You usually act without thinking about consequences, even risking your life at times. Why are you being so cautious and serious now?" "This is different," Yu Sheng replied solemnly. "A person's death happens only once. That single moment of life and death is something to be taken seriously." Little Red Riding Hood stared at Yu Sheng for a few seconds, as if reevaluating him. After a while, she looked away and gestured toward the bedroom. "Let's check what's in there." The two entered the room and soon found the items the young man mentioned. On a desk by the window sat a stack of old books, several notebooks, and a mix of tags, letters, and scraps of paper. Yu Sheng picked up a notebook, flipping through its pages. The handwriting was neat and meticulous, hinting at the writer's personality and habits. He looked up and noticed a series of neatly arranged wooden shelves along the wall. The shelves held various crafts, including ceramic pieces, metal ornaments, and even 2 anime figurines. Little Red Riding Hood followed his gaze, glanced at the shelves, and waved dismissively. Don't bother. Something like the Weeping One statue, an abnormal collection item, wouldn't be left here. In fact, that statue's whereabouts are currently unknown. The Association of Strange Objects is looking for it. It's either hidden in one of old Zheng's secret stashes or already on the black market. I was just amazed at how broad old Zheng's hobbies were, Yu Sheng said with a shake of his head. Those figurines don't look cheap. I don't get it, Little Red Riding Hood muttered, turning her attention back to the books and notes. Yu Sheng focused as well, flipping through the materials. Most of the books were about art and collectibles. 2 heavily annotated ones contained old Zheng's personal insights on topics he found interesting. The notes, however, were scattered and mundane, ranging from daily life details to work memos, with nothing particularly remarkable. Yu Sheng's gaze shifted to the scraps of paper and letters. He was surprised to see handwritten letters in an era dominated by digital communication. Some of the letters appeared quite recent, clearly sent not long ago. He picked up the most recent one, its date marked just 3 days ago. The paper was slightly crumpled at the edges as if someone had gripped it tightly. Yet the contents were unremarkable, just some casual greetings and discussions about collectibles. The sender's name was obviously a pseudonym. Anything unusual about this letter? Little Red Riding Hood asked curiously. The content seems fine, Yu Sheng muttered, frowning. Something about the letter nagged at him, though he couldn't pinpoint what. He turned it over repeatedly, unable to find anything unusual. However, his intuition wouldn't let him ignore the sense of something being off. Maybe try burning it or soaking it in water, Little Red Riding Hood suggested, thinking aloud. Classic encryption methods for letters. No way, if this is really a secret letter, it might have important clues that could be destroyed, Yu Sheng said, frowning deeper. Now that I think about it, we should have brought Irene along. She's always good with weird occult stuff. Little Red Riding Hood considered this and hesitantly suggested, should we fetch her now? Your door ability would make it easy. Yu Sheng, caught in his own thoughts, realized she was right. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone, notified the Special Affairs Bureau, then raised his hand and opened a smaller-than-usual phantom door in the air. Beyond the door was the living room of Wudong Road, number 66, where Irene sat on a couch, staring blankly. Huh, what's going on? Come help, Yu Sheng said, reaching through to grab the little doll. Hey, I was watching TV. Her protest was cut short as she was placed on the desk. The abrupt scene change left her momentarily stunned. But within moments she snapped out of it, glaring. Yu Sheng, you jerk, you can't just yank me out of nowhere. I was watching TV right at the crucial part where... Yu Sheng interrupted her rant, speaking quickly. Those 2 idiots you're watching both die soon, but a dumber villain appears next. You'll be even angrier. The female lead ends up sacrificing herself with the male lead's cousin, while the male lead and the female lead's cousin cling to each other. In the spin-off, they die too. Irene froze, her expression blank. Then she exploded. What kind of trashy show is this? Before she could continue her outburst, Yu Sheng pressed her back down. This is serious. I need your help. His grave tone instantly deflated her anger. Irene puffed up her chest proudly. I knew you couldn't manage without me. What's the issue? Yu Sheng pointed to the desk. These letters. My gut says there's something wrong with them, but I can't figure out what. Irene glanced at the papers and looked puzzled. Well, did you unfold it yet? Both Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood stared blankly. Unfold. With an exasperated sigh, Irene picked up the letter. This paper is folded, can't you tell? She held the edges of the letter and gently pulled. A faint sound of paper rubbing filled the room. Phantom flames danced on the surface of the letter. The seemingly ordinary sheet of paper began to unfold, revealing lines of previously invisible text. Yu Sheng's eyes widened in shock as new words gradually appeared among the old ones. However, before the entire message became clear, the unfolding stopped abruptly. Yu Sheng looked up, confused. Why'd you stop? Irene grimaced. My arms are too short. Yu Sheng's eye twitched. Fine, I'll grab another one of you to help. No need, I'm in the middle of a raid back there. Irene quickly stopped him. You do it, just pull gently, no special technique required. Even an ordinary person can do it. Go slow, though, this paper feels fragile. Pull too hard and it'll tear. Following her instructions, Yu Sheng carefully unfolded the letter. Finally, the hidden message was fully revealed. Before X date, make sure she enters the White Exhibition Hall. Miracles and blessings await her there. The curse she bears will be lifted, granting her freedom of body and soul. We have prepared the ritual. There's no need to worry about safety. Just as you care for those children, we too aim to use the safest and most effective method to dispel the malicious curse of the fairy tale. We understand your doubts. People often misunderstand us. Yes, there are misguided believers, those seduced by power or driven by ignorance. These fools have distorted the envoy's intentions, and some even follow false envoys. They commit heinous acts, tarnishing our reputation. This is tragic and unjust. But you have seen the truth. You have witnessed the purity and benevolence of the envoy. We showed you its power and intent. You heard it speak, saw its miracles, and acknowledged its sincerity. Let go of your doubts. If you decide to proceed, ignite the blank letter we left you. Use a scented candle infused with rose essence. P.S. Do not buy from Exquisite Pavilion. They are disgraceful frauds. The envoy's wrath will eventually fall upon such despicable, greedy merchants. Humbly and truthfully, servant of the angel. Chapter 180, Traces. Irene released her grip, and the unfurled secret letter immediately ignited in layers of illusory flames. In a blink, the flames collapsed inward, folding into an ordinary piece of stationery. Yu Sheng, however, remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the paper with a solemn expression, his thoughts deep and heavy. It took a long while before Little Red Riding Hood's voice broke the silence beside him. Old Zheng, it really was him. The girl's tone was hesitant and resistant, clearly unsettled by the revelation. She had come here seeking answers, but now that she had found them, the truth was far from what she had hoped for. The sacrificial ritual in the white exhibition hall had indeed been a trap meant for her. The person who had lured her into the trap was none other than her trusted contact. From the words written in the letter, it wasn't hard to discern that old Zheng, the contact in question, had likely been deceived and manipulated. The signature reads Servant of the Angel. It's obvious the author of this letter belongs to those angel cultists, the same ones conducting the ritual in the exhibition hall, Yu Sheng said calmly as he shook the letter. The reason they use letters for communication is probably to leverage this particular kind of magic for concealment. The recipient of this letter was definitely thoroughly fooled, Irene added. Blessings, lifting curses, goodwill being misunderstood by the world, classic cult rhetoric. Sometimes it actually works. Yu Sheng glanced at Little Red Riding Hood's conflicted expression, deliberated briefly, and then said, Based on the content of the letter, it seems old Zheng wasn't aware it was a trap. He likely thought he was helping you, perhaps he's been trying to help you for a long time, and ended up falling into their clutches because of it. Little Red Riding Hood listened silently, not speaking. After a while she finally muttered, breaking the quiet, Someone who deals with strange objects and otherworldly phenomena all the time, how could he fall for something like this? How long has he been duped? Likely quite some time, Yu Sheng replied, recalling the contents of the letter. It mentions personal witnessing, which suggests old Zheng didn't just rely on the promises of the angel cultists. He may have participated in certain rituals, or at least encountered something related to the Dark Angels. By the time he led you to the exhibition hall, he was already deeply entangled. Yu Sheng paused before continuing, and this letter reveals another critical detail. Those cultists weren't targeting you alone. They're after the fairy tale organization you're connected to. Little Red Riding Hood said nothing, her gaze shifting to the other notes and scraps of paper scattered around. Irene, Yu Sheng called out, see if there's anything else hidden among these papers like this letter. On it, Irene replied, sitting down amid the clutter on the table and sifting through the materials. She searched thoroughly but came up empty-handed. Nothing here. The rest are just ordinary items, including these few letters. It seems traditional correspondence is simply a personal habit of this individual, the little doll said, her legs swinging over the edge of the table. She scanned the room again and added, I've also checked the room. It doesn't seem like there's anything noteworthy. Yu Sheng wasn't surprised by this outcome. It seemed anything directly related to the angel cultists had already been moved or destroyed, leaving only this one letter unaddressed. However, Yu Sheng wasn't disheartened. He began meticulously examining every corner of the room. The absence of overt evidence didn't mean there were no clues left behind. If the contact had delved so deeply into the cult's influence, it would undoubtedly have left traces. Habitual changes, unconscious marks, snippets in journals. People inevitably leave marks behind. It's impossible to erase everything. Realizing his intent, Little Red Riding Hood joined in, inspecting various corners of the room. She even summoned her wolves to search for subtle clues beyond human perception. Irene began combing through the papers and books on the desk. Though they appeared mundane, clues might be hidden in plain sight. Suddenly, a shadow wolf stopped in the center of the room, growling low and pawing at a rug by the bed. Little Red Riding Hood frowned instantly, stepping forward to lift the rug in one swift motion. Nothing was hidden underneath, but faint, hard-to-discern marks were visible on the floor. Strange symbols and lines, forming a 1-meter diameter circle, faintly tinged with dark red. They appeared to have been carefully scrubbed, leaving only faint traces. Perhaps the repeated scrubbing attempts had inadvertently preserved their outlines. "It looks like it was drawn with blood," Little Red Riding Hood said, her brows furrowed as she studied the faint markings. "This is a basic spirit summoning ritual. Without the accompanying offerings or chants, it's difficult to trace what it was used to communicate with." "Could it have been to contact the Dark Angels?" Yu Sheng asked curiously. "Hard to say," Little Red Riding Hood replied, shaking her head. "You know I stay away from this kind of thing. From what I've heard, those angel cultists claim to communicate with the messengers. But most of the time, they're just hallucinating from overindulgence in drugs. The Dark Angels rarely respond to humans, or when they do, it's by driving them insane." She paused, her expression darkening. As for someone like old Zheng, a clear novice who's been duped into using a basic summoning ritual, it's unlikely he made actual contact. It's probably another layer of deception by the cultists to convince him he could truly hear the divine will. Yu Sheng listened without commenting, crouching silently to examine the faint red traces. After a moment, he retrieved a small knife from his pocket and made a small cut on his hand. Bright red blood dripped onto the floor. Little Red Riding Hood jumped, instinctively reaching out to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't mess with." The blood was absorbed instantly by the faint marks on the floor, like water on a sponge. The distant sound of Little Red Riding Hood's exclamation stretched into a prolonged, broken noise. Yu Sheng looked up to find the room veiled in a translucent haze, as though caught in a dimension slowly detaching from reality. Little Red Riding Hood and Irene appeared as shadowy figures in the distance, their movements seemingly stretched into infinity. Rubbing his eyes, Yu Sheng stood, surprised but unfazed. After witnessing countless bizarre phenomena, he had grown almost unnervingly unshakable. Gradually, the hazy veil lifted. The room remained the same, but everything was now tinged with a grayish pallor. The sunlight streaming through the window had turned into a pale, dim glow that illuminated nothing beyond the frame. Then Yu Sheng's eyes widened. In the shadows untouched by the dim light, words began to emerge on the walls and floor. Like projections of someone's intense thoughts etched into this strange dimension, the words spread in all directions, covering every visible surface. "I wanted to help them. I visited the orphanage again after months, another familiar face gone. The tree planted by the last Little Red Riding Hood has grown tall. Today, a new child approached me. She said she's the new Little Red Riding Hood. She's only 14. She said she needs a job. No one can help. Not the Special Affairs Bureau, not the Association. I've collected and studied so much on lifting curses and fighting nightmares, but it's all useless. Then someone came to me. They said they could help. They seemed suspicious. I suspected ties to some illegal sect, but they showed me things." The words stretched across the floor, walls, and even into the air, filling Yu Sheng's vision. Then, as silently as they had appeared, they began to fade. A strange, slow, slithering sound came from above. Yu Sheng raised his head cautiously toward the source of the noise. The ceiling had split open at some point, revealing a circular hole corresponding to the dark red markings on the floor. From the hole came a deep, chaotic noise, accompanied by the eerie sound of something sliding against a surface. A long, slender appendage, covered in grotesque bumps and intricate patterns, extended downward. The tentacle pulsed silently, probing the air, slowly inching toward Yu Sheng. Chapter 181, Bewitching. In the dimly lit, gray-hued room, shrouded in an oppressive gloom that sunlight could not penetrate, countless dense symbols dissolved into the air. From a gaping void in the ceiling emerged an ugly, grotesque tentacle. Slowly swelling and contracting, it swayed ominously in the air, inching ever closer to Yu Sheng's position. His heart clenched instantly, and he took 2 cautious steps back. Although he'd encountered his fair share of grotesque and eerie entities lately, this scene still sent shivers down his spine. The tentacle's revolting appearance was especially hard to stomach. Even with his vivid imagination, Yu Sheng couldn't conceive a way to make the thing look less nauseating, even with artistic liberties. The sight hit Yu Sheng like a punch to the gut. The tentacle wavered clumsily in the air a few times, seemingly losing its focus on its target. It then resumed its slow, aimless motion, expanding and contracting as though sleepwalking in a blind trance. Yu Sheng tried to steady his nerves, keeping a cautious distance from the appendage as he moved along the wall. He maneuvered carefully, ensuring to stay out of its perceived path, before finding himself on its other side. The dark room rippled faintly, as though his movements had disturbed the surreal fabric of a bizarre dream. The ripples spread outward, casting faint, glowing patterns along the surface of the tentacle. This must be what old Zheng had once touched, what he had supposedly summoned using a crude, spirit-summoning technique under the influence of those angel cultists. Was this their so-called messenger? Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then cautiously edged half a step closer to the tentacle. Ensuring the distance wouldn't provoke it, he scrutinized its surface and the bizarre void from which it emerged. If the contents of the secret letter were accurate, and if the cultist's spirit-summoning claims were true, then this thing was likely a part of a dark angel. Although Little Red Riding Hood had previously stated that real dark angels would never respond to a human's call, Bai Li Qing had mentioned that cultists could indeed touch angels under specific conditions. This might involve brushing against a fragment of their essence, summoning a mere projection, or even hallucinating a disembodied limb or hearing a murky voice. The void in the ceiling was dense with shadowy darkness, concealing the body to which the tentacle was connected. Yu Sheng could only make out a faint outline of the structure closest to the opening. It confirmed that the tentacle was part of something much larger, lurking silently in the void beyond human perception and reason. The appendage twisted blindly in the air, swaying past Yu Sheng once again. Should he try? Touch it? The thought crossed his mind, bold and reckless, startling even himself. Logic screamed at him to stay away from something so visibly sinister and dangerous. Both Little Red Riding Hood and Irene had warned him not to engage with anything tied to dark angels, as they were the very embodiment of chaos and madness. Yet touching it might yield valuable information. He might glimpse what old Zheng had seen. Touch it, it doesn't look hostile. The tentacle has shown no aggression. Touch it, even if there are consequences, they shouldn't be severe. This is just a strange dreamscape, and the thing before him is likely a mere illusion. Touch it, a mere mortal had once done so and sensed kindness and sincerity from it. If things felt off, he could simply let go and step away. Just one touch. Yu Sheng frowned, glancing around the room. What the hell is this voice rambling about? The mysterious whispers that had been tempting him suddenly vanished. Just like the failed attempts of the X090 graphics cards, limited edition controllers, and ultimate fishing spots on the Black Forest trails to lure him before. Blinking, Yu Sheng quickly decided against touching the sinister tentacle. In fact, without the strange voice pushing him, he might have grabbed it impulsively by now. But just as he calmed himself and prepared to examine another part of the room, a chilling sensation swept through his senses. The next moment, Yu Sheng felt a familiar coldness wrapping around his limbs, slowly penetrating his flesh and spreading within. It seemed to pull at him, dragging him backward. Reflexively stepping back, he saw countless black threads appear out of nowhere, unfurling from the air around him. Some were already entwined around his arms and legs. Irene's voice cut through his mind like a sharp blade. Yu Sheng, what are you spacing out for? A sharp pain stabbed through his head, jolting him back. The room's grim tones dissolved like water, and within moments the normal world's colors returned. Sunlight flooded through the windows, warming the space and dispelling the lingering cold. Turning around, Yu Sheng found himself standing by the dark red circle, where Little Red Riding Hood remained in her previous spot. Irene stood nearby, her arms outstretched, threads of black trailing from her fingertips to his body. Yu Sheng blinked, stunned. Then Irene stormed toward him, furious. Yu Sheng, you idiot, can you stop trying to experiment every single time? What if trying gets you killed? If you insist on trying, at least give us a heads up first. Are you okay? Little Red Riding Hood approached as well, her face tense. You froze suddenly, then started fading. Irene said your consciousness was being pulled away. Yu Sheng hastily caught Irene as she fumed, soothing her with difficulty before managing to speak. I'm fine, I'm fine. Wait, I was almost dragged away. Really? He glanced down at himself nervously but found no visible abnormalities. Yet seeing the worry on Little Red Riding Hood's face and Irene's exasperation convinced him that the situation had been dangerous. Though the tentacle hadn't bewitched him, Merely lingering in that eerie gray space seemed to have almost caused him to lose himself. "Of course it's true," Irene grumbled, tugging at his hair. "If I hadn't pulled you back, you'd be gone by now, and don't give me that nonsense about dying and respawning or reopening a door. What if you really screwed up this time?" "What did you see?" Little Red Riding Hood asked seriously. "Did the crude spirit-summoning ritual actually call something?" Yu Sheng steadied himself, his expression turning grim. "I saw a tentacle and another version of this room. It seems your contact." Old Zhang was completely deceived. He recounted everything he had seen and experienced in the bizarre illusion, including the tentacle's attempt to bewitch him. When he finished, the room fell silent. Irene stared at Yu Sheng in disbelief. "You weren't affected at all." Yu Sheng frowned. "What kind of question is that? Isn't it good that I was?" "Normally, this is the part in the story where you'd zone out, almost get eaten by some eldritch abomination, and then I'd heroically save you with my powers. Afterward, you bow in gratitude and vow eternal servitude." Yu Sheng promptly tuned out Irene's ranting. Instead, he turned to Little Red Riding Hood, who had been standing there with a complex expression, silent since his account. Irene finally quieted as well, and the room was heavy with unspoken thoughts. After a long pause, Little Red Riding Hood sighed softly. "Old Zheng has been our contact for a long time," she said quietly. Yu Sheng nodded. "Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. He's closely tied to the orphanage. Years ago, he worked there as a volunteer before joining the Association of Strange Objects or becoming an expert in anomalies. He secured many of the commissions the fairy tale organization handled. His terms were always the best." She trailed off, lost in thought. "But I never really understood him. Most of what I know about his past comes from the older staff at the orphanage." Yu Sheng wasn't sure what to say, and silence filled the room again. Then they heard the sound of the front door opening. Old Zheng's nephew had returned. Yu Sheng glanced at Irene, who immediately gestured toward him. "Open the door, I'm out." He nodded, letting Little Red Riding Hood head to the living room while he quickly activated the open door ability, creating a passage to Wudong Road, number 66. Standing at the door, Irene glanced back at him. "Those cultists are seriously annoying." "I couldn't agree more," Yu Sheng replied. Chapter 182, Old Zheng. After dropping Irene off early, Yu Sheng returned to the living room, where Little Red Riding Hood was chatting with a young man in his 20s seated on the sofa. The young man still looked exhausted, evidently worn out from the days spent handling his relatives' funeral arrangements without proper rest. Noticing Yu Sheng emerge from the bedroom, the young man stood up slightly and greeted him, gesturing toward the steaming cup of milk tea on the coffee table. "Thanks for your hard work. I just bought this." Thank you," Yu Sheng replied without much ceremony, settling beside Little Red Riding Hood. The two of them sipped the milk tea together. The young man broke the silence. "Did you find anything?" Yu Sheng exchanged a glance with Little Red Riding Hood, who, after a brief moment of thought, nodded slightly. "We did uncover some clues, but first, I want to confirm something. How much do you know about your uncle's work nature? Specifically about the peculiarities of the items he collected and the situations he dealt with regularly." "I know a bit. He mentioned the Association of Strange Objects and even showed me some relatively safe items," the young man nodded. "I know he dealt with unusual things, sometimes even dangerous ones. Honestly, I've always been interested in it. I almost joined the Special Affairs Bureau through their external recruitment program, but my uncle wouldn't let me. He said I was too curious and had something he called, a spiritual aptitude. Apparently, I'm high sensitivity, low stability, which would make it dangerous for me to pursue this field." "Your uncle was right," Little Red Riding Hood sighed. "High sensitivity combined with low stability and excessive curiosity, you'd never make it past the probation period. It'd be far too risky. Since you already know this much, I'll give you a rough idea of what we've discovered. Old Zheng likely became entangled with extremely dangerous contamination and had contact with illegal cults. However, it seems he was merely a victim in all of this. That's all I can say for now. The Special Affairs Bureau might share more details with you as his family in due time." The young man sat quietly, saying nothing or perhaps not knowing what to say. Yu Sheng broke the silence. "In the last period of his life, did your uncle interact with any suspicious individuals or exhibit unusual behaviors? For example, did he suddenly gain new friends or develop habits or taboos he never had before?" "I'm not sure," the young man said, shaking his head slowly. "My uncle rarely kept in touch with family for over 20 years. He used to volunteer at an orphanage, but something happened. Some say it was a relationship issue. Others think he was scared by something. After that, he moved here to live alone. I was too young to remember much back then. Everything I know comes from what the older family members told me." He paused, then added hesitantly after a moment of recollection, "But I occasionally received messages from him. If I had to say, he seemed quite happy recently. Around 2 months ago, he mentioned that he finally had the chance to let go of a burden he'd been carrying. He even said he planned to visit home soon and asked me to check if an old notebook was still in the family's house. After that, though, he had his accident." "A notebook?" Yu Sheng's interest piqued instantly. "Did you find it? Did you bring it here?" "I did," the young man replied. He stood up and went to the TV cabinet, rummaging through a black suitcase. Moments later, he retrieved a thick notebook with a deep blue cover from the very bottom and handed it to Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood. "This is it. I haven't looked at the contents. It's exactly as I found it." Yu Sheng exchanged a look with Little Red Riding Hood and immediately took the notebook, which was already over 20 years old, and began flipping through it. Most of the entries seemed to be mundane, filled with daily reminders and accounts of his time as a volunteer at the orphanage. Some passages provided a glimpse into the orphanage's circumstances from 2 decades ago, but these seemed unrelated to old Zheng's death or the current investigation. Was this notebook merely a memento of an aging old Zheng's youth, something he wanted to revisit for nostalgia's sake? As Yu Sheng pondered this, his eyes were drawn to a page he had just flipped past. He quickly turned back to it. It was a drawing, a pencil sketch made by the notebook's owner. Though the technique wasn't particularly skilled, the effort and earnestness behind it were evident. On the slightly yellowed page, a young woman, perhaps in her mid-20s, stood by the orphanage's swing set. She wore a simple long dress and smiled peacefully and gently. Yu Sheng frowned deeply, his mind instinctively piecing together who this young woman sketched in the notebook could be, how she connected to the late old Zheng, and why she had appeared in the orphanage where Little Red Riding Hood had once lived. Despite being clearly an adult, she hadn't worn the attire of a council employee. Before Yu Sheng could voice his questions, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly let out a surprised, "Huh." Without waiting for him to ask, she quickly pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Long-haired girl, can you do me a favor? Go to the East Building's exhibition hall and take a picture of the photo in the center of the wall. Yes, the one of Cinderella. Take it and send it to me as soon as you can." After ending the call, she didn't have to wait long before her phone buzzed. Yu Sheng leaned in to see the screen, where an image appeared, a photograph of a woman in her 20s, almost identical to the one depicted in old Zheng's notebook. "Who is this?" Yu Sheng asked curiously. "An old Cinderella from many years ago," Little Red Riding Hood explained softly, her gaze fixed on the smiling figure in the notebook. "She lived to be 26, the longest lifespan of any orphanage child. After her death, the Cinderella role remained vacant for 10 years, until a new Cinderella emerged over a decade ago. People say she used her life to temporarily suppress the operation of the Eternal Ball subset, though there's no real evidence to support it." Little Red Riding Hood pursed her lips and continued. It said that she was even considering trying a normal life. Yu Sheng listened in silence. His eyes drifted to the table not far away, where old Zheng's portrait stood quietly. The man, nearing 50 when the photo was taken, had skin that sagged slightly, wrinkles creeping into the corners of his eyes. His weariness seemed to tell the tale of a 2-decade-long struggle. For 20 years, he had sought strange objects in an attempt to break a ceaseless curse. In the end, he was defeated by a carefully orchestrated deception. He wasn't the first to challenge the fairy tale curse, nor would he be the last. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood rose to leave. She solemnly handed the notebook back to the young man across from them. "Thank you for the clue," Yu Sheng said gravely. "We will seek justice for old Zheng." "Thank you," the young man replied as he took the notebook. He seemed about to ask something, but perhaps recalling his uncle's warnings, he held his tongue. Instead, he simply waved at the 2 detectives. "I won't see you out. There's still a lot to sort through here." "All right," Little Red Riding Hood nodded. Then, as if remembering something, she added, "There are some things under the bedroom carpet. While they've theoretically lost their power, it's best not to touch them. Wait for the professionals to handle it." "Understood." By the time they exited the apartment building, the sky had turned completely dark. Neon lights illuminated the massive, seemingly boundless city. Shadow wolves escorted them to the rooftop of the nearest tall building. From there, Yu Sheng gazed out over Boundary City. Lights flowed like rivers among the forest of skyscrapers. Beneath the night sky, the vast city buzzed with life. How many people lived in this strange city? Millions, tens of millions. Among them, how many were ordinary citizens? How many were detectives and investigators who had encountered the other side? How many were the city's protectors and enforcers? And how many lurked in the shadows between those lights like the tendrils of some chaotic, formless entity preying on careless victims? For the first time, Yu Sheng felt that this unfamiliar, peculiar, and even eerie city was alive, breathing and pulsing like a living being. Little Red Riding Hood broke the silence. I'll continue investigating after I get back. I need to visit the headquarters of the Association of Strange Objects and meet with other spirit realm detectives and investigators who had contact with old Zhang. Do you need me to come along? Yu Sheng asked. No, she shook her head. I need you to visit the Special Affairs Bureau. Yu Sheng frowned slightly. The Special Affairs Bureau. Yes, to report old Zhang's case. While the involvement of angel cultist intelligence is sure to catch their attention, your personal presence will likely add weight to the matter. Yu Sheng hesitated, uncertain. Will it? The girl looked at him with exasperation. Do you seriously lack that much self-awareness? Yu Sheng scratched his head with an awkward chuckle before nodding earnestly. All right, I'll go tomorrow. The two fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, Yu Sheng spoke again, thoughtfully. Do you think there's a connection between the Dark Angels and the fairy tale domains? Little Red Riding Hood pondered the question for a long while before shaking her head. I have no leads. While many events seem to coincidentally occur simultaneously, the crucial link between them is missing. Those angel cultists targeted old Zhang, who sought to break the fairy tale curse, using him to lure me into the White Exhibition Hall. But the key question is, what were they after? Was it my identity as a member of the fairy tale organization? Or were they merely looking for a sufficiently potent sacrifice? Ultimately, there isn't just one dark angel in the world. We still don't know which angel those cultists serve, let alone their true purpose. Chapter 183, Yu Sheng's Temporary Plan. Yu Sheng wasn't surprised by Little Red Riding Hood's response, as he himself was without a solid plan. Intuitively, he believed the two events were connected. After all, both Little Red Riding Hood and old Zhang were entangled with the fairy tale organization, and the angel cultists had targeted them both. The sacrificial ritual in the White Exhibition Hall was evidently a meticulously arranged ceremony, its intent glaringly obvious. However, as Little Red Riding Hood pointed out, a crucial link was missing, the ultimate goal of the angel cultists. Sacrifices always served a purpose, didn't they? And if they had chosen Little Red Riding Hood as a target, there must have been a reason behind it. Out of nowhere, Yu Sheng's mind recalled something, a detail he had picked up during his conversation with the sacrificial victim in the White Exhibition Hall. It was a phrase that the two angel cultists had kept repeating throughout their ritual. Deliver the Savior from the sea of suffering. Little Red Riding Hood noticed Yu Sheng muttering to himself and instinctively turned to him. What did you say? The goal of the angel cultists, deliver the Savior from the sea of suffering. You should remember that phrase along with assist his descent, Yu Sheng said. Is it possible that certain aspects of the fairy tale organization's domain could help a trapped dark angel break free? Or could the entire fairy tale domain itself serve as a sacrifice to summon the dark angel? Little Red Riding Hood's eyes widened slightly. Let's consider this a hypothesis for now, Yu Sheng continued. When I report to the Special Affairs Bureau, I'll bring it up. Either way, we now have yet another reason to resolve the situation with the fairy tale organization. Little Red Riding Hood nodded in agreement. It was time to return. The children at the orphanage were still waiting for their guardians, and Yu Sheng needed to head back to check if the doll and Foxy had caused any chaos at home. Do you need me to escort you back? Little Red Riding Hood asked, her voice calm as the faint silhouettes of a wolf pack flickered around her. No need, I'll just open a door and leave, Yu Sheng replied, waving dismissively. Just as he was about to depart, something suddenly crossed his mind. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Zio also entered my dream. Little Red Riding Hood, who had been about to mount a wolf, froze mid-motion and stared at Yu Sheng in confusion. It took her 2 or 3 seconds to process. You mean that gray wasteland? Yes, Yu Sheng confirmed with a nod. It happened around noon. She said she fell asleep during a nap and ended up in the Black Forest. While being chased by wolves, she somehow escaped into the wasteland. We spent some time together there. The little girl wasn't scared, and as a silver lining, she even avoided an instance of Black Forest corruption. So all in all, it turned out well. Little Red Riding Hood blinked thoughtfully, her expression pensive. Now that you mention it, before I left, Zio had woken up. She was excitedly telling her friends about some strange dream she had. I was in a hurry, so I didn't pay much attention at the time. Do you remember what happened when you entered that wasteland? Yu Sheng asked curiously. Little Red Riding Hood furrowed her brows, focusing intently. It seemed to happen after I entered the Black Forest. I encountered a wolf pack and was about to hide, but after running a few steps, I suddenly felt dizzy. The next thing I knew, I was standing on an unfamiliar grassland. The two exchanged glances, both deep in thought. What? The phantom door opened soundlessly in midair, and Yu Sheng's figure stepped through, emerging back into his home. His feet had barely touched the familiar floor when a cheerful yet muffled voice called out from the side. "Benefactor, you're back." Turning towards the sound, Yu Sheng saw Foxy perched at the dining table, using chopsticks to twirl noodles. She had rolled them up so thick they resembled drumsticks, and was gnawing away with gusto, sauce smearing her face in the process. Before he could say anything, another voice rang out from behind him, this one belonging to Irene. "So, how did it go? Was everything smooth? Did you guys find any new clues after I left?" Yu Sheng turned to find not one but three Irenes clustered together on the coffee table. Two of them were engrossed in a laptop, one typing furiously while the other hugged the mouse with both hands, working in perfect synchrony. The third Irene, meanwhile, was craning her neck, curiosity etched on her face as she watched him. "Old Zheng's case is pretty complicated," Yu Sheng said absently to the little doll as he hung his coat on the rack. He walked over to Foxy and began wiping her face clean. However, as he worked, he paused and frowned. "Wait a minute, did you use your tail to wipe your mouth again?" Foxy's eyes widened. "How did you know, Benefactor?" "Isn't it obvious? The tip of your tail is covered in sauce." "Hee." Foxy chuckled sheepishly, promptly yanking her soiled tail off and trotting away to toss it into the washing machine in the bathroom. Yu Sheng stared after her, dumbfounded. "Your tail can go in the washing machine." "Of course," Foxy replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Do you think tails are that inconvenient?" Yu Sheng's eye twitched. Suddenly, the mystery of why freshly laundered clothes always seemed to have fox fur on them became glaringly clear. Still, he was used to such oddities by now. Mumbling a few words under his breath, he turned to both the doll and the demon fox. "All right, pause your eating and gaming for a moment. I have something to say." "No need to pause. I've got a spare body to listen with," Irene quipped as the version of her with the charcoal frame hopped down from the coffee table and padded over to him, looking up expectantly. "What's up?" "I think I've found a temporary way to protect Little Red Riding Hood and the other children at the orphanage from the effects of the fairy tale world," Yu Sheng said gravely. After a moment's thought, he clarified, "Or rather, a method to provide them with an emergency refuge during instances of corruption. It's still just an idea, though." Irene's eyes widened in surprise. "What, how?" Yu Sheng sat down next to Foxy, his expression serious. "You remember how Zio ended up entering my dream realm before? I just cross-referenced her case with Little Red Riding Hood's situation. She apparently frequency-shifted into that wasteland while being chased by wolves in the Black Forest. Similarly, Foxy here was brought into that desolate field when she was on the verge of being devoured by entity hunger. So I'm forming a bold hypothesis." Before he could finish, Irene interjected. "You're saying that anyone who has established a connection with you and gained access to that wasteland will instinctively shift their consciousness there when faced with mortal danger." "It's just a theory for now," Yu Sheng said cautiously, though his tone hinted at hope. "The exact mechanism and efficacy need further testing, but based on current evidence, Foxy, Little Red Riding Hood, and Zio all entered under similar circumstances." Foxy tilted her head, curiosity lighting up her features. "So, what you mean is, we may not be able to completely resolve the fairy tale otherworld just yet, but if we can protect the affected children in the meantime, that's a significant step forward," Yu Sheng explained. "And even if it doesn't work, the worst-case scenario is that I end up drinking a couple extra bowls of brown sugar water." Irene rolled her eyes. "A couple bowls might not cut it. You might as well take a nap." Yu Sheng waved her off. "Minor details." "Fine, minor details. Now tell me the major ones," Irene said with a sharp glance. "How exactly do you plan to implement this?" "Implement?" Yu Sheng blinked, then shrugged. "The simplest way, just let them come into contact with my blood." Irene's expression turned incredulous as she stared at him. "So, let me get this straight. You're planning to gather dozens of underage kids, possibly have them form a circle for efficiency, and then walk around dripping blood on them." Yu Sheng looked puzzled. "What's wrong with that?" "Picture it," Irene said flatly. Realization dawned on Yu Sheng, and he frowned. Meanwhile, Foxy tapped his arm with her tail. "Benefactor, where I come from, legitimate blood magic isn't performed that way. Doing it like this screams evil cultivator, and would probably get you arrested by the peacekeeping immortals for at least 3 centuries. Yu Sheng's face froze as the implications hit him. Yeah, the image does feel a bit off. The kids might accept it, but the council's security personnel would definitely report me. So you'll need a plan that doesn't look so unhinged, Irene said, spreading her hands. At least one with a less sinister aesthetic. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow, thinking hard. After a long pause, inspiration struck. How about this? Instead of smearing blood on each kid, we gather them together and have them eat something like spicy blood stew. Irene blinked, then leaped up in outrage. How is that any less creepy? Yu Sheng turned to Foxy. What do you think? Foxy stared blankly for 2 seconds before drooling. Benefactor, can I try it first? Irene gawked at the two of them, utterly flabbergasted. As the self-proclaimed sole possessor of common sense in this household, she felt her worldview teetering. Thankfully, before Irene could explode again, Yu Sheng slapped his forehead. Wait, we need to rethink this. Spicy blood stew might not work either. Irene let out a relieved sigh. Finally, some sense. I was starting to think you. Yu Sheng cut her off. The kids might not handle spicy food well. Irene's face twisted in disbelief. What is wrong with you? Chapter 184, Interrogation. At precisely 10:15 in the morning, Song Cheng arrived once more at the containment zone for high-risk prisoners. The pristine, undecorated corridor stretched endlessly in his view, bathed in bright, evenly distributed light from the ceiling. Dark red illumination bands embedded in the walls, ceiling, and floor pulsed intermittently at regular intervals. Armed guards stood watch at the T-junctions on either end of the corridor, their vigilance unwavering. Concealed sensors, surveillance cameras, and sentry weapons lurked within the numerous security modules overhead, ready to spring into action. Every few meters along the hallway, thick security doors interrupted the walls. Above some, green lights glowed reassuringly, while others were marked by glaring red indicators. This facility was among the Special Affairs Bureau's most secure prisons, designated for housing the most dangerous and escape-prone humanoid prisoners. Only those who had wrought significant havoc in the borderland or posed immense potential threats, the kind that could unite 7 or 8 factions in pursuit, earned a place here. Angel cultists were, of course, a perfect fit for such confinement. Song Cheng stopped before a security door at the corridor's end, glancing at its indicator light and the information displayed on the screen beside it. He turned to the containment zone guard accompanying him. What's the status on this one? Calm, no activity records, no self-harm or escape attempts, replied the heavily armored guard, whose face was obscured by a thick visor. His voice was muffled yet firm. Other than necessary eating, drinking, and other basic needs, the prisoner has been seated on that chair, seemingly meditating for extended periods. What about mental monitoring and barrier systems? All security systems are functioning normally. We've confirmed the prisoner is unable to communicate with any hidden entities or collaborators, the guard explained. We've observed several instances resembling silent prayers, but no supernatural forces were detected. It seems to be merely a ritualistic act of devotion. Song Cheng nodded slightly before continuing. What about the other one? Isolated in Zone B conditions are identical. The prisoner is silent, cooperative in the bare minimum, but refuses to divulge anything. Routine interrogations and hypnotic suggestions haven't broken their resolve. Honestly, the mental fortitude of these cultists is remarkable. That's to be expected. After all, they follow that thing. Sometimes it's not about mental resilience, but the fact that these lunatics have already forfeited normal cognition, Song Cheng remarked, exhaling deeply. But interrogation must go on. Open this door, I'll have another chat with the one inside. Understood. The guard stepped forward to operate the door's locking mechanism. You'll have 1 hour of interaction. During this time, all security systems will remain highly sensitive. Please stay safe and keep your emotional state in check. Moments later, a low, humming vibration and the hiss of mechanical depressurization emanated from within the heavy door. Accompanied by a soft system notification, the silver-white alloy panels retracted, revealing the room within. A translucent blue light screen bisected the cell into 2 sections. The outer part nearest the door was stark and barren. On the other side of the screen, the prisoner's section contained only the bare essentials, a minimal bed and a solitary chair. Every surface, walls, ceiling, and floor was coated with a resilient, slightly elastic material. Overhead, several robust hemispherical devices emitted occasional red glows or faint hums, exuding a cold, warning presence. The prisoner, a tall, slender, bald man clad in white prison garb, sat silently on the gray chair. Advanced restraints encircled his neck and wrists. He stared impassively at the blank wall ahead, his expression devoid of emotion. As the heavy door sealed shut behind him, Song Cheng approached the light screen and pressed his hand against its surface. After a few breaths, the screen dissolved, and he stepped into the prisoner's space, one of the two captured angel cultists. The bald prisoner finally broke his gaze from the wall, lifting his eyes to meet Song Cheng's. His look was calm, devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he had transcended all earthly emotions and desires. "You've come again," the cultist said faintly, "a pitiable soul trapped in his own cage." "In your view, I'm caged, am I? You see the real world as a prison, and your master bound in another cage," Song Cheng responded, his tone unbothered by the implied insult. "Look at yourself, though. Aren't you just as confined?" "Indeed, I am temporarily bound here, yet I experience a freedom and peace far beyond your comprehension," the cultist replied, a faint smile appearing on his face. "As for my master, his imprisonment is a sacred ordeal, and he will, as promised, shatter his bonds and descend upon this wretched world. On that day the faithful will rejoice, while the ignorant, like you, shall face suffering befitting your folly." Unmoved, Song Cheng allowed a flicker of curiosity to cross his face. "I'm suddenly intrigued. Which angel is it that you and your companion follow? To my knowledge, there are many dark angels, and the angel cultists are split into numerous factions. Some worship several simultaneously, while others remain staunchly loyal to one. Which do you revere?" "You've begun to show curiosity about my master. Through interrogation, you seek to understand his secrets. Then gradually you'll grow intrigued by our faith, imploring me for more teachings. Eventually, you'll act as if you've been moved, perhaps even start hearing the voices. A few days later, or to be more cautious, in a few weeks, you'll behave like someone privately influenced by my master, as though you belong among us." The angel cultist spoke with a calmness that belied the gravity of his words. His voice carried the weight of inevitability, as though he were recounting events that had already occurred, despite their place in an unfulfilled future. His gaze locked firmly onto Song Cheng's eyes, unflinching and resolute. Leaning forward slightly, he added, "On the 7th or 8th day I will relax my vigilance. During this lapse I will divulge secrets about my lord and my brethren. You, in turn, will report these revelations to your superiors. Save your strength. The stench of rationality blockers is nearly seeping from your pores." Song Cheng's expression remained neutral, as though the cultist's unveiling of his ploys hadn't ruffled him in the slightest. After a brief silence, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Impressive. It seems you're quite experienced in these matters. Unfortunately, your companion lacks the same finesse." "Ah, the second route, then," the cultist replied, shaking his head. "You've separated us to sow doubt about each other's loyalty and devotion. Your methods are simpler than I expected." Song Cheng's gaze bore into the man before him. This so-called angelic figure, with his unflinching demeanor, exuded an unsettling aura. The cultist's smooth, bald head gleamed under the harsh lighting, an irritatingly stark reminder of his composure. After a moment, Song Cheng sighed and sat on the nearby bed. "No matter, we have time. I'm no interrogation expert, but others more adept will take over. For now, let's simply chat, just a conversation." What? An hour later, the cell door slid open, and Song Cheng emerged. A group of armed guards approached him. "Did you manage to extract anything?" one guard asked. "Same as last time," Song Cheng grumbled, his frustration palpable. "Tough as nails, this lot. I'm starting to think that if the world did end and the universe exploded, these angel cultists would be the last thing standing, their mouths still spewing their nonsense." Lighting a cigarette with irritation, he muttered, "This one's different, though. He has some kind of power, predicting the consequences of every word or action I take. No wonder our previous interrogators hit a wall with him." "A seer," the guard ventured. "Unlikely," Song Cheng replied, shaking his head. "Never heard of a seer joining these cultists. Besides, if he were truly a seer, how could we have captured him so easily? My guess is he's influenced by his so-called angel, gaining some kind of clairvoyant ability. Lucky me." The guard listened in silence as Song Cheng reached for his lighter. Just as he flicked it, the guard raised a hand. "Sir, no smoking here." Caught off guard, Song Cheng awkwardly pocketed the lighter and cigarette. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Checking the screen, his irritation melted into a forced smile as he answered. "Director, no, I'm free at the moment. Please go on." "What?" His expression shifted, a mix of hesitation and disbelief crossing his face. "Tell him, is that appropriate? Bringing him in isn't exactly standard protocol for the Special Affairs Bureau, but if that's your call, I'll get in touch." Hanging up, Song Cheng stared at the phone, his thoughts clearly troubled. The guard, watching from behind his protective visor, tilted his head inquisitively. Waving the guard off, Song Cheng moved to a quiet corner. After a moment of hesitation, he dialed a number. After a few rings, a voice answered, "Captain Song." Clearing his throat, Song Cheng replied, "Ah, Yu Sheng, it's me. There's something I need to discuss. Remember those 2 angel cultists you tipped us off about? The Bureau caught them. The director wants to know if you're interested in." Before he could finish, an eager voice interrupted, "Yes." Stunned, Song Cheng blinked. All right, I'll come pick you up. Send someone to 5412 floor. I'm already here." Chapter 185, Reasoning. As the elevator door slid open, Song Cheng immediately spotted Yu Sheng leading his 2 accomplices into view. Irene perked atop Yu Sheng's shoulder, while Foxy stood beside him. However, despite the familiarity of these faces, Song Cheng's gaze was quickly drawn to the object in Yu Sheng's hand. It was a weapon that could only be described as menacing. A twisted piece of rebar, reinforced with several rings welded onto it, and bristling with razor-sharp blades, nails, and jagged shards of rusted metal. Over his years on the front lines, Song Cheng had encountered countless bizarre and deadly weapons, yet this monstrosity made his eye twitch. He couldn't help but think that a photo of it would require heavy censorship. Even a single glance could make someone wince in pain. Yu Sheng sauntered out of the elevator with his terrifying tetanus staff in hand, his face lighting up with excitement as he saw Song Cheng. He looked like someone who had just found the perfect solution to a nagging problem. "Where are those 2 angel cultists?" he asked eagerly. Song Cheng felt momentarily stunned. Truth be told, ever since the director had recruited Yu Sheng into the Special Affairs Bureau, Song Cheng had known the day would come when Yu Sheng would treat their headquarters like his personal playground. What he hadn't anticipated was that Yu Sheng would bring something like this along. Unable to take his eyes off the staff, he asked, "Can we start by discussing that thing in your hand? How did the guards let you through with it?" Yu Sheng blinked. "Guards? What guards?" Song Cheng slapped his forehead. "Oh right, I forgot, you didn't use the main entrance." Yu Sheng chuckled, lifting the staff to showcase it with pride. Since returning from his last trip, he'd upgraded it further, doubling the number of spikes and steel reinforcements. "This," he announced, "is the wonderful tool I'll be needing shortly." The horrifying staff swung slightly in front of Song Cheng, and he couldn't help but notice 2 crude metal plates welded near its head. Each plate bore burnt, scribbled words. One read reason and the other critique. "I'm planning to have a good chat with those angel cultists," Yu Sheng said earnestly, his eyes locked on Song Cheng. "Could you arrange it for me?" With that, Yu Sheng casually rested the staff on his shoulder. "Lead the way," he said. Before Song Cheng could respond, a sharp cry rang out. Yu Sheng turned, only to see Irene sprawled on the floor. Yu Sheng frowned. "Irene, why are you sitting on the ground?" "You swung that cursed stick and knocked me off," the tiny doll retorted, charging forward to deliver a well-placed elbow to Yu Sheng's knee. "Can't you tell your shoulders apart?" Yu Sheng's face froze in a moment of silent protest. Meanwhile, Song Cheng stood there, cold sweat trickling down his temple as he took in the bizarre, chaotic scene. He was no stranger to the strange and uncanny sights at the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters, but this was in a league of its own. Once Irene finally calmed down, Song Cheng hesitated before casting another wary glance at the staff in Yu Sheng's hands. "I think I understand what you're planning," he began cautiously. "But I must remind you the Bureau has regulations. We're a legitimate organization. Even when interrogating cultists, we follow proper procedures and prohibitions." Yu Sheng considered this. "What if the surveillance system malfunctions?" he asked. "Even if it malfunctions, it's not allowed. Besides, this building doesn't have any zones where surveillance could just malfunction." Song Cheng's sentence was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. He glanced at the caller ID and hurriedly answered, "Director." A calm voice emanated from the receiver. "The surveillance system in human containment sector A16 is down." "Director, do I need to repeat myself?" Song Cheng felt a cold sweat break out on the back of his neck. He instinctively glanced around the empty corridor, yet he could feel the director's gaze bearing down on him from every direction. One particularly intense presence seemed to hover barely half a meter away. "No need. Understood." "Good, take him there." After hanging up, Song Cheng turned back to the peculiar trio before him, his expression a mix of disbelief and resignation. "Follow me, I'll take you to the containment sector." Yu Sheng hadn't overheard the conversation, but he could guess the gist of it. Clearly, nothing in this building escaped the director's notice. Feeling reassured, He smiled and slung Irene over one shoulder and his reason staff over the other, falling in step behind Song Cheng. As they walked, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "So, do you also watch those bands with all-female lineups?" Song Cheng's tone was weary. "That was my daughter's doing. I reset it, and she reset it back." Under the direction of Captain Song Cheng, Yu Sheng and his companions navigated the labyrinthine headquarters of the Special Affairs Bureau. The building felt like a maze of time and space, with winding passages, countless security doors, and eerie corridors designed with safety in mind. At some point, Yu Sheng sensed they had left the main structure of the building and ventured into a deeper spatial layer. After an extended journey, they finally passed through a red-lit office and arrived at a circular hall that resembled a transportation hub. Corridors radiated from the center like spokes on a wheel, each guarded by fully armed sentinels. Weapons systems pointed down the hallways, and warning signs exuded an oppressive aura. Captain Song Cheng said nothing as he completed the authentication and registration processes. He led Yu Sheng's group down one of the corridors, occasionally glancing back at Yu Sheng, who strolled along as if taking a leisurely walk. Yu Sheng noticed the captain's gaze and eventually broke the silence. "You know, I was planning to come to you," he said. "Right before you called to tell me you decaught those two angel cultists, I'd already changed clothes and prepared a report. I was going to discuss those cultists with you." Song Cheng's eyes flickered with curiosity. "What do you mean by that?" "Yesterday I looked into a few things," Yu Sheng replied. "Do you remember why Little Red Riding Hood and I went to the White Exhibition Hall at the museum? That hall, the one where the sacrificial ritual took place, is where those two angel cultists caused trouble and ended up getting caught. The contact from the Association of Strange Objects who had commissioned us recently died." "I heard about that," Song Cheng said, his brow furrowing. "But another department is handling that investigation. Are you saying you found something?" "Those two cultists weren't targeting Little Red Riding Hood personally, nor was their victim chosen randomly," Yu Sheng said slowly. "Their actions were linked to the Fairy Tale organization. The deceased contact also had many connections to Fairy Tale. Whether his death was murder or an accident is something your experts need to determine. But based on what I've discovered, the cultists ensnared him because of those ties. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment plan. They've been scheming for a long time." Even the usually quiet Foxy grumbled in frustration. "My benefactor told me about that poor man's fate. Those cultists, they're detestable." Yu Sheng nodded. "It's a tangled situation. I'll explain everything in detail later." Song Cheng listened intently but glanced toward the gate at the end of the corridor. Before issuing the command to open it, his eyes fell on the spiked club in Yu Sheng's hand. "Are you sure you want to use that thing?" "I know what I'm doing," Yu Sheng said seriously. "Besides, I brought Foxy along. She knows plenty of regeneration and healing spells. I promise things won't get out of hand." "That's not what I'm worried about," Song Cheng sighed. "Pain alone won't work on those cultists." He shook his head, sensing Yu Sheng's lack of understanding about the angel cultists and their fanatical nature. "Your enthusiasm is obvious, but if simple methods like that worked, we'd have already gotten the information we need. Torture, hypnosis, illusion spells, truth serums, and even neural interface devices, none of it makes them talk. They'd rather endure anything, even glorify their suffering as a noble sacrifice." Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Did I ever say I was going to question them?" Song Cheng froze. "Wait, then why are you bringing that thing?" Yu Sheng smirked. "For fun." The heavy gate slowly opened, and Yu Sheng, with his spiked club in hand, stepped inside, followed by Irene and Foxy. The door sealed shut behind them. The armed guards by the door exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, one of them couldn't hold back. "Sir, isn't this against protocol?" "I'll take responsibility," Song Cheng said, his expression complicated as he exhaled deeply. "Take me to the surveillance room." "Right this way." The faint blue light screen before him vanished, leaving Yu Sheng intrigued by the advanced technology of the Special Affairs Bureau. His curiosity soon shifted to the bald man seated nearby, whose calm gaze betrayed neither joy nor sorrow. The man looked up, his serene eyes reflecting an otherworldly wisdom. His voice was steady, as if transcending mortal comprehension. "It seems many things will unfold today, but you must realize the Lord's faithful servants will never answer." Before the man could finish, Yu Sheng stepped forward and swung the club with a decisive strike. No need to answer anything. He hadn't planned to ask in the first place. Chapter 186, Loophole. Yu Sheng struck with meticulous precision. First, he carefully hammered the angel cultist's left leg with his wolf tooth club, then moved to the right leg. After that, he targeted both arms, repeatedly bludgeoning each limb while avoiding the restraints installed by the Special Affairs Bureau. He continued until the limbs became limp and gelatinous. At first, the angel cultist was stunned by the beating. Then he started to scream and curse, sometimes emitting noises that didn't sound human. The shrill, chaotic screeches were layered with an eerie, resonant noise, as though something else lurked within the seemingly human shell, something that tried to break free but was repeatedly beaten back into submission by Yu Sheng. When the cultist finally attempted to resist or escape, he found himself powerless. His body was shackled by the Special Affairs Bureau's restraint devices, and his joints were bound tightly. Even his ability to concentrate was disrupted by the neural suppressors implanted within him, making it impossible for him to cast spells. Occasionally, the cultist's struggles became intense enough to push against the limits of his restraints and suppressors. In those moments, Irene stepped in. Her pitch-black threads, capable of controlling the terrifying wolf granny and the dark angel's empowered hunger, easily subdued the weakened, shackled man. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yu Sheng finished his work. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he placed the tetanus staff aside and sat on the nearby bed, nodding at Foxy. "Heal him." "Understood." Foxy eagerly stepped forward. Standing beside the angel cultist, she raised her hand and traced a series of intricate, mystical sigils in the air. Then she placed her hand above the cultist's head. Her eyes glowed faintly with a golden-red light as the cultist's grievous wounds began to heal at an astonishing speed. Watching this unfold, Irene widened her eyes in amazement. "Wow, dumb fox, you're pretty good at this. You mentioned healing back home, but I didn't believe you, never saw you use it before." "Didn't need to," Foxy replied, casting a glance at Yu Sheng with a hint of resentment in her tone. "Irene doesn't need healing, and the benefactor is too busy to be healed." Meanwhile, the angel cultist, nearly unconscious, began to stir. The man, once composed and seemingly transcendent, now lay bloodied and battered, his clothing in tatters. Despite his horrific state, he remained defiant, just as Song Cheng had predicted. His eyes, filled with fury and disdain, fixed upon Yu Sheng. Even now, he showed no sign of begging for mercy. Yu Sheng appeared unbothered by the cultist's glare. He picked up the club and approached again, his expression calm. "Foolish and crude," the cultist rasped, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His words carried a faint mockery. "Do you have any idea the trials we've overcome in pursuit of truth? Do you know the hardships our will can endure?" "I don't," Yu Sheng replied, shaking his head. "I'm just doing this for fun." In the next instant, the cultist's briefly startled expression was replaced by another round of pain, as Yu Sheng raised the club high. 3 times, 3 cycles of healing. As the healing light finally dimmed, the angel cultist once again regained consciousness. His gaze landed on the enigmatic interrogator, seated on the opposite bed. The fearsome club rested beside him, and the man's expression was as calm as ever, his face holding a faint, inscrutable smile. No questions were asked, none were needed. The angel cultist panted heavily. Though his body had been restored, an invisible wound far more devastating than any physical injury seemed to pierce his very soul, etching itself into the depths of the spirit blessed by the messenger. He stared at the smiling interrogator, desperate to decipher his intentions. The messenger's gift of spiritual sight had allowed him to perceive many truths. He had seen through the tricks of every prior interrogator, unraveling the gaps in their hypnotic techniques. He had even discerned the illusions and false memories the Special Affairs Bureau's agents created through neural stimulation and injected serums. This power had enabled him to resist every interrogation, until now. Now, as he gazed at the figure seated across from him, he suddenly realized the figure had vanished. In its place was a gaping, pitch-black void. Pure, boundless, and unfathomable, the void loomed like death itself. Floating within the depths of this chasm was a faint smile, laced with mockery. The void expanded in his vision, growing larger and closer until it seemed to engulf the entire world. Even the whispers of the Master, once a constant presence in his mind, were drowned out, silenced by the overwhelming emptiness. The angel cultist panted more heavily, as if a long-forgotten emotion was stirring awake deep within him. Questions began to rise in his mind, quickly magnifying into an insistent refrain. What does it want? What does this void seek to uncover? What is its purpose? The void answered, answering the very questions his consciousness posed. It wants nothing, it needs no response. The void began to drift closer, floating silently toward him. That stirring emotion within him jolted violently. So it was fear. Fear not from the pain of flesh, but from witnessing that utter void, that profound lack of desire. The angel cultist abruptly snapped awake to find the void collapsing back into the form of his tormentor. Instinctively, he shrank back, pulling his neck inward. But in that fleeting second, an ominous warning surged within him. Danger. It was too late. An eerie, bone-chilling sensation suddenly overwhelmed him. He recognized this feeling. It was the same coldness from before, when the strange doll had bound his body with her sinister threads. But this time, the cold did not invade his limbs. It pierced straight into his mind and even deeper into his very soul. The cultist struggled to lift his head. Through a haze, he seemed to see the floor crawling with hair, black threads writhing like living tendrils, creeping toward and into his body. These threads led back to a diminutive figure, a cursed little doll, whose scarlet eyes glimmered with a trace of amusement as she raised her hands. She opened her mouth, silently mouthing words he couldn't hear. "You're afraid." The next moment, the entire world plunged into darkness. The bald angel cultist collapsed to the ground, suddenly unconscious, as if sinking into a deep slumber. Yu Sheng cautiously approached, prodding the man's leg with his wolf tooth club to confirm he showed no signs of waking. Satisfied, he turned to Irene, who was meticulously manipulating the pitch-black threads. "You really managed to drag him in, huh?" "Of course," the little doll replied, her face lighting up with pride before her expression turned pensive. "Although, to be honest, it wasn't easy. Forcing people into a dream is usually much simpler for me, but this guy's mental defenses were nearly flawless. His resolve was unshakable. If not for that brief moment of panic just now, I wouldn't have had an opening." "Well, we've been hammering at him for so long. It's natural he'd slip eventually," Yu Sheng mused, glancing at the unconscious cultist. As he leaned the wolf tooth club against the bed, he muttered, "Still, I'm impressed he lasted this long." Shaking his head, he looked back at Irene. "Anyway, enough pondering. How's the situation? Is your dream corrosion stable? Can we enter?" "Almost there," Irene said, carefully controlling the threads entwining the cultist. She nodded at Yu Sheng. "Lie down next to him. I'll pull you in, but once inside, be cautious. Don't make any big moves. He doesn't realize he's dreaming yet, and if the dream becomes too inconsistent, he'll wake up." "Got it, I'll tread carefully," Yu Sheng assured her, settling onto the small bed and steadying his breath. "I'm ready." Sitting at the bed's edge, Irene raised a delicate hand to touch his forehead. Her small hand was soft and warm, almost human-like. But the next moment, a sharp chill surged through him. Black threads shot into his flesh, dragging his consciousness into chaos. In the hazy, surreal void, Yu Sheng glimpsed a cascade of illusions. After a flurry of bizarre and fantastical scenes, his vision settled on a sprawling, intricate web. Black threads interwove to form a spider web-like structure, at the center of which crouched a shadowy figure with crimson eyes, painstakingly weaving dreamscapes. Yu Sheng's awareness was drawn toward the web's center. He watched as the crimson-eyed shadow lifted two threads, one of which extended from his own perspective. The shadow entwined the two threads together, tying them with a butterfly knot. "Was the bow really necessary?" Yu Sheng muttered groggily. "It looks nice," the shadow replied in Irene's voice. The next instant, Yu Sheng's eyes opened again. He found himself standing in a dilapidated warehouse, dressed in unfamiliar clothing. Everything around him was veiled in a faint, dreamlike mist. Footsteps echoed through the warehouse, their hollow sounds slightly distorted. Vague noises hummed at the edge of his hearing, as though emanating directly from his mind. Briefly disoriented, Yu Sheng quickly regained his composure. He realized at once. He was now hiding within a fragment of the angel cultist's memory. Chapter 187, The Dream of the Ritual. In a room not far from the prison chamber, Song Cheng instinctively held his breath. His eyes remained fixed on the screen, displaying a live feed. Nearby monitors showed various readings alongside filtered, layered analysis videos. Bai Li Qing sat calmly beside him, her face serene as she observed the footage. "Director, did you catch that just now?" Song Cheng glanced back at Bai Li Qing, who remained expressionless. "When that doll acted." "I saw it," Bai Li Qing said evenly. "An unknown phenomenon, some sort of tangible threads that can affect both physical and mental aspects simultaneously. However, they're unlike the threads used by Alice's doll that I recall." Song Cheng nodded gravely, his gaze returning to the surveillance screen. When Yu Sheng was reasoning with the angel cultist, it hadn't surprised him. When Yu Sheng and Foxy healed the cultist 3 times before criticizing him another 3 times, neither he nor Bai Li Qing reacted much either. As veterans, a squad leader and a special affairs bureau director, they were accustomed to bloodshed. Despite the rules and duties that bound them, they had often resorted to lethal measures when dealing with cultists. Yu Sheng's unconventional interrogation style, though peculiar, wasn't beyond their comprehension. However, the situation changed when Irene made her move. The equipment recorded a series of unique energy spikes just now. A middle-aged man in a technician's uniform reported from nearby. He monitored the fluctuating data while speaking. The waveform is unusual and doesn't match any known powers in our database, including the blessings bestowed by ancient holy spirits or the spells wielded by practitioners. As he spoke, the technician displayed the waveform chart on the monitor before Song Cheng and Bai Liqing. A series of violently oscillating curves filled the graph, many extending beyond the axes limits. Beside the chart, a three-dimensional diagram showcased intricate and bewildering transformations. Several characteristic points exceed the detection range of our instruments, Bai Liqing murmured, her brows furrowing as she glanced briefly at Irene on the main screen. Her expression grew heavier as she asked, "Does it lean toward tangibility?" "It doesn't seem tangible. Tangible energy signatures are simpler and wouldn't breach our detection limits like this." For a moment, hesitation flickered across Bai Liqing's face before she spoke in a low voice. "What about dark angels?" The technician's expression turned to one of shock, verging on horror. Yet, seeing the director's calm and serious demeanor, he swallowed his fears and replied dutifully, "No, it doesn't resemble them, at least not according to the database. And if I may add on a non-technical note, if a dark angel's power had truly entered the real world, this entire floor would likely already be devoid of life." Bai Liqing said nothing, her gaze fixed intently on the three figures in the footage. Yu Sheng, who thought himself human, foxy, likely from beyond the world, and Irene, a doll exceeding the system's understanding. This hotel truly had no normal occupants. After a moment, Bai Liqing exhaled softly. "Keep recording," she instructed. "Everything documented today is to be classified." What? Yu Sheng followed the vision, moving cautiously through the desolate, abandoned warehouse. He adhered to Irene's instructions, minimizing his presence as much as possible. He avoided glancing at irrelevant corners or attempting to control his current body. The bald angel cultist was dreaming, wandering through a memoryscape Irene had crafted. In this state, the cultist had temporarily forgotten his capture. However, should he sense another presence within his thoughts, he would likely awaken instantly. Within the limited perspective, Yu Sheng scrutinized the surroundings and listened carefully to the ambient noises. Distant car horns echoed faintly, suggesting the area lay far from bustling city zones. His vision revealed stacks of metal containers and pipes dangling from steel frameworks above. Some of the chemical drums bore faded or dirt-covered hazard symbols, a chemical storage facility. The warehouse was unlit, though sunlight streamed in through a few high windows. Judging by the light, it seemed to be either early morning or late evening. Certain corners of the warehouse appeared especially dark, though it was unclear if this was reality or a block imposed by the cultist's fragmented memory. Additional footsteps suddenly echoed nearby, quickly drawing Yu Sheng's attention. He observed as the perspective he was currently parasitizing cautiously scanned left and right. Then, as if identifying a coded symbol on the surface of a metallic container, the host's perspective appeared slightly relieved. The figure navigated around the massive container and entered a secret chamber at the end of the warehouse corridor. Within the chamber, a dim electric lamp flickered faintly, peculiar lit candles adorned the floor, and several shadowy figures stood around them, seemingly having waited a long while. Several figures. It seemed the angel cultists hidden in Boundary City, worshipping some obscure and sinister dark angel, were far more numerous than the two who had been captured. Yu Sheng's heart jolted, and he instinctively focused on the shadowy figures, attempting to discern their faces. However, the next instant, he realized that every one of them appeared shrouded in a layer of black mist. Their entire forms were cloaked in a strange, indistinct distortion, making it impossible to see them clearly no matter how hard he tried. A faint sense of rejection suddenly surfaced, and Yu Sheng's heart tensed. Hastily, he ceased this observation, which risked exposing his presence. Were the other members' faces and forms concealed because they had employed some method in the real world to hide themselves, preventing identification if one of them were caught? Or was it some subconscious defense mechanism, ensuring that even in the most relaxed dream state, this captured cultist would instinctively obscure his comrades? Yu Sheng silently pondered while further suppressing his presence, continuing to observe the mysterious figure's actions. You're late. One of the indistinct figures seemed to turn, addressing the tardy member. Negotiating with that association of strange objects member took more time than expected. I had to be cautious to prevent arousing suspicion, the Perspectives host replied. He's only just begun following the Master's guidance. His faith and resolve are not yet firm, and he remains wary of us. Yu Sheng immediately concentrated. They were discussing old Zhang. Is the progress satisfactory? Another figure inquired. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The target has been seeking ways to counteract the fairy tale organization for years. His desire for this path surpasses all else. Though he still harbors doubts, I believe he has recently begun attempting the spirit summoning technique I provided him. The Master's power has already taken root in his mind. His conversion is only a matter of time. So are we truly to accept such a convert? Another voice from the corner questioned. He's not a suitable vessel, he simply meets our current needs. If he truly becomes a devout believer, coupled with his ties to the fairy tale organization, it could interfere with the Master's descent. Handle him once the matter concludes, the first speaker declared indifferently. Providing any assistance to the Master's descent is a tremendous honor. To die with an innocent soul is the Master's grace to him. Furthermore, retaining someone of his status within a large organization for too long would cause significant complications once exposed. The others immediately nodded in agreement, offering their approval. With that, the decision was made. Suddenly, Yu Sheng felt the scene before him begin to tremble, and the dreamscape shifted once more. The surroundings remained within the old warehouse's management room, but the shadowy figures had subtly repositioned themselves. It seemed they had arranged themselves according to specific placements around the candles. One figure stepped forward, adding some sort of incense into the candle flames. Then, bending down in unison, they smeared blood on the floor with remarkable coordination. They chanted cryptic incantations, their voices imbued with reverence. The candle flames flickered, synchronizing eerily with the rhythm of their prayer. The incense released strange hues as it burned, its smoke forming a tangible veil around the shadowy figures. They drank a suspicious liquid and began chanting in unison. We pray to you, may you soon break free. We pray to you, may you soon awaken. We pray to you, may you soon descend. We utter your name so you may find the path to awakening within this utterance. We utter your name, as you once heard upon embarking from that distant, boundless road. Enkaiyila, mother and cradle, hope and future. Protector, comforter, nurturer of the first and last, speaker, soother, sustainer of infants and children. Enkaiyila. You and those you protect shall ultimately shed that shell. The realm prepared for your descent is about to open. The cultists prayed fervently, chanting as though governed by a single mind. The bizarre and unsettling ritual continued with one word, its pronunciation peculiar, repeated incessantly. As the unsettling ceremony progressed, Yu Sheng observed as the ceiling subtly split open, revealing a horrifying, grotesque tentacle descending from the opening. It emitted an ear-splitting noise and a crackling friction that pierced the mind. The cultists erupted into frenzied joy, their overwhelming elation seemingly palpable despite their obscured faces, filling the ritual chamber with a maddening intensity. But just as the tentacle neared the cultists, poised to bestow a new blessing, the candles on the floor abruptly crackled and sputtered. Impurities in the wax caused small explosions, disrupting the once uniform flames. The smoke forming the symbolic boundary veil suddenly tore apart and dissipated. The tentacle let out a sharp, grating screech before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 188, The Name of the Angel. Yu Sheng's vision trembled violently once more, accompanied by a cacophony of startled gasps and harsh, jarring noises. It seemed the heretic cultists currently undergoing dream entry were being overwhelmed by a surge of violent emotions from their memories. Yet, contrary to what one might expect, the dreamscape did not collapse from such turmoil. Instead, it began to unveil scenes that were chilling beyond imagination. He saw the abandoned warehouse crumbling, the very ground and sky fracturing along with it. The black silhouettes that had encircled the ritual platform began melting into the air one by one, transforming into massive clouds that surged upward and expanded. Something that had long been buried in the subconscious of the heretic cultists was now leaking due to the dream's destabilization, and in Yu Sheng's parasitic state, he bore witness to it unfurling before him. A colossal projection appeared, an enormous egg suspended above the shattered remnants of the warehouse. Its surface gleamed with a metallic sheen, lined with ridges and grooves where countless flickering eye-like structures blinked in and out. A low hum echoed from it, like some vast machinery running deep within. In the next instant, the floating egg exploded. From its depths, writhing flesh burst forth uncontrollably. Strange tendrils surged from its ruptured seams, spilling outward and hanging down from the sky, swaying blindly through the air. Then came a new sound, the piercing cry of an infant. Tremors, quakes, wails, Yu Sheng suddenly felt his consciousness plummet. At the exact moment of that falling sensation, he heard Irene scream, "Holy crap, he's waking up!" Reality snapped back into place. Yu Sheng's eyes flew open as if a drowning man had just gasped for air. At nearly the same moment, he turned his head to see the angel cultist across from him also awakening, gasping violently. Terror and rage twisted across the bald man's face. Gone was the lofty, death-defying gaze of a superior being. In its place was raw fury. He glared at Yu Sheng, seemingly on the verge of lunging. But Yu Sheng simply stood, gazed back at him calmly, and asked in a low voice, "Enkai, what does that word mean?" He hadn't expected the heretic cultist to explode in rage. Despite the electric currents from the restraining device, the man lunged forward, screaming, "Your filthy mouth is not worthy of uttering its name." Halfway through his charge, a silver-white tail sliced through the air and slammed him into a nearby wall. Yu Sheng barely saw what happened. Foxy had become a blur, diving forward and grabbing the angel cultist by the leg, then slamming him repeatedly onto the floor with a series of loud crashes. Finally, she flung him aside. Seeing that he was barely breathing, she quickly flailed into action and began casting healing spells. The demon fox maiden didn't say a word throughout, stoic and aloof during the attack, but now flustered beyond measure. Even Irene stood dumbstruck beside her. She gawked at Foxy. "You sure act fast. Just patch him up enough to survive. The rest is up to the Special Affairs Bureau," Yu Sheng said as he recovered, patting Foxy on the head before turning toward a camera in the corner and gesturing. "I'm done on this end." Moments later, the heavy security door groaned with mechanical clicks from within. Song Cheng and Bai Liqing appeared on the other side, flanked by several fully armed guards. Yu Sheng strode over with Foxy and Irene in tow. Before Song Cheng could speak, he said gravely, "We need somewhere quiet. This is a big one." Bai Liqing gave him a deep look and nodded. "To my office." Thus began another labyrinthine journey through the bizarre corridors, elevators, and empty rooms of the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters building. Only after a long trek did they reach their destination. The most mysterious place in the entire Bureau, Bai Liqing's office. But it was not what Yu Sheng expected. Despite its considerable size, the space was sparsely furnished. Filing cabinets and display screens lined the walls. At the center stood a large oval table. Other than that, the room was nearly bare. What truly drew the eye, however, was the massive floor-to-ceiling window behind the desk. Outside it lay an eternal fog within which the scenery constantly shifted, sometimes a city skyline, other times distant mountains, fields, or even an endless sea. The guards and any unrelated staff swiftly exited. Soon, only Yu Sheng, his companions Bai Liqing and Song Cheng, who had been ordered to stay, remained in the room. "You may speak now," said Bai Liqing, her gaze steady as she looked toward Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng gave a small nod. "All right, I'll get straight to the point. The group of heretic cultists appear to be worshipping a dark angel who is either dormant or imprisoned. And if I'm not mistaken, this so-called angel is likely trapped within Fairytale Town." Song Cheng visibly tensed, his mouth twitching after a moment. "That's one hell of a point you just got straight to." Ignoring the mumble, Yu Sheng pressed on, his voice calm but swift. "I infiltrated the dream of one of the angel cultists, found a weak spot in his will, and he had little to no defenses in the dreamscape. There I witnessed one of their gatherings and a typical ritual prayer. There are more than just the two currently in your custody. Several others are hiding in the shadows. During the rites, they referred to the messenger they follow as being asleep and in need of rescue from suffering. They also mentioned breaking the shell, which is why I suspect their master is trapped in Fairytale Town. Moreover, I heard them speak of a vessel. This vessel seems crucial for the Dark Angel's descent or liberation. The requirements are stringent. One member of the Association of Strange Objects had already been influenced by the Dark Angel and was on the path to becoming a devout follower, but was discarded because they didn't meet the vessel criteria. They said someone unfit would disrupt the angel's arrival if converted." As Yu Sheng relayed detail after detail, Song Cheng's brows knit ever tighter, and even Bai Liqing, who rarely showed much emotion, looked visibly grave. The mere mention of a dark angel was enough to unsettle even the director of the Special Affairs Bureau. "Did you manage to identify which dark angel they're worshipping? A name, trait, anything?" Bai Liqing suddenly asked. During the prayer, they repeatedly chanted a word, sounded something like this. Yu Sheng cleared his throat and tried to replicate the eerie sound. Anka Yaila, something like Anka Ayla. There were tremors and echoes in the middle I couldn't reproduce. I'm not sure if it's the actual name or some ceremonial embellishment, especially since their ritual ultimately failed. Could have been due to using counterfeit ritual candles. What? Said Song Cheng, utterly lost by that last remark. Bai Li Qing, however, was fixated on the strange name. She muttered it under her breath, frowning, Anka Yaila Anka Ayla. Does that sound familiar? Yu Sheng asked with curiosity. No, but this is the first time we've ever heard a name for a dark angel, Bai Li Qing replied solemnly. Until now, we only knew them by code names like Goddess of Beauty, or Heka's Star, or Forest Angel. Those were titles assigned by first witnesses based on traits. But Anka Ayla, that doesn't sound like a code name. Yu Sheng immediately understood the implication. Then how do other angel cultists refer to their messenger? He asked. You mentioned Goddess of Beauty and Heka's Star. Don't they have believers too? They just use the code names, Song Cheng chimed in. Angel cultists were once ordinary people driven mad. They claim to hear the voice of their messenger, but as far as we know, none of the dark angels ever rationally communicated with their followers, let alone disclosed their true name. We never considered they had names. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow, pondering deeply before looking up again. Then this group hiding in Boundary City might have actually made contact with a communicative dark angel, and even learned its true name. Or they're just lunatics with delusions again, Song Cheng said, waving a hand. Might have overdosed on something and hallucinated a whisper which they turned into a name. Yu Sheng remained grave, not dismissing the possibility but not fully buying it either. You should interrogate that bald one again, he said slowly. His mental defenses have already been broken once and his dream has been exposed. It should be easier to shatter him again. You might dig up more like who his allies are and where Anka Ayla came from. We'll handle that, Bai Li Qing nodded, her tone crisp. The Special Affairs Bureau is more adept at standard interrogations. Now what about you? That orphanage, Yu Sheng inhaled quietly. Those angel cultists won't stay quiet for long. If their master really is trapped inside Fairytale Town, they'll make another move. The trapped Little Red Riding Hood stumbled into might have just been a preliminary test. Chapter 189, Shadow of Thorns. Before departing the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters building, Yu Sheng took a moment to share with Bai Li Qing the details he had uncovered during his investigation with Old Zheng. Upon hearing Old Zheng's ordeal, Song Cheng, despite the presence of the leader, couldn't hold back his anger and cursed. Damn those angel cultists, they never do anything remotely human. Bai Li Qing silently processed the account for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly. That spirit-summoning ritual the heretic cultists taught Old Zheng, the blood-drawn sigil, did you record it? Yu Sheng hesitated, a bit embarrassed. Not really, I can't remember it clearly. The sigil had already been partially erased. It was so faded I could barely. Before he could finish, Irene suddenly blinked and raised her hand cheerfully. I memorized it. The little doll glanced at Yu Sheng, then explained. When you zoned out, the sigil on the ground briefly lit up. It only flashed for a moment, but I remembered it. Without delay, Bai Li Qing handed over pen and paper from her desk. Can you draw it for us? Gripping a pen nearly the length of her entire arm, Irene muttered, I'll give it a shot. She bent forward and began sketching a complex circular array made of bizarre symbols and arcane patterns. At first, her strokes were awkward, clearly not used to the tool in hand. But soon, her motions grew fluid. The array slowly took form, a ring that induced a faint sense of vertigo just by looking at it. Yu Sheng stared in awe. After a while, he blurted out, Wait, how the hell is your memory that good? You can't even remember the important stuff most of the time. Still drawing, Irene didn't look up. I've forgotten a lot due to my sealing, but that doesn't mean my brain's broken. My memory's actually pretty great under normal circumstances. My hands are too tiny, this is exhausting. Yu Sheng, when are you gonna get me a normal-sized body already? As she muttered, Yu Sheng found himself glancing at her head, wondering. 3 Irenes, one made of clay and lotus root. Another built from rebar and stone. Does she even have a brain in that head of hers? While he was lost in thought, Irene neared completion. Just as she was about to finish the final segment, Bai Li Qing interrupted. Don't finish the last part on this one. Draw it separately on another sheet. Okay, Irene chirped, hopping over to the second sheet and continuing her work with care. Yu Sheng blinked in surprise and glanced at Bai Li Qing. Now that is a pro. I didn't even think of safety measures like that. Done at last, damn, I'm wiped. Doll Lady groaned, handing the 2 sheets to Bai Li Qing. Pretty sure it's accurate. Bai Li Qing took them with utmost seriousness, examining both patterns intently. This does have the fundamental elements of the spirit summoning technique, but the key nodes have been altered. It seems to act as a conduit pointing toward the slumbering dark angels. This could be instrumental in understanding its true nature, extremely valuable intel. Thank you. Irene immediately puffed up with pride, her expression turning smug. Meanwhile, Little Red Riding Hood was wandering across the open space between East Building and the Western Wing. As she passed the outdoor activity area, she suddenly stopped, her gaze drawn toward something. Near the sandbox where the cursed children played stood a brightly colored swing set. Staring at it, she couldn't help but recall the sketch in old Zheng's notebook, and the image of the smiling young lady standing before a swing set. This was likely the very place from old Zheng's memories, but the swing set here wasn't the one from 20 years ago. That old, dangerously worn structure had been replaced several years back for safety reasons. Little Red Riding Hood hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the swing set, gently rocking back and forth. Winter bit sharply at the air, and the early evening wind made the activity far from pleasant. She soon came to a halt, but at that very moment, something flickered at the edge of her vision. In the glow of twilight, a shadow seemed to float against the exterior wall of the East Building. It took the shape of bramble-like tendrils creeping up from the base of the wall to about a meter high. Frowning, Little Red Riding Hood swiftly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture, then leapt off the swing and dashed toward the wall. Her figure seemed to flicker through the gathering gloom, reaching the spot in an instant. But when she arrived, the shadowy brambles had vanished. She checked the photo on her phone, nothing out of the ordinary. No brambles, no strange shadows. An illusion, just a trick of the evening light. She dismissed that thought immediately. As a seasoned spirit realm detective, one of the first lessons she'd learned was never to disregard those fleeting moments of dissonance. In the realm of mysticism, even a false vision seen by chance carried real-world implications. Footsteps approached from the side. Little Red Riding Hood looked up to see a petite girl with ear-length hair cradling a stack of books as she passed by. The girl paused, curious, and called out, "Red Hood sis, what are you doing?" Within the orphanage, those who had become guardians referred to each other only by their code names. The children who had yet to pass through their awakening thresholds were the only ones addressed by their birth names, a long-standing tradition said to help stabilize their role identity after awakening, though no one knew if it truly worked. Within the fairy tale organization, there were many such rules whose effectiveness was uncertain, yet they were universally followed to prolong survival. "I just saw a strange shadow, but it disappeared as soon as I looked directly at it. We should arrange for a few more patrols around this building tonight," she said casually, then noticed the books in the girl's arms. "Snow White, where did those books come from?" The girl named Snow White lifted her arms slightly. "Donations came through the Sunshine Foundation. I'm taking them to the reading room." Little Red Riding Hood's brow furrowed. She asked seriously, "Did you check the contents?" "Checked. No boys love, no girls love. All content for readers above 14 is standard heterosexual. Below 14, no romance at all." "That's not what I meant." Little Red Riding Hood glared at her. "What are you even focusing on lately?" "Just kidding, you've been super tense lately," Snow White chuckled. "I really did check. The books are clean, no alterations, no substitutions, nothing that could destabilize the mental state of the cursed children." Little Red Riding Hood sighed and waved her off. Just then her phone rang, that ridiculous monkey tune again. Snow White couldn't help but tease her. "Seriously, Red Hood sis, aren't you gonna change that ringtone? And where did you even find it? You've had it for years." "Picked it up during a mission. A noble from the Alglade star system shared it with me. Said it was a melody from the remote domain. I like it. Changing it just feels weird." She answered the call as she spoke. Yu Sheng's voice came through the receiver. "Hello, is this Wang Jia?" Little Red Riding Hood's eye twitched. Snow White grinned. "Ooh, your real name got leaked." "Shoo," she waved her off and cleared her throat. Didn't you call for a reason?" Yu Sheng continued. "I'm back from the Special Affairs Bureau. I told them about old Zheng. Also, we caught the angel cultists responsible for the sacrifice at the White Exhibition Hall. I dug some things out of one of their minds." Her expression changed visibly. Her tone turned grave. "What did you find?" "You at the orphanage now. I'll come by and explain. We need to discuss something else, too." "I'm here." Before she could finish, a nearby door burst open. Yu Sheng stepped out, Foxy trailing behind, waving his phone. Perfect timing. Shall we use the same room as last time? Irene poked her head from behind Yu Sheng, chirping, Hey, hey, we're back again. Little Red Riding Hood. After a long pause, she finally blurted, Can you not announce yourself before opening a door? Yu Sheng, I reported to the Special Affairs Bureau while calling you. I meant to me, what if I was in the shower or something? Yu Sheng flushed. That shouldn't happen. Unless it's random teleportation, I can only open doors to places I've been. You've never taken me to your bathroom, and I'm not a pervert. Irene headbutted his knee. Stop explaining, you're making it worse. Yu Sheng. Chapter 190, Stable Performance Amid Illness. In the reception room of the East Building, Little Red Riding Hood sat in thoughtful silence after hearing the intelligence brought by Yu Sheng. A long, weary sigh finally escaped her lips. The possibility of a dark angel lurking deep within Fairy Tale. This is the worst news I've heard in days. So, the trap targeting me in the White Exhibition Hall was actually the heretic cultists trying to free their Lord. A trial run? Yu Sheng nodded slowly. But who knows what form the next attempt might take. Looking back, their methods in the museum were clumsy at best. The sacrificial ritual meant to trigger your loss of control was full of uncertainties. What if you had retreated without reaching the White Exhibition Hall? What if you changed your mind at the last minute that night? And those guards, roaming aimlessly after being activated, clearly, blocking your way wasn't what the heretic cultists intended. Little Red Riding Hood frowned deeply. So they were likely just gathering data, testing whether inducing a subset's instability could affect Fairy Tale's structure. If they succeeded, good for them. If they failed, the trail would die with old Zheng. If it weren't for your uncanny conversation with the dead ability, it would have been a headache for the Special Affairs Bureau to link it back to the angel cultists. Yu Sheng nodded again. The Special Affairs Bureau is already running into trouble. They only caught the 2 exposed angel cultists. It said that operatives have been staking out in the southern part of the city for ages, but no other members have surfaced. It seems that as soon as you made it out of the museum alive, those heretic cultists knew their plan had failed. They scattered and hid, except for those 2 who probably never expected their information to be exposed so thoroughly. And you couldn't find any clues about their comrades after diving into that heretic cultist's mind? Little Red Riding Hood asked. Yu Sheng shook his head, clearly annoyed. No, that guy had his mental defenses locked tight. Even Irene broke through his subconscious barriers, but he still managed to blur out his comrades' identities in his dreams. Honestly, if that ritual in his dream hadn't malfunctioned, I might have uncovered something. But the guy woke up in a panic. It turns out he was genuinely haunted by the memory of that botched ceremony using subpar materials. At that moment, Irene, who had been quietly sitting on the sofa, shot up. Of course that sticks with me too. You got me alchemical supplies from a 5 yuan shop. I'm pretty sure it's the same brand those cultists used. Yu Sheng's expression stiffened as he fell silent, a thought stuck in his throat that he dared not voice. Truth be told, the alchemy materials he bought for Irene were even cheaper than what those heretic cultists used. Their junk cost a few yuan more. He feared that if he confessed, Irene might bite him on the spot, especially since her body today was made of rebar, and a single chomp might have the power of a vice. Little Red Riding Hood spoke up again. Those angel cultists will definitely make another move. However, with the Special Affairs Bureau now alerted, the heretic cultists will likely be more cautious. They probably won't pull the same obvious tricks like false commissions to attack our members again. But who knows, those lunatics might switch to even crazier tactics. Yu Sheng's voice grew serious. You need to stay vigilant for a while. Whether out on missions or guarding the orphanage, everyone must be careful. Watch for suspicious people or objects nearby. Check the identity of anyone entering the orphanage, even familiar faces. Also, try to share any unusual details from recent commissions among the group. If things seem off, just call me. We're not exactly flooded with jobs right now. He trailed off, noticing Little Red Riding Hood giving him an amused look. A bit embarrassed, he scratched his nose. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Such a nagging adult, Little Red Riding Hood teased. You always say I'm the one being overly cautious. Before Yu Sheng could respond, she waved a hand dismissively. Relax, Fairy Tale may be made up of children, but we're an old and seasoned organization in the borderland. We know how to handle those with malicious intent. Besides, speaking of suspicious things, I did come across something odd today. Yu Sheng perked up instantly. What did you find? A strange shadow, like a tangle of thorns, flashed across the outer wall of the activity area and then vanished. I'm certain I saw it. Little Red Riding Hood's face was grim. Even though the event was minor and lacked concrete details, she didn't dismiss it. In the collaborative world of spirit realm detectives and investigators, even the smallest trace must be shared. Too many lives have been lost because of overlooked clues when dealing with the otherworld or entities. Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel puzzled at her description. As a relative newcomer, he had no idea what that shadow might signify. Breaking the silence, Irene spoke up. Have you ever seen anything like that within the orphanage grounds before? If you mean phenomena resembling hallucinations, it's not uncommon. There are countless nightmares and entities attempting to intrude into reality here. Sometimes you hear voices coming from empty classrooms at night or see lights flickering in locked rooms, sometimes even people dancing. But something exactly like that thicket of shadows. This is the first time, Little Red Riding Hood replied thoughtfully. And it's happening at such a delicate moment. Yu Sheng remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally broke the silence. Well, it just so happens I have another matter to discuss. Little Red Riding Hood looked at him curiously. I have a plan that might temporarily protect all the children in the orphanage, Yu Sheng said solemnly, lifting his head to face the girl. But it will require your cooperation, and the process might be a bit unconventional. Little Red Riding Hood's eyes widened. Huh, are you serious? Is there really a way? Do you remember the wasteland that both you and Zio entered before? Yu Sheng didn't beat around the bush, speaking directly. You both avoided an attack from the Black Forest there. Little Red Riding Hood blinked, processing his words. Are you saying this process can be replicated on a large scale? It should be possible. We just need to repeat what happened to you and Zio with everyone else, Yu Sheng said, holding up one finger. In simple terms, just take a bite. Little Red Riding Hood's excitement froze into a blank stare. Realizing what he meant, she hesitated and spoke with a conflicted expression. Let me get this straight. You're planning to give all 70+ people in the orphanage a bite each. Yes. Do you even have enough blood for that? The amount shouldn't be much, Yu Sheng replied earnestly. Back then, Foxy just made a small scratch on my hand with her teeth and it worked. If necessary, I can split it into 2 rounds. Little Red Riding Hood still felt uneasy about the idea. And how exactly do you plan to go about this? Holding a formal blood bestowal ceremony with the cursed children doesn't seem appropriate. After all, we are a proper organization. Yu Sheng listed several potential methods, his tone dead serious. We have a few options: boiled blood soup, cold blood sausage, blood tofu, blood vermicelli soup, or mixing it with water for a blood battle using squirt guns. But I ruled out the last one because it's winter. Little Red Riding Hood stared at him, her sense of rationality seemingly evaporating. It took her nearly 2 minutes to process what she just heard before glaring at Yu Sheng. You owe me compensation for listening to those ideas. At least 2 shots of sanity-blocking agent tonight just to sleep. Yu Sheng noted that despite her reaction, she hadn't entirely rejected the concepts, and his lips curved into a smile. However, before he could fully relax, Foxy, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly asked, Benefactor, I've been wondering, does it still work if the blood is cooked? Yu Sheng's smile froze, matching Little Red Riding Hood's dumbfounded look. After pondering for a moment, Yu Sheng responded seriously. But raw blood smells too metallic. The younger kids wouldn't accept it, and applying it topically would be too slow and unstable. Maybe add cilantro. I like cilantro. Not a good idea. Most kids don't like cilantro. Little Red Riding Hood glanced back and forth between Yu Sheng and Foxy at least a dozen times, finally blurting out, Wait, are you seriously discussing something this twisted as if it's perfectly normal? Just get used to it, Irene sighed, pretending to be world-weary. Yu Sheng always dares to think it, and Foxy always dares to accept it. Fortunately, the bizarre discussion didn't last too long. I think we can test it in batches first, Yu Sheng said gravely, turning to Little Red Riding Hood. We should start with the Guardians like you since you're already in a volatile state and are the most at risk. Establishing a protection mechanism for you first will yield the greatest results. As for the cursed children, most of them are still in the early stages of nightmares, so we can take it slow. What do you think? Little Red Riding Hood sat dazed for a while, her mind wandering before her eyes suddenly focused. Hesitantly, she spoke. How am I supposed to explain this to them? What excuse do I use to gather everyone? Just tell them you ordered takeout. Little Red Riding Hood. Chapter 191, Blood Granting. The reason Yu Sheng gave was, of course, just a joke. In the end, Little Red Riding Hood still called the guardians of the orphanage into the room. However, instead of using the excuse of ordering takeout, she simply said there was something important to discuss. Moments later, a group of people entered the room. Yu Sheng stood up and glanced around. As expected, he didn't recognize most of them. Turning to Little Red Riding Hood, he asked, "Is everyone here?" "Some have to stay back in the dormitory area to watch over the younger siblings," Little Red Riding Hood replied. "They'll come in shifts just to be safe." "Oh, that works too," Yu Sheng nodded. Suddenly his eyes caught sight of something at the back of the group, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Why is there a cat here?" He saw a tabby cat perched openly on the windowsill not far away, with a posture as dignified as if it were attending the meeting itself. Its demeanor was so lofty that Yu Sheng was stunned. Before Yu Sheng could even process the scene, the cat raised a paw, licked it leisurely, and spoke in a deep, magnetic voice akin to a documentary narrator. "Why can't I be here?" Yu Sheng's jaw dropped. Even Irene and Foxy were dumbfounded, the three of them staring at the tabby cat in shock for a long moment before exclaiming in unison, "It talked." "That's King." Little Red Riding Hood finally stood up, her expression a mix of amusement and satisfaction, clearly enjoying Yu Sheng's surprise. "He's also a member of the fairy tale organization and has been for a long time. Incidentally, he's pretty strong, second only to Snow White, the most formidable fighter of our generation." A petite girl with short, ear-length hair raised her hand. "For the record, I'm Snow White." Yu Sheng listened with a stiff, almost electrocuted expression. It took him half a minute to recover, glancing back and forth between the imposing cat and Little Red Riding Hood. Finally, he squeezed out, "Why?" He wasn't even sure why he was asking that. His mind was just filled with one question, why? "Oh, that's a long story," the tabby cat on the windowsill spoke again, maintaining that magnetic documentary narrator tone. "When I was just a stray kitten wandering the streets, a passing child gave me a piece of steamed bread. I followed him home. That night he had a dream, and I fell into that dream. When I woke up, I found myself able to think like a human." Yu Sheng listened in a daze, a strange sense of surrealism creeping in. Despite having encountered countless bizarre phenomena in this place, this one was pushing his tolerance to new levels. Just as he began to ponder whether this cat's story even made sense in the borderland, he noticed Little Red Riding Hood winking at him. "Don't believe it," she whispered. "The story changes every time." Yu Sheng hesitated, then, "Nobody knows how it happened, not even King himself," Little Red Riding Hood shrugged. "When he first barged into the orphanage, we thought he was just a stray cat from outside, until he suddenly summoned an adventurous squad and took down several people." The tabby cat waved a paw lazily at her. "I can hear you." Little Red Riding Hood spread her hands with a smirk. "Anyway, that's how it is. Though the principle remains unclear, we later confirmed that he was indeed influenced by the fairy tale, so we officially recruited him as a member. This time, we wanted to see if your plan would also work on a unique individual like King." Yu Sheng didn't know how to react, still feeling like his experiences in this place were far too limited. He turned to look at Irene, but the little doll looked away. "Don't look at me. I've never seen anything like it either." Yu Sheng then looked at Foxy. Foxy stared intently at the cat for a while before her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands. "Oh, it's a naturally gifted beast that sensed the world's spiritual energy." "Damn, I really envy this silly fox," Irene muttered, holding her head. "Living life so simple and happy." "Red Hood," Snow White spoke up suddenly. "Let's get to the point. You called us here. What's going on?" Little Red Riding Hood immediately turned to Yu Sheng. Let me explain." Yu Sheng cleared his throat, stood up from the sofa, and looked around the room. Though he didn't know most of the people here, he knew that they must have heard about him from Little Red Riding Hood. "In short, I have a defense plan." He explained the plan as succinctly as possible, detailing the background and the current situation regarding Little Red Riding Hood and Zio. He also shared some insights into his own special abilities, omitting some details but clearly describing the connection between blood and the wasteland. As expected, once he finished speaking, the room fell into a prolonged silence. The group of teenagers exchanged glances, and skepticism clouded almost every face. It was an abrupt revelation, an almost absurd proposal, and if it weren't for Little Red Riding Hood's strong endorsement, Yu Sheng was sure they'd be questioning his very presence there. "It's normal for everyone to have concerns." Little Red Riding Hood finally broke the silence, her voice calm and reassuring. "The main purpose of this gathering is to discuss the situation first. Regarding what Yu Sheng mentioned, I can confirm that it's true. Both Zio and I have visited that wasteland, and there were no adverse effects from coming into contact with his blood. However, the effectiveness of this so-called protection mechanism is still uncertain. After all, Zio, and I have only experienced the transition from the Black Forest to the wasteland once. Moreover, the question remains whether everyone is willing to establish this kind of blood pact with a third party. It was clear that the last statement was the real crux of everyone's hesitation. A blood pact has always been a sensitive topic in the field of mysticism. Forming such a bond with an unknown entity entails enormous risks. This wasn't about rejecting Yu Sheng personally, but rather the natural caution of those who had already become guardians, some even serving as spirit realm detectives for several years. Not even Yu Sheng himself was sure whether his proposed solution truly counted as a blood pact. "Oh, come on, stop hesitating." Irene, usually impatient, couldn't stand the lingering uncertainty. Even the cat seemed indecisive, and that was saying something. Irene finally stood up from the sofa, though even standing, her presence remained surprisingly inconspicuous. "The angel cultists already have their eyes on you. You're constantly living on the edge. When an opportunity presents itself, you have to seize it." Little Red Riding Hood shook her head gently. "Precisely because we live on the brink of death, we must be extra cautious while we're still alive." Irene fell silent, having nothing more to say. Clapping her hands to gather everyone's attention, Little Red Riding Hood turned to the group. "Let's move to the next room and discuss it. No rush." It was clear that, despite being on the cusp of adulthood, Little Red Riding Hood naturally commanded authority like a big sister to the group, though not to the cat, who always acted aloof. After she spoke, the room quickly emptied as everyone moved to the adjacent space without a word of protest. The cat was the last to leave, casting a solemn glance back at Yu Sheng before stepping out. Little Red Riding Hood nodded toward Yu Sheng before following the others. "I'll go and keep an eye on things." Yu Sheng merely waved his hand without speaking, and the room soon fell into silence. From her fluffy tail, Foxy pulled out 2 drumsticks and handed one to Yu Sheng. "Benefactor, have a drumstick." Yu Sheng casually patted her tail. "You eat it, I'm not hungry." The sound of Foxy devouring both drumsticks in quick succession filled the quiet room, while Yu Sheng remained calm and patient. Time passed and footsteps approached from the doorway. The door creaked open, and Little Red Riding Hood returned, followed by a slender, frail-looking girl, codenamed Snow White. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you've chosen the first test subject." Little Red Riding Hood nodded. "Yes, we decided to send one person to test it out." "Why her?" Yu Sheng asked curiously, quickly adding, "I'm just curious, no particular reason." "No problem. Besides me, Snow White is the most unstable one among us," Little Red Riding Hood replied calmly. "She possesses the most destructive power, but because her energy release is too rapid, her level of corruption is extremely high. She's 16, and her state is nearly as severe as mine. She's constantly dragged into nightmares almost every day, making her the perfect candidate to test whether your protection mechanism can truly work." Snow White approached Yu Sheng, her gaze unblinking and intense. "What do I need to do? Some sort of summoning or spirit-binding ritual?" Yu Sheng chuckled, pulling out a small knife and casually slicing his hand. "Just drink." Snow White froze, her face blank. "Huh." Realizing it might be a bit shocking for someone unfamiliar with his methods, Yu Sheng thought for a moment. "Want me to get you a straw?" Again, Snow White stared at him, bewildered. "Huh." Chapter 192, Smooth Dream Entry. In the end, Snow White politely refused Yu Sheng's suggestion to use a straw or paper cup, opting instead to drink directly in one go. "To be honest, this scene does look a bit off," commented Irene, scrutinizing the bizarre tableau from the side. "It's got 3 parts curiosity and 7 parts perversion, with the remaining 90% looking like some kind of unspeakably wicked ritual. Seriously, Snow White, if you just kneel on one knee and swear fealty while lighting a few candles around you, I could snap a phone and report you to the Special Affairs Bureau right now. No one would mistake you for a mute if you talked less." Yu Sheng shot Irene a glance before hesitating for a moment, then couldn't help but remind the still-drinking Snow White. Just take a bit. You don't have to drink as if you're trying to fill up. My arm's already feeling a bit cold." Snow White finally came to her senses, hurriedly lowered Yu Sheng's arm and wiped the corners of her mouth, stained with the dragon fruit juice. Embarrassed, she said, "Sorry, you didn't tell me how much was needed, so I was worried the ritual wouldn't work." Yu Sheng blew on the small wound on his arm, muttering to himself about how surprisingly strong the slender girl was. Just then, Foxy reached out and began to heal the minor injury. The demon fox maiden seemed quite pleased, clearly relishing the chance to use her healing arts on her benefactor for once. "So what now?" Snow White smacked her lips, adjusting to the lingering taste of blood in her mouth as she asked with curiosity, "Is there anything else I need to do?" "That's it, just wait for the outcome, go about your business as usual," Yu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "This ritual is really that simple." Still skeptical, Snow White furrowed her brows. "So, if I fall into a disadvantageous position in my nightmare tonight, I'll be transported to that wasteland you mentioned earlier." "In theory, yes." Oh, the frail-looking girl asked a few more questions about the wasteland, confirming the procedures multiple times with Little Red Riding Hood before finally seeming reassured. She then turned and left the room. Once Snow White was gone, Little Red Riding Hood shifted her gaze back to Yu Sheng and the others. "What now? Any plans?" "When's lights out at the orphanage?" Yu Sheng asked casually. "An hour and a half from now," Little Red Riding Hood replied. "Neither Snow White nor I have night duty tonight, so we'll be sleeping with the other children after lights out." "An hour and a half," Yu Sheng pondered for a moment before making a decision. "All right, I'll just head home and sleep. Let's see what happens tonight." While speaking, he took out his phone and filed a quick report with the Special Affairs Bureau, then nonchalantly opened the door leading to Wudong Road, number 66. "Good night in advance. Have a pleasant dream." With a flickering illusion faded away, giving rise to a tangible, grounded sensation. Yu Sheng opened his eyes within the dream, greeted by the sight of the vast, desolate wasteland stretching endlessly before him. The sky loomed gray and foggy, draping the world in a somber calm. After taking a moment to gather his bearings, Yu Sheng turned to his side. Foxy's figure manifested beside him, followed closely by Irene, floating in her painting form. "Gotta admit, your dream entry ability is pretty handy." Yu Sheng complimented the doll lady as she hovered midair, her painted form looking proud yet pretending to be modest. "It's nothing special, just simple dream entry stuff," Irene remarked nonchalantly, though her posture betrayed a touch of pride. Foxy, meanwhile, reached out and poked at the floating painting. "Sealing someone in a painting, it's quite an interesting technique. Irene, can you really not break out in this state?" "Stop poking, your hands are way too fidgety," Irene protested, spinning slightly in the air. "I already told you when I'm in dream mode I'm just a painting. Quit bringing it up." Ignoring their banter, Yu Sheng focused his gaze on the distant horizon. "Looks like neither Little Red Riding Hood nor Snow White has fallen into a nightmare yet." Irene stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Or maybe they're just lucky tonight, finally getting some peaceful sleep." Yu Sheng nodded lightly, hopefully. His eyes remained fixed on the distance, studying the landscape of the wasteland. "What are you looking at, benefactor?" Foxy asked curiously. "I can't help but be curious about this place," Yu Sheng replied absent-mindedly. "I wonder what this wasteland truly is, what kind of existence it represents, and how it's connected to me. Honestly, I know so little about it that using it as a refuge for the cursed children feels a bit reckless. I really should spend more time investigating it." His gaze involuntarily drifted to the small hill on the distant plain, the lone landmark amidst the vast, open expanse. Yu Sheng squinted at the distant mountain. "What intrigues me the most is that mountain." Foxy shaded her eyes with one hand, looking far into the distance. "That mountain, what's up there?" "No idea," Yu Sheng shook his head. "No matter what I do, I just can't reach it. Everywhere else in this wasteland, I can move at the speed of thought like I'm traversing a dream. But that mountain, it's the one exception. I can't walk to it, I can't teleport to it. It just stays there, forever out of reach." Foxy listened thoughtfully before suddenly declaring, "Then I'll try running to it." "You?" Foxy nodded seriously, determination gleaming in her eyes. "Benefactor, you're unique here. Maybe some restriction is affecting you, but I'm an outsider. It might not affect me the same way." Yu Sheng looked at her, mildly surprised. "That actually makes sense." "All right then, go give it a try, just be careful. If something feels off, come back immediately." "Got it," Foxy cheerfully replied before bolting towards the hill. After running a few dozen meters, she lowered her stance and transformed into a massive nine-tailed demon fox, her speed increasing with every stride. In the blink of an eye, she became a silver-white blur, propelled by 9 blazing foxfires, blasting through the air with a thunderous sonic boom. Yu Sheng watched intently as Foxy's figure grew smaller, becoming just a faint glimmer in the distance. Yet the mountain remained, unwavering, still impossibly far away. It defied the basic rule of perspective. No matter how Foxy advanced, The distance between her and the mountain seemed locked, as if frozen by some unseen force. Foxy must have noticed something was wrong because she abruptly decelerated, her tails shifting to push back with a dazzling burst of light. Moments later, she sprinted back at top speed. When she finally slowed down before Yusheng, returning to her human form, the delayed sound of the sonic boom and rumbling explosions rolled in from the distance. "No good, benefactor," Foxy shook her head, slightly out of breath. "I can't reach it. The mountain never got any closer, but when I looked back, I could barely see you." Yusheng furrowed his brows, falling silent. "Then don't try again," he finally said sternly. Foxy nodded vigorously. "Mem." Just then, a ripple of distortion appeared above the nearby grass, catching Yusheng's eye. A figure in red, accompanied by several shadowy wolves, tumbled through the air and crashed to the ground. The wolves snarled and snapped even as they fell, as if locked in a fierce battle just moments before. Yusheng hurried over and... Chapter 193, Unexpected Discovery Within the Relic. Yusheng admitted that he couldn't hold it together. He had considered the possibility of Snow White leading the 40 thieves right to his doorstep, but he never imagined seeing a phrase as niche as Snow White and her 7 Thunder Titans. As he stared at the silent giants, each towering as tall as 2-story buildings, standing before him, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning for 2 straight hours. After a long moment of stunned silence, he finally managed to stammer out a few words. She, what in the world? "Every subset is a distorted story," Little Red Riding Hood said calmly, a faint smile on her face. "Sometimes distortions can get this severe. In my original tale, there were neither a 4-meter-tall giant wolf nor a howling pack of shadow wolves in the whistling forest. Likewise, in Snow White's blood-stained court, the hunt and chase between her and the queen are far more brutal than you could ever imagine." Yusheng, still trying to process it all, pointed at Snow White, who was dazed by the unfamiliar surroundings. "She needs that kind of configuration just to fight the queen. What kind of monster is that queen? Some kind of gene prototype?" "I don't get that reference," Little Red Riding Hood replied. "But the queen of the blood-stained court can manipulate magnetic fields." Yusheng fell silent, merely raising his head to watch as one of the steel-armored Thunder Titans slowly bent down, gently placing the frail-looking girl on the ground before fading into the air one by one. Only after the giants vanished did Snow White's exhausted expression finally ease. After a long pause, Yusheng finally broke the silence, addressing Little Red Riding Hood with a sigh. "Suddenly, your black forest seems quite peaceful and comfortable in comparison. Finding a breakthrough from the fairy tale subset there seems much more feasible." "I agree, her domain is pretty chaotic." Snow White, having approached them, looked around the bleak ashen landscape with a mixture of wonder and disbelief. The short-haired girl, who appeared harmless and slender, seemed uncertain about whether she had truly escaped from that terrifying blood-stained court. "Is this the wasteland you mentioned?" "Yes, a dull but safe place," Yusheng replied, composing himself and offering a reassuring smile. "Looks like our attempt succeeded." Snow White tilted her head, gazing at the gray sky in the distance, then abruptly lay down on the barren ground. Her body tensed for a moment before gradually relaxing. With her eyes half closed, she murmured softly, "I don't want to move at all." "I can relate," Little Red Riding Hood said, lying down beside her. "It's exhausting, at least we can finally take a breather." Yusheng initially intended to discuss plans for the next day and ask if they could proceed with the formal blood bestowal ceremony for the others. However, seeing the 2 girls finally at ease, he swallowed his words. "There's no rush. Let them have these few minutes. It's been a long time since they could relax like this." Yusheng's expression grew serious in an instant. He looked up at Little Red Riding Hood and quickly responded over the phone. "All right, we'll head over immediately. We'll be there shortly." "What's going on?" After Yusheng hung up, Little Red Riding Hood couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's old Zheng's nephew. It seems like he found something while sorting through old Zheng's belongings," Yusheng said as he stood up. "We're finished here, so let's head over and check it out." Little Red Riding Hood was momentarily stunned before immediately standing up as well. "How do we get there?" "We just need to open the door." When Yusheng and Little Red Riding Hood arrived, old Zheng's nephew appeared somewhat surprised. He probably didn't expect Yusheng to show up so soon after saying, "We'll be there shortly," over the phone. Compared to a few days ago, the young man's tiredness had diminished slightly, and his mental state seemed to have improved. He quickly adjusted and didn't inquire further about how the 2 detectives could appear so soon after hanging up. Instead, he stepped aside to let them in. Yu Sheng noticed that many items in the room had already been packed up. Some large furniture and appliances were gone, likely sold second-hand or sent back home in the last couple of days. The living room was now rather empty, with only an old coffee table and a few stools remaining. On the coffee table was a half-eaten order of rice noodles, the packaging of which hadn't been cleaned away yet. "Sorry, it's a bit of a mess right now. There's more stuff than I expected, and even after 2 days of packing, it's still not finished," the young man said awkwardly, throwing the rice noodle packaging into the trash. He then grabbed a napkin and casually wiped the table. "The Special Affairs Bureau came by these last 2 days. I told them about my uncle's situation. They said it's gotten the attention of higher-ups and the criminals will be captured soon. Do you want anything to drink?" "Thanks, we're fine." Little Red Riding Hood waved her hand quickly, her voice swift. "Let's just see the strange thing you found." "Right, it's this," the young man said as he opened the drawer beneath the coffee table and pulled out a small wooden box that looked old but very delicate. "It was hidden in a secret compartment in the cabinet by my uncle. I think it might have been important to him." Yu Sheng took the box and opened it curiously. Little Red Riding Hood leaned in immediately to take a closer look. Inside the box was a wrinkled, dark-colored strip of material that looked like dried seaweed. The unremarkable dried item lay quietly on a piece of red velvet inside the box. Yu Sheng couldn't tell what it was, though it seemed like something older people might use to soak in alcohol, quite fitting for old Zheng's age. However, just as he pondered this, Little Red Riding Hood suddenly gasped softly. Yu Sheng quickly turned his head. "What happened?" "I'm feeling a little dizzy." Little Red Riding Hood frowned, her eyes cautiously avoiding the wooden box. "And I heard some weird noise. There's something wrong with this thing." "Really, I felt dizzy too. As soon as I opened it, I got lightheaded, so I quickly closed it back up," the young man said with a fearful look. "That's why I suspect it's some kind of strange object that my uncle was keeping. It's definitely not something a regular person like me can deal with." Before he could finish, Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood both stared at him intently. "I didn't know what it was before I opened it," the young man said awkwardly. "My uncle hid it so carefully, I had to check if it was something useful." Little Red Riding Hood pulled a wry smile. "Good thing you didn't join the Special Affairs Bureau. By now, you'd probably be featured on the annual Typical Incidents wall." Meanwhile, after a moment's hesitation, Yu Sheng cautiously extended his finger toward the dried item in the box. Seeing this, the young man was suddenly alarmed. He quickly tried not to look at the box and said hurriedly, "Hey, didn't we say not to?" Yu Sheng didn't even glance up. "It's different for us, we're professionals." Before the young man could react, Yu Sheng's finger had already made contact with the item. The sound of a baby's cry suddenly pierced into Yu Sheng's mind. The sound seemed to come from deep within his soul, as if it originated from a faraway place and then was transmitted into his consciousness through the strip of material. The sharp, unsettling cry echoed in his mind, even making Yu Sheng freeze for a moment. The next second, he quickly withdrew his finger. In that brief moment of contact, the knowledge was transferred, and he understood exactly what the item was. Little Red Riding Hood's concerned voice came from beside him. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yu Sheng shook his head slowly, his mind still a bit clouded. He then slowly began to clear his thoughts, his face turning slightly pale as he stared at the box in his hands. "I know what this is now." This is an umbilical cord." Chapter 194, Angel Umbilical Cord. The moment the words umbilical cord left Yu Sheng's mouth, he noticed an unmistakable, strange expression on Little Red Riding Hood's face. It was as if the term struck a chord, but she couldn't quite grasp why. She furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring, "I feel like this isn't the first time I've heard that term." Yu Sheng nodded gravely. "The first time I encountered it was when I was researching the records of the coming-of-age operation 70 years ago at the Special Affairs Bureau. I mentioned it to you when I got back. One of the deep divers who returned to the real world kept muttering about 2 things before he died: the crying of a baby and umbilical cord." Little Red Riding Hood took a deep breath as Yu Sheng's gaze fell once again on the umbilical cord, resting inside the small box. Why did old Zheng have this thing? What was the nature of this so-called umbilical cord? Whose umbilical cord was it? And how did it connect to the fairy tale? Answers seemed to hover just out of reach, fragments of thought swirling in his mind. He tightened his brow, struggling to assemble scattered clues into a coherent whole. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "If this umbilical cord is truly connected to the dark angels trapped in the fairy tale." Little Red Riding Hood couldn't help but shiver. That's quite a disturbing thought. She hesitated before speaking again, still uncertain. The problem is, old Zheng was just a regular collector of strange objects. At most, he knew a few minor tricks for self-protection against supernatural forces, but something as dangerous as the angel umbilical cord. Even the Special Affairs Bureau would find it explosive. How did it end up in his hands? Yu Sheng remained silent, his mind drifting back to the spirit ring. He saw in old Zheng's bedroom, the one that, when touched, revealed a black tendril emerging from a crack in the ceiling, swaying through the air as if searching for something. Pondering this, he mused aloud. What if the umbilical cord wasn't something old Zheng found? What if the dark angels gave it to him? Little Red Riding Hood's expression grew more peculiar until it twisted into a bitter, complicated smile. Old Zheng, old Zheng. She looked at Yu Sheng with a resigned, wry smile. Do you remember those crude spirit runes old Zheng made? Amateurish, clumsy, even a beginner would call them poor craftsmanship. Yet with those runes alone, he somehow established contact with the dark angels, the very beings that heretic cultists would sacrifice everything just to glimpse. And now this umbilical cord. You know how ironic this is, right? Those angel cultists treated old Zheng as a disposable tool, even killing him because they thought he would contaminate their deity. Yet, by their own logic, old Zheng might have been the true God's chosen of Anka Ela. At least, in terms of his closeness to the dark angels, he was far beyond any of those fanatics. Yu Sheng sighed and closed the box. For ordinary people, being inherently connected to a dark angel isn't exactly a blessing. The things those angel cultists desperately pursue are nightmares that normal folks wouldn't dare to touch. Little Red Riding Hood nodded toward old Zheng's nephew. We're taking this with us. If you find anything else suspicious among your uncle's belongings, contact us immediately. She pulled out a small notepad and jotted down an address, handing it over. You might have nightmares over the next few days. That's a typical reaction after being exposed to a pollutant. The contamination is minor, so there won't be any lasting effects. If the nightmares persist, go to this address and find a doctor named Lin. Just say Little Red Riding Hood sent you. She'll know how to help. The young man nodded hurriedly, taking the note. Thank you, I'll remember. After leaving old Zheng's house, Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood walked down a quiet alley, the wooden box still in Yu Sheng's hands. When we get back, I'm heading to the Black Forest again, Yu Sheng said, weighing the box in his hands. I'll take this umbilical cord and that bullet Hunter gave me last time, see what happens. Little Red Riding Hood shot him an exasperated look. You know every move you just listed breaks at least half of the spirit realm detective's safety protocols. If you were an ordinary detective, you'd have died at least a dozen times by now. Yu Sheng chuckled. Even as an extraordinary detective, I've died a good few times already. Little Red Riding Hood smacked her forehead. Right, forgot about that. Yu Sheng took a deep breath, gazing at the sky. All right, that's enough for today. Time to head home. Want me to walk you back? No need, Little Red Riding Hood replied, a hint of a smile on her face. I'll take the Shadow Wolf path with my pack, run off some steam. All right, take care. Got it, bye. The ethereal phantom door swung open in the living room of Wudong Road, number 66, and Yu Sheng stepped through, instantly returning home from another district. As he entered, he immediately spotted 3 Irines huddled around a computer, one furiously typing on the keyboard, one whipping the mouse around with uncanny speed, and the third intently studying the minimap. Nearby, Foxy was meticulously hanging freshly washed tails one by one on the balcony's clothesline, her silver-white tails shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Seeing this familiar, mundane scene, Yu Sheng relaxed, casually hanging his coat on the nearby rack and calling out to the busy doll and Fox, I'm back. Benefactor's back, Foxy was the first to rush over, circling Yu Sheng a few times in sheer excitement. Did everything go smoothly? Smooth as always, Yu Sheng replied, slightly dizzy from the demon fox maiden's energetic twirling. He steadied her with a hand and glanced at the array of tails hanging out to dry. You've been washing your tails pretty often lately, and it's always such a big ordeal. Foxy replied with complete seriousness. It's winter, cold and dry. Tail maintenance is important. Plus, when they're all clean and fluffy, they're perfect for cuddling while sleeping. Yu Sheng couldn't quite understand. After all, even if Foxy meticulously cared for her tails, they would just end up launching as missiles in battle, and she could regrow them whenever needed. Was it really worth the effort? But seeing the happy and earnest expression on the demon fox maiden's face, he decided not to question it further. Cyber fox immortals were just like that. One of the Irines broke away from the group and approached Yu Sheng, looking up curiously. What's that in your hand? she asked. Yu Sheng hefted the wooden box in his hands, his expression growing serious. If I'm not mistaken, it's the umbilical cord of the Dark Angels. The three Irines froze in shock. The sound of being killed blared from the computer speakers, prompting two of the Irines to frantically hammer at the keyboard in a desperate attempt to resurrect, while vehemently cursing the game developers. The Irene standing in front of Yu Sheng took a half step back, eyes wide. What? You brought that home? Bending down, Yu Sheng opened the wooden box to let her take a look. I found it among old Zheng's belongings. Before coming back, I visited his nephew again. I suspect old Zheng had strong ties to the Dark Angels trapped within the fairy tale and didn't fully trust the angel cultists. So, after acquiring this umbilical cord during a ritual, he hid it. Now it might be the key to solving the Dark Angels' Anka Ayla mystery. As Irene saw the shriveled umbilical cord within the box, a hint of instinctive revulsion crossed her face, despite being immune to mental contamination. After listening to Yu Sheng's explanation, she raised a skeptical eyebrow. You're not planning to pickle it in wine, are you? Yu Sheng's eyes widened. What? Seeing his reaction, Irene's face grew more complex. You're seriously not planning to soak it in alcohol, right? With a wry smile, Yu Sheng defended himself. Do I really seem like the kind of guy who eats everything? I'm planning to take this to the Black Forest and see how the subset of the fairy tale reacts to it. Hopefully, I can figure out the state of Anka Ayla and, if possible, identify its weakness. Irene blinked and furrowed her brows. Honestly, maybe you should just pickle it instead. Yu Sheng stared at her, incredulous. Is my plan really that unreliable? It's not about reliability, Irene countered, suddenly growing serious. Have you considered the possibility that bringing that angel's umbilical cord into the Black Forest might accelerate the awakening or escape of the Dark Angels? It's risky. Yu Sheng frowned thoughtfully. You're right. There's a risk. That's why I'm preparing to sever the umbilical cord's connection at any time, but we're just too short on information about Anka Ayla to ignore this lead. Seeing his resolute expression, Irene's own worries eased, but she still couldn't help but ask, Are you sure you can sever its connection? You're not exactly an expert in sealing techniques. Yu Sheng pondered for a moment, his face growing serious. If all else fails, I'll just eat it. For a moment, Little Doll was completely stunned. A few seconds later, she leapt up in disbelief. So you really are planning to eat it? Chapter 195, The Strange Little Red Riding Hood. Although the little doll jumped quite high, Yu Sheng was serious. His experience stemmed from the process of consuming the hunger entity, and the feeling of devouring and merging when he made direct contact with its deep essence. He knew that anything he consumed would be fundamentally absorbed and merged within him. This method was more effective and faster than any sealing or transfer techniques. If the angel umbilical cord really triggered the premature activation of Anka Ayla, even opening a door and tossing it out wouldn't necessarily sever the link between it and the essence. But eating it would work. Of course, the risk was definitely there. After all, the angel umbilical cord was different from the hunger entity. Though the latter was greatly enhanced by the influence of dark angels, that was still just an influence. The umbilical cord had a far closer connection to the dark angels, especially the one named Anka Ayla, if he consumed it. It might lead to indigestion. But it didn't matter. Yu Sheng reasoned that it would work. He always trusted his reasoning. At worst, if his reasoning failed, he could just consider it a death sentence. He trusted his death wishes as well. Irene could tell from the expression on Yu Sheng's face that there was no way to stop his strange ideas. Whenever something popped into his mind, he was bound to act on it. So, with a resigned sigh, she looked up. Fine, people with good appetites usually have decent luck. When are we leaving? Now. Yes, now, Yu Sheng nodded, turning to Foxy. Get ready, we're heading to the Black Forest. As he said this, he suddenly remembered something, his brow furrowing as he looked toward the balcony. Your tail is still hanging out there. Before he could finish his sentence, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a swarm of backup tails grow behind Foxy. The demon fox maiden giggled joyfully. I have plenty more. Right, I almost forgot about that. Yu Sheng raised his hand, tapping the door of his mind. All right then, let's go. Irene, open the door. A phantom door appeared out of nowhere, and black threads began to grow like thorns, wrapping around, opening a door to the Black Forest. Yu Sheng, holding a wooden box containing the angel umbilical cord in one hand and his terrifying tetanus staff in the other, stepped through the door. Immediately, a familiar chill and the faint howling of wolves reached him. He took a deep breath, raising his head to glance at the sky over the Black Forest, where the dusk's golden glow spread through the gaps in the treetops, casting mottled shadows across the ground. The Black Forest seemed to exist in an eternal cycle of two times. Either it was a prolonged dusk, or a dim twilight just after nightfall, with a little lingering light from the sky. From experience, Yu Sheng knew that the forest was more stable during the dusk period. After nightfall, the wolf packs in the forest would become much more active, and the evil wolves typically appeared only at night. Foxy's large ears twitched as she turned sharply toward the smallest rustle. She sniffed the air and studied the faint flow of breath. "There's no wolf scent nearby for now," she whispered. "The sounds are erratic, coming and going." Before the wolf packs truly form, those sounds can be considered as background noise in the Black Forest, Yu Sheng casually commented. Irene looked nervously at the box Yu Sheng was holding. "Hey, is there any movement from that thing?" Yu Sheng glanced at the wooden box containing the umbilical cord, opening it just slightly. The umbilical cord still lay quietly on the red velvet lining, shriveled and lifeless. "Nothing yet," he shook his head. "If I must say, I've been hearing a faint baby's cry, almost like it's coming from deep underground, but it probably has nothing to do with the umbilical cord itself. I started hearing this after my encounter with the giant wolf granny." "A baby's cry?" Irene frowned. "Well, Foxy and I can't hear it." Yu Sheng carefully closed the box again, resting his tetanus staff temporarily beside him. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a bullet with a strange, spiral-shaped tip. "This bullet hasn't reacted either," he murmured softly. "Let's head deeper into the forest and see if we can find the little house. But since Little Red Riding Hood hasn't entered the Black Forest yet, the wolf granny probably won't show up, and neither will the hunter. Anyway, let's go and check the situation." The group moved cautiously into the deeper parts of the Black Forest, their eyes scanning the dim light of dusk, searching for the faint glow of the little path. Foxy volunteered to lead the way. Aside from one storage tail she couldn't use, she unleashed her other 8 tails. Surrounded by gentle foxfire, these tails emitted a soft, buzzing sound as they floated around the group, occasionally pointing in different directions as they kept watch for any signs of danger, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yu Sheng watched this scene, intrigued, and casually asked, "I've been meaning to ask, is this technique of yours called Fox Radish Drone?" Demon Fox Maiden had a serious expression. "It's the Fox Roaming Cannon. This name was also given by Irene." Irene immediately puffed her chest with pride, though Yu Sheng couldn't understand why she felt so proud of it. They continued deeper into the forest, walking for an unknown length of time when, suddenly, Yu Sheng stopped. Irene, sitting on his shoulder, curiously asked, "Hey, why have we stopped?" "There's something wrong," Yu Sheng frowned deeply. "How long have we been walking here?" I'm not sure, but it has been quite a while, hasn't it?" Irene scratched her hair. "What's wrong?" "We haven't come across the path yet, nor have we seen the sheltering little house." Yu Sheng spoke with a lowered voice. "But according to the Black Forest pattern, after walking a bit inside, we should have seen the first path by now." "Now that you mention it, that's odd," Foxy responded, her keen, gold-tinted eyes scanning the surroundings. "It feels different from the Black Forest we've encountered before. I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe the atmosphere." Yu Sheng's heart tightened, and he instinctively glanced at the wooden box in his left hand. Could it be the angel umbilical cord inside? Is it interfering with the Black Forest's natural flow, or is there something else at play? And Squirrel hasn't shown up either. Normally, as our guide, it should have appeared first, Yu Sheng mumbled, resting his tetanus staff on his shoulder. Irene swiftly threw her arms around his neck and did a spin, flipping herself off his back and landing on the other shoulder. The little doll grumbled, "I knew you were about to do that. Good thing I reacted fast, or one day you'd knock me out with that damn stick." Yu Sheng turned, shocked, to look at the little doll on his shoulder. He was about to ask when she had developed such fine acrobatics, but before he could speak, a soft, rustling sound emerged from a nearby bush. "Squirrel!" Yu Sheng and the others immediately turned toward the sound. But after a moment, what appeared before them wasn't the familiar squirrel, but a red-clad girl, her face full of tension, seemingly evading something. She was a long-haired girl, thin, about 15 or 16, and her face was unfamiliar. This wasn't the Little Red Riding Hood that Yu Sheng knew. The group froze for a moment. Another Little Red Riding Hood. Yu Sheng stared, stunned, at the unfamiliar girl emerging from the bushes. After a couple of seconds, he took a cautious step forward, attempting to greet her. Hello. Are you also from the Fairy Tale Organization?" He was interrupted as the red-clad girl didn't even glance at him, nor did it seem like she heard his words. Instead, she was crouching, eyes scanning the forest warily, as if trying to avoid invisible wolf packs, completely unaware of the three strangers right before her. Foxy realized this and tugged on Yu Sheng's sleeve. "Benefactor, she seems to not see us." Yu Sheng frowned. "It appears so." Just then, the unfamiliar Little Red Riding Hood seemed to sense something dangerous. Her expression tightened, and she glanced in a particular direction, before suddenly bolting in the opposite direction. Yu Sheng, realizing what was happening, quickly responded, slinging Irene on his shoulder and chasing after her. "Follow her." So the long-haired girl ran through the forest, with Yu Sheng, Irene, and Foxy trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, the howls of wolves erupted from all around, their distant voices filling the air as if they were closing in. Yu Sheng could almost smell the stench of the wolf pack, their foul, bloodthirsty scent filling his senses, and he could feel their claws sweeping past him. But when he glanced around, all he saw was the forest shadows. The wolf pack had gathered, pursuing the strange Little Red Riding Hood, yet Yu Sheng couldn't see them. Ahead, the red-clad girl slowed, her stamina clearly running out, her steps growing unsteady. At that moment, an open patch of land appeared before them. A small wooden house, slightly out of place with the surrounding environment, stood quietly on the clearing. The moment Yu Sheng saw the house, his expression stiffened. The house had no lights, but the nearly exhausted red-clad girl had no other choice. Upon seeing the small house, she froze for a moment before charging inside without hesitation. Chapter 196, The Secret of the Stay. Seeing the unfamiliar red-clad maiden rushing into the little house, Yu Sheng only paused for a moment before following suit and dashing in after her. The instant he crossed the wooden door, he felt as though he passed through something thin and cold, like a mist of water vapor. Immediately, the multitude of sounds around him vanished. The incessant howls of wolves that had been trailing closely behind and the rustling winds faded into nothing. Only the faint sound of a crying baby, a noise he could hear only when he entered the black forest, remained. Yet it felt muffled, as though thick barriers stood between him and the source. Yu Sheng carefully held his weapon in hand, scanning the area. His brow furrowed unconsciously. There were no red cloaks hanging anywhere. Not a single red cloak was visible on the walls or the floor. The only trace of red in the room was the red-clad maiden, now sitting on the floor, panting heavily. Yu Sheng, along with Foxy, approached her. He waved his hand in front of her face, but she showed no response. It was then that Foxy seemed to sense something. She furrowed her brow, sniffed the air, and whispered, "Benefactor, there's no scent." Yu Sheng, confused, asked, "What?" "She has no scent on her," Foxy explained. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow again, deep in thought. Then, as though sensing something, he immediately opened the wooden box containing the angel's umbilical cord. The umbilical cord still lay quietly at the bottom of the box, but to his surprise, a part of it had become swollen, as though it had regained blood and vitality. This revived part of the umbilical cord, though only a small fraction of the whole was distinctly noticeable. Irene gasped at the sight of the change in the umbilical cord. Grabbing Yu Sheng's hair, she quickly turned to Foxy and urged, "Quick, quick, get the sauce or something from your tail." "Stop joking," Yu Sheng interrupted the little doll immediately. "It's not that bad yet." Then he noticed Foxy had already pulled out chili powder and barbecue dipping sauce from her tail. His eyebrows twitched involuntarily. "Put that away." The red-clad maiden remained oblivious to what was happening around her, as though she was a projection from another time and space, merely replaying past events before Yu Sheng and his companions. After confirming that the angel's umbilical cord had shown no further signs of revival, it seemed the maiden had rested enough. She struggled to rise, likely intending to check out her surroundings in the little house. From her eyes, Yu Sheng could tell she was unfamiliar and wary of this little house. But then, in the next moment, Yu Sheng noticed something was amiss with the maiden. He struggled to stand, but her legs and arms bent at odd angles as though they could not straighten. She muttered something, but only hoarse, eerie growls came from her throat. Stumbling forward, she took a couple of steps, only to collapse and instinctively attempt to hunch down. Fine fur started to sprout from her cheeks and wrists, her ears grew longer and sharper, and her eyes transformed into those of a wolf. Her teeth and claws began to extend. It was as if years of buildup had reached a tipping point, and she was transforming into a wolf at an astonishing speed. It seemed her thoughts were affected as well. Only at this moment did the maiden notice the changes in her body. In horror, she looked down at herself and saw her form distorting and twisting. She opened her mouth, but the sound that came from her throat was not a human scream of terror, but a mournful whine. "Holy hell!" Yu Sheng could no longer hold back. Even though he had suspected that the maiden was merely a phantom, not existing in the same space-time as himself, he instinctively placed the wolf fang club aside and rushed forward, trying to grab her. But his hand passed straight through her body. The red-clad maiden collapsed, and before Yu Sheng's eyes, she completely morphed into a twisted, half-human, half-wolf monster. Yet she didn't seem to have completely lost her sanity. After a long, deep breath, she struggled to rise once more, her body now moving on all fours as she slowly crawled toward a corner of the little house. The sound of her claws scratching against the floor broke the silence of the little house. She began scratching the floor with her sharp claws, carving out words. "This forest is alive." The chaotic noises have turned into clear whispers. "There's something massive, it's dreaming, it's hiding in the shared dream of all the children at the welfare home. I can't see what it is, but it has already entered my mind. I can't go back. I'm tired, cold, hungry, and I don't remember how long I've been here. I found a house, but it's so cold. If only there was a fire. The wolves are outside. They're waiting for me. I am Little Red Riding Hood, the first, but I'm probably not the last. I've seen it. It is selecting new targets. For those who come here after me, good luck." She began to convulse. The marks carved by her nails became shallower and finer, eventually fading beyond recognition. She gasped and stopped, turning onto her side. Her misshapen and contorted body lay on the floor, her gaze crossing over Yu Sheng and fixating on a corner of little house. "So cold, I wish there was a fire," she murmured. Yu Sheng sat beside her, placing his hand on her bent and deformed arm, but he could not impart any warmth. Foxy, too, approached and piled several of her tails beside the girl, who had now transformed into a wolf, but even this could not provide her with warmth. Suddenly the girl's eyes brightened for a brief moment. It was as though she truly felt some warmth passing to her. A faint smile appeared on her face as she exhaled one final sigh. "It's warm now." Then she turned into a flowing shadow, gradually fading away. A faint crack echoed in the little house, breaking the oppressive silence. Yu Sheng looked up in surprise, his gaze following the sound, and saw a spark bursting from the dark fireplace in the corner of little house. Then came a second crack. The spark turned into a flickering flame. The warm hearth ignited, and the fiery blaze danced brightly in the fireplace. A candle had also appeared on the table in the middle of the room, its flame lighting up out of thin air. The cold retreated from the house, and warmth flooded the small room like a sudden miracle. Yu Sheng stared in astonishment at the scene, and suddenly he seemed to understand something. Almost immediately, he heard a soft sound from the windowsill, followed by the familiar voice of Squirrel. "The first Little Red Riding Hood has died, bringing with her the first hearth fire and candlelight of the Black Forest." Yu Sheng snapped his head up and saw Squirrel perched on the windowsill. He had no idea when it had gotten in, or if it had been there from the beginning. "Just as I thought, the original Black Forest had none of these shelters, right?" Yu Sheng mused, looking at Squirrel. "What I am seeing now are records from long ago." Squirrel scratched its face with its paw, but unlike its usual twitchy, hyperactive self, it seemed unusually calm today, as if even it carried some heavy thoughts. "That's right," it said slowly. "The Black Forest originally had nothing. In the beginning, it was just the forest and the wolves and, of course, the little black hut." Yu Sheng furrowed his brow. And then, the protagonist, Little Red Riding Hood, appeared. The stage for Little Red Riding Hood was finally set. Squirrel propped itself up, but its gaze didn't meet Yu Sheng's. Instead, it appeared to be staring at something far off in the distance. It spoke slowly, as if recalling distant memories. The second Little Red Riding Hood died, and the red threads and fabric strips began to appear, entwining many places. These slow the process of wolf transformation. The third Little Red Riding Hood died, and food and water began appearing in Little House to restore energy. After the fourth Little Red Riding Hood died, paths appeared in the forest. When walking along these paths, the chance of encountering a wolf was greatly reduced, and the protective little house would always appear at the end of the path. The fifth Little Red Riding Hood lit the lampposts along the path. Now, unless the lamps go out, the wolf packs will not approach the path. The sixth Little Red Riding Hood died, but no new things appeared. However, after that, all wolf grannies had to first knock on the door, though it only delays things for a moment, because before that, the wolf grannies would directly materialize inside Little House. Now all Little Red Riding Hoods, after the wolf granny knocks on the door, have about a 1/10 higher chance of escaping. The seventh Little Red Riding Hood, She was here for a short time, but she was very capable. After she left, the evil wolf no longer appears during dusk. All dangerous times have now been compressed into the night. Squirrel spoke slowly, as though it was talking to Yu Sheng or perhaps just musing aloud. At last, it tugged at the red fabric strips wrapped around its body and looked up at the three people in front of it. "I've always been curious," Squirrel began. "Which Little Red Riding Hood brought you here? You don't belong to this forest." "Sorry, we're uninvited adults." Yu Sheng stepped forward and met Squirrel's gaze. "Just like that uninvited hunter, you deliberately ignored him earlier, didn't you?" Squirrel tugged at its fabric strips again, but remained silent. Yu Sheng did not press the issue further. He stood still for a moment before abruptly asking, "Then what about you?" "What do you mean?" Yu Sheng stared at Squirrel, speaking each word with deliberation. "You, which Little Red Riding Hood are you?" Chapter 197, The Story of Squirrel. "You, which Little Red Riding Hood are you?" Yu Sheng stared intently into Squirrel's eyes, his tone more serious than ever before. Squirrel began to fidget nervously, shifting her weight from one back leg to another, then quickly scratching the fur on her face. I'm Squirrel." Yu Sheng remained unmoved. "Good, then which Little Red Riding Hood is Squirrel?" "Squirrel, answer my question," Yu Sheng said calmly but firmly. "You must have noticed by now I am bringing change to this black forest. If you truly want to help Little Red Riding Hood, this may be your closest chance to succeed." The tiny creature, no larger than a palm, finally stopped shifting. She stared at Yu Sheng, and after a long pause it seemed as if she had made a decision, or perhaps had no other choice but to comply. With resignation, she lowered her head. "The 01. Yu Sheng immediately furrowed his brows. "What does that mean?" "You've already seen it. The first Little Red Riding Hood brought the first warmth and light to this black forest. This forest has gradually evolved and taken on its current form." Squirrel twisted her paws nervously, her head still lowered. "But have you ever thought about what happened before that? Before the black forest even existed? Perhaps everything had a beginning." Yu Sheng did not speak, but his gaze urged Squirrel to continue. I am the first mistake. Everything started with me," Squirrel murmured slowly, her resistance evident in her voice. It seemed like every word caused her great inner turmoil. "I am the Squirrel of the Black Forest, the first living thing on the stage. I was the bad child who handed the fairy tale book out. I didn't know it would turn out like this." Yu Sheng's eyes widened suddenly, as if a lightning bolt had struck through his heart. Upon realizing the weight of the information Squirrel had just disclosed, he immediately demanded, "You handed out the fairy tale book. To whom?" "I don't know what Ta is or where Ta came from. I can't remember the situation clearly." Squirrel was startled by the sudden rise in Yu Sheng's voice. But this time she didn't try to run away. It was as though she had made a decision. "I only remember I saw something fall from the sky. It was after the lights at the welfare home had gone out. Everyone was asleep, and I was supposed to be asleep too, but I couldn't sleep. Ta fell into the yard without making a sound, like it melted into the ground. I was scared, too scared to make a sound, so I hid under the bed. Then a glowing thing floated over from the windowsill, swaying in front of me. Ta said Ta needed help, that Ta's child was in trouble and needed comforting. Ta came to this place full of children to look for someone who could help. I was terrified, didn't know what to do, so I gave Ta the fairy tale book from beside my bed. I told Ta to read the stories. When the cursed children in the yard can't sleep, teacher reads us stories. I should have been sleeping. I shouldn't have been looking out the window. I should have just gone to sleep. I should have just slept." Squirrel muttered softly, her voice growing more and more muddled. In the end, it was as if she became less coherent, repeatedly lamenting that she should have just gone to sleep. Like a child trapped in the shadows of their childhood, unable to grow up for decades, still clinging to the belief that if she had only eaten on time, slept on time, and learned how to dress herself, she could have lived the happy life that was supposed to be. Yu Sheng was now certain. This squirrel was once a child from the orphanage. A long, long time ago, even before the deep dive operation 70 years ago, long before the first outbreak of the fairy tale. She had once lived in that orphanage. There were many more clues hidden within Squirrel's words, things Yu Sheng could only begin to hypothesize. Yu Sheng steadied himself, setting aside the many unverified theories for now. He reached out and gently touched Squirrel's body, bringing the small creature back to a more aware state, rousing her from her trance. "I have more questions," he said seriously. "What did the thing that fell from the sky look like?" Squirrel's body jolted, snapping her out of the loop she had fallen into. After hearing Yu Sheng's question, she sank into a difficult recollection. It was a long while before she spoke again. It was hard to see clearly. It was glowing. I only remember an oval-shaped outline in the glow, like an egg with strange markings. At first it was huge, as if it could crush half of the welfare home when it fell, but then it shrank, and by the time it hit the yard, it was only as big as a small iron shed. It just dove into the ground without making any dust, no sound at all. At first I thought I was imagining things. Yu Sheng listened intently, his expression thoughtful. A glowing, strange-marked object that looked like an egg. Squirrel mentioned the shrinking and growing phenomenon, though its cause remains unknown. However, the shape described by the other party seemed familiar to him. What did the voice that spoke with you say its name was? Squirrel scratched at the fuzz on its cheek. I can't remember, but I think it did say something. It's been so long, and Squirrel's memory isn't great. I can't even remember what teacher taught, but there's one syllable. It starts with an. Something like an. Anka-Ayla, Yu Sheng said slowly. As the words left his mouth, he felt a brief moment of tension, but soon realized that there was no movement from the forest, and the small box in his hand was still calm. He sighed in relief before continuing, "Is this the name?" Squirrel froze, then suddenly leapt to its feet. Yes, that's the pronunciation, but how do you know? I've already uncovered this part recently. Yu Sheng gently placed his hand on Squirrel's body, feeling it trembling. He sensed that if he didn't act quickly to calm it down, the small creature might spiral into a stress response. Relax, take a breath, I have more questions. Squirrel instinctively pulled back, but seemed afraid to move too far away. But Squirrel doesn't want to answer anymore. Squirrel is tired. Just one last question. Fine. The voice you spoke to, what did it say about its child? Have you seen it, or did it describe it to you? No, Squirrel responded quickly this time. Squirrel can be sure of this, never seen it, nor did it describe it. Yu Sheng stared intently into Squirrel's eyes. After several seconds, he nodded slowly. All right, I understand. Finally, Squirrel appeared to relax. It sighed deeply and paced slowly across the windowsill before sitting down again, producing a thin stick from somewhere. Using the tip of its tail, it sparked a flame and sucked hard on the end. This wasn't the first time Squirrel had smoked in front of Yu Sheng, and he had long grown accustomed to it. Squirrel was no longer the child that once lived in the orphanage. It was now the mischievous, almost adorably absurd squirrel of the Black Forest. Yu Sheng sighed but didn't say anything more. He instead opened the wooden box containing the angel umbilical cord and checked its condition again. It still lay quietly on the red velvet cloth, with no signs of further awakening. Yu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, but just as he was about to close the lid, he suddenly felt the shocked gaze coming from beside him. Looking up, he saw that Squirrel's eyes were wide with astonishment, staring at the box in his hands. The cigarette had dropped to the floor, but Squirrel didn't seem to notice. How do you have this? Squirrel gasped in surprise. You know what this is? Yu Sheng was also startled. Do you know what it is? Umbilical cord? Squirrel shouted, but quickly lowered its voice, seemingly worried about disturbing something. I've seen this, but I don't remember when. It was a long time ago when the Black Forest first appeared. Afterward, Anka-Ayla lost it. It was always searching, but couldn't find it. Then it stopped showing up. It hid deep, deep away. Yu Sheng frowned at this. He didn't doubt Squirrel's words, but a question began to rise in his mind. Anka-Ayla lost the umbilical cord. Then why did old Zheng receive it during the ritual to honor Anka-Ayla? At this moment, Squirrel, brimming with courage, took 2 steps forward, peering closely at the umbilical cord in the box. After a brief hesitation, it let out a puzzled sound. No, this doesn't seem right. This one looks similar, but it's more like a fake. A fake? Yu Sheng was taken aback. Are you sure? It feels that way. Squirrel quickly corrected itself, speaking more cautiously. I'm just a squirrel. I don't remember everything clearly. Yu Sheng frowned but remained silent, glancing over at Irene and Foxy. The two had been quiet since the start, not wanting to interrupt and risk triggering a stress reaction in the already nervous squirrel. Old Zheng prayed to the dark angels, and they gave him a fake umbilical cord. Irene furrowed her brow, her expression growing subtle. This feels so strange, doesn't it? What's the purpose? Foxy followed with a thoughtful frown. After a moment, she spoke uncertainly. Maybe it's just a sample to see if old Zheng can help find the real one. Irene stared blankly. Are you serious? Of course, Foxy responded matter-of-factly. If I lost something, I'd have someone help look for it too. Then she turned to Yu Sheng. Right, benefactor. Yu Sheng thought for a moment and nodded. That seems reasonable. Irene blinked, confused. Anyway, Yu Sheng said, not dwelling on the topic further, even a fake has its own power. He gazed thoughtfully at the fake angel umbilical cord in the wooden box, then looked around the little room illuminated by the flickering flame of the hearth. Perhaps it's because we have this that we can witness the phantom of Little Red Riding Hood left behind in the Black Forest. Chapter 198, The Heartless Prisoner. Yu Sheng felt that it was precisely because he carried the angel umbilical cord that he saw those strange occurrences upon entering the Black Forest this time. The disappearing path, the phantom of the first Little Red Riding Hood, and the initial ignition of the hearth and candlelight. These were like the early memories of the Black Forest, which should have been sealed deep within this subset, but the umbilical cord had activated them. Of course, another possibility was that these memories had actually been recorded within the angel umbilical cord, and it was only after he entered the Black Forest that he released them. Regardless, the fact that he could see these things today was certainly tied to the influence of the angel umbilical cord. If Squirrel's words were true and this was only a counterfeit, what then would the true angel umbilical cord be like? What power and effect would it have? What would happen if he truly found it? Yu Sheng's expression grew serious, and before he realized it, he had fallen into deep thought. He recalled everything he had learned so far about the fairy tale and tried to find any clues related to the true angel umbilical cord. But in the end, he found nothing. After what felt like an eternity, he snapped out of his thoughts and saw Squirrel still crouched on the windowsill, looking dejected, mumbling something under its breath. Getting closer, Yu Sheng finally made out the words. Squirrel was repeating over and over that it should have gone to bed earlier that night, and that it shouldn't have handed the fairy tale book to that voice. It was as if it were trapped in a nightmare, jumping from one vicious cycle to another, slowly driving itself mad once again. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow. He understood exactly what was troubling Squirrel and why it was thinking this way, but based on the information he had recently gathered, and his thoughts about the fairy tale, Otherworld, he had a slightly different perspective. Do you think that the reason the fairy tale Otherworld appeared is because you handed that fairy tale book to that voice? Yu Sheng asked seriously, looking directly into Squirrel's eyes. Do you think this is all your fault? Who else could it be? Squirrel rubbed its paws together in distress, scratching at the fur on its cheeks. I'm not a child that anyone would like. I'm not smart, I don't listen, and I lost the fairy tale book. That's the worst part. Yu Sheng replied solemnly. But have you considered that it might have been the fairy tale book itself that sealed away a weakened dark angel, keeping it from fully entering the real world? Squirrel's pawing stopped abruptly, and it stared at Yu Sheng in shock. There are a group of lunatics calling themselves the angel cultists who have been very active lately. They claim to be servants of Anka Ayla, doing all sorts of things, all with the sole purpose of rescuing their master, Yu Sheng said calmly. Their master is imprisoned within the fairy tale. Squirrel stood frozen, its tail slowly drooping. After a long pause, it finally spoke. Is that true? Although I don't know for sure whether the fairy tale book you handed out that night is directly connected to the current situation, if you think the fairy tale book created the fairy tale Otherworld, then Anka Ayla being imprisoned within it can certainly be attributed to that book, Yu Sheng explained. This world has countless possibilities, but when it comes to what has already happened, all the paths taken are inevitable. We always tend to look back from the end result and wonder if certain things could have been different. He paused slightly before continuing. I don't know if you've ever heard of dark angels, but what you saw that night was when the angels pierced the world, descending into reality, everything aligned at that moment. You, the fairy tale book, that instant, the angels, the communication, they were all necessary. According to your description, that window of time may have lasted less than a minute. In that minute, you were the only one in the borderland who witnessed the angels' descent and had the chance to choose. You chose to hand over the only fairy tale book you had at the time. Do you know what might have happened if you hadn't given it away? Squirrel hesitated, shaking its head. I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about with dark angels. I'm just a... The worst-case scenario is that there might not be a borderland anymore, Yu Sheng interrupted. Even in the best case, the order in Boundary City would have been shattered. In that moment, the number of people who would have died would surpass the total number of names you could ever hear in your lifetime. Squirrel stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to speak a word. Its tail twitched nervously as it seemed to be deeply frightened by Yu Sheng's description. After a long while, its body moved again, and it muttered instinctively, But Little Red Riding Hood. Yes, Little Red Riding Hood, many Little Red Riding Hoods and their friends, those children who wouldn't live past 18, are all the price of this, courtesy of the fairy tale, Yu Sheng replied calmly. Suffering is suffering. Just because they avoided the massive death that could have been caused by the descent impact doesn't mean that living only a few more years counts as lucky. They may think so, but at least you and I don't have the right to say that. But this isn't something you can solve, nor is it something you should be concerned with. This is my responsibility. Squirrel stared intently at Yusheng, its small head appearing to churn with countless thoughts, though its expression seemed somewhat blank. Irene, however, suddenly patted Yusheng on the head. Hey, don't forget about me and Foxy. Yusheng quickly nodded and added, Oh, right, I should count them too. Little Red Riding Hood and her group should be included as well, right? Foxy thought for a moment and reminded, They at the orphanage have been coming up with ideas too. Right, and the fairy tale organization should be counted, Yusheng responded. The Special Affairs Bureau should also be counted, Irene continued, counting on her fingers. Li Lin, Su Jiali, Song Cheng, that Bai Li Qing, they've all helped a lot, and there's that squad that went missing 70 years ago. They might still be going strong, plus. Yusheng couldn't hold back anymore. That's enough, right? That's quite a lot of people already. He felt like if he didn't stop this doll from listing off more names, it would start counting up to 100 more. He had just mentioned a few names for the sake of the atmosphere. At that moment, it seemed like Squirrel finally came to its senses. It wasn't clear what it had been thinking during that brief moment of confusion, but now it suddenly scratched its face hard and muttered, Thank you. Then in a quick and quiet voice, it added, I've never dared to tell anyone these secrets before. I understand, Yusheng nodded gently, but after today these secrets will be shared with many people. To solve the threat hidden deep within Fairy Tale, we must first figure out how to deal with Anka Ayla. That will require a lot of help from everyone. Squirrel fell silent for 2 or 3 seconds, slowly nodding. Yusheng lifted his gaze and looked out the window. The dusk above the Black Forest was nearly over, and the night was slowly descending. Originally, he had planned to wait here for Hunter's arrival, but now he had changed his mind. He needed to send out the new intel on Anka Ayla, and also ask the Special Affairs Bureau to speed up their investigation into the earlier records of that orphanage. Perhaps, with Bai Li Qing's powerful divine powers, the director might even be able to uncover remnants of the Dark Angel's descent. After that, the information needed to be shared with the Fairy Tale organization so Little Red Riding Hood and her group could conduct a thorough inspection of the orphanage. Even though many years had passed since the imperfect descent, and the entire orphanage had been repaired or even rebuilt multiple times, who knew? They might still uncover something. With this in mind, Yusheng turned his gaze back to Squirrel and thoughtfully asked, What was your original name? Such a simple question made Squirrel freeze, and after a long while it hesitantly spoke, Name. It looked confused, as though it had suddenly encountered a completely unfamiliar concept. After a long pause, Yusheng finally heard Squirrel muttering in hesitation, I am Squirrel. It stood on the windowsill, vigorously rubbing its face, scratching at the fur on its cheeks, over and over again. I'm Squirrel, it muttered, but suddenly stopped, looking up at Yusheng. Sorry, I forgot. I do have a name, but I've forgotten it. Squirrel's memory isn't good. I'm just a squirrel. Sorry, Wah. The little creature, no bigger than the size of a palm, finally burst into tears. It was as though the moment it realized it once had a name but had now completely forgotten it, it finally, clumsily, became aware of the fact that it had become just a squirrel. It realized everything that had happened to it, how long it had been in this Black Forest. Yusheng hesitated for a moment, then gently extended his hand, carefully cradling Squirrel, letting it stay in his palm. Squirrel continued to cry, its small body curling into a tight ball. Warmth emanated from all sides, seeping through its fur, gradually infiltrating this dream from which it couldn't wake. It felt so good, someone was holding it again. Ever since it lost that fairy tale book, Teacher had never held it again. Ever since it turned into a squirrel in the dream, no one had held it anymore. It felt so good, someone was holding her again. Even if it was just a hand. Chapter 199. Your good friend Yusheng brings you new work. With the opening of the ethereal door, Yusheng returned once again to the living room of Wudong Road, number 66. The faint sound of a baby crying, which had been constantly ringing in his ears, faded away. The warm, bright light and the familiar sights of home immediately dispelled the oppressive coldness brought by the dark forest. Yusheng instinctively took a deep breath, easing the tense emotions that had built up. Foxy couldn't help but glance back in the direction where the door had vanished, a look of concern in her eyes. Is it really all right to leave Squirrel there like that? We can't exactly bring it out. Yu Sheng shook his head. The squirrel entered the Black Forest many years ago, and by now it has become a part of that forest. If we bring it out carelessly, we don't know what might happen. But there's no need to worry. It's lived in that forest for so long, it'll be fine. Irene also crawled down from Yu Sheng's shoulder, commenting as she did, "Indeed, and I feel like the squirrel seems much more relaxed now. It always seemed a bit insane before, but now it's not exactly normal, but it's definitely much better than before." Yu Sheng hummed in acknowledgement, not saying much more. Instead, he looked down at the angel's umbilical cord, a fake one, and the hunter's bullets he had brought back. After leaving the Black Forest, the umbilical cord, which had previously shown signs of partial activation, had returned to its withered state. Now it lay quietly in the box. As for the hunter's bullets, Yu Sheng never did meet the hunter. It seemed like next time he would have to bring Little Red Riding Hood along to the Black Forest. If nothing else, at least he could use the mechanisms of the forest to bring out the wolf granny. Only then would he have a chance of meeting the hunter. But Yu Sheng suddenly thought of a question. What would happen if they entered the Black Forest carrying the angel umbilical cord, along with Little Red Riding Hood? Would Little Red Riding Hood also be dragged along to see those initial memories? Would she see the phantom of the original Little Red Riding Hood in the early days of the Black Forest? Or would these memories of the past only happen once? Or would they see memories of different periods of the Black Forest? Yu Sheng's mind began to wander, standing there lost in thought for a long time. Irene, noticing this, bumped his leg with her head. Hey, what are you zoning out about?" Yu Sheng snapped back to reality. "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about taking Little Red Riding Hood into the Black Forest next time. I want to try out the angel umbilical cord and see if it has any other effects." "Let's deal with that next time. What about now?" Yu Sheng thought for a moment and pulled out his phone. "I need to report the new intelligence we discovered to the Special Affairs Bureau and the angel umbilical cord as well." As he spoke, he flipped through his contacts. He saw the names Li Lin and Su Jiali, but thinking about how important this matter was, he looked toward Song Cheng's name. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, he furrowed his brow and pointed at another name. "No, this kind of thing still needs to be reported to Bai Li Qing." "Director Bai is always receiving your calls," Irene couldn't resist complaining. "Your call frequency is about the same as those selling insurance. You're lucky she hasn't cursed you out in front of you." "This is Dark Angel's level intelligence." Yu Sheng shot a glare at the little doll. "She probably hopes for more of this kind of intelligence." He didn't notice that the call had already been connected, and as his words left his mouth, Bai Li Qing's rare, hurried voice suddenly came through the earpiece. "What intelligence are you talking about?" "Ah, cough, cough." Yu Sheng cleared his throat, quickly getting his thoughts together. "Dark Angels about Anka Ayla. It's a long story, but I've made some new progress in my investigation. Also, I need you to help me find some information, so I thought I'd give you a call. Give me a rough idea of the situation, so I can make arrangements." "It all started when I got a hold of this angel umbilical cord." As soon as Yu Sheng spoke, a soft intake of breath came through the receiver. "We need to talk in person," Bai Li Qing said succinctly. The next second, Bai Li Qing looked up as Yu Sheng walked into her office and found a seat. She glanced at him as he nodded at her. "All right, we'll talk in person." Even the famously expressionless director Madam, known for her steel face, had a slight dazed look at this moment. After holding back for a few seconds, she finally spoke. "Did you report this?" "Reported it," Yu Sheng waved his phone. "Your phones are really useful." "As long as you've reported it," Bai Li Qing said with a strange expression, nodding. She then glanced at Yu Sheng's back. "What about those two, Irene and Foxy? Didn't they come with you this time?" "It's just a quick chat through a door. No need to bring everyone along every time." Yu Sheng waved his hand. "Anyway, it's not that far from here." Bai Li Qing paused for a moment, then took a slow breath. "True. Now tell me about it. What's going on with the angel's umbilical cord? Did you bring it?" "The thing's right here. I knew you'd be interested," Yu Sheng replied, not bothering to avoid the question. He walked over and placed the wooden box on Bai Li Qing's desk. "You can take a look, maybe do a little sampling, but don't damage it. And I need to take it when I leave. This thing has great potential for me." Bai Li Qing stared at Yu Sheng as he casually placed the wooden box containing the angel's umbilical cord on her desk. Her brows twitched slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she carefully opened the box. She peered inside with her faded, yet sharp, eyes, watching the contents with utmost caution. As she did, it seemed like faint eyes appeared in the air behind her. curiously observing the contents of the box alongside her. After hearing Yu Sheng say, "I still have great use for this," Bai Li Qing finally pulled her gaze away from the box. With a slightly odd expression, she looked up at him. After a long silence, she suddenly blurted out, "Fermented in alcohol." Yu Sheng, "Hey, what is it with all of you?" "All of us," Bai Li Qing responded, a little taken aback. Yu Sheng frowned deeply. "Irene's like this too." Bai Li Qing was silent for a moment, then quickly composed herself, her expression shifting back to a more serious tone. "I'll have the recovery team sent from the dispatch center right away," she said seriously. "The laboratory will conduct a quick analysis. Don't worry, they'll follow your instructions. Afterward, you can take it whenever you wish." Yu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. The recovery team Bai Li Qing referred to arrived quickly. There seemed to be many such teams stationed throughout the building, ready to handle any dangerous objects that unexpectedly appeared across different floors. Within minutes, heavy, rapid footsteps echoed down the hallway, followed by several towering figures in heavy protective suits, the same ones Yu Sheng had seen in the analysis lab before. These individuals, encased in Terminator-like armor, with thick face masks obscuring their identities, carefully used special containers to remove the angel's umbilical cord from the office. After they left, Bai Li Qing turned her attention back to Yu Sheng. "Now let me tell you what information I need. It's a bit vague, so it might take some time to find," Yu Sheng immediately began. "First, I need information on the orphanage where Little Red Riding Hood was located. This is from the time of the first fairy tale otherworld outbreak or even earlier to see if there are any reports about falling objects, shocks, or hallucinations. The description is that of an elliptical, glowing object falling from the sky in silence, its light vanishing upon impact. Look for any sightings like this. Also, during this time period, was there any abnormal signal detected in that orphanage and the surrounding area? I can't really describe it, but it's like an omen of an angel's descent. Yes, I believe Anka Ayla might have arrived during that time, but her descent was interrupted. The Special Affairs Bureau may have recorded some clues, but didn't realize what they were at the time." Bai Li Qing listened attentively, her face growing more serious with each detail Yu Sheng provided. Several times she seemed ready to speak, but controlled herself. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked, "Wait, are you saying that Anka Ayla had already descended, just interrupted during the process?" "Interrupted by what?" "By a child with a fairy tale book," Yu Sheng replied. "I know it sounds unbelievable, but I think the main reason is that Anka Ayla was in a very special state at the time, and the child with the fairy tale book simply nudged things along at that critical point. So that's why I need your help to investigate something else, the case of missing children at that orphanage. The timeline is before the first fairy tale otherworld outbreak, and one child went missing along with a fairy tale book." Bai Li Qing opened her computer and quickly began editing instructions to send to her subordinates. However, she also glanced at Yu Sheng, offering a reminder. "I should warn you, this data will be hard to find. The missing child and the fairy tale book, those events happened over 70 years ago, with the first fairy tale outbreak about 80 years ago. The events you mentioned go back even further. Back then, the technology and systems weren't as advanced as they are today, and the orphanage, well, its management was quite chaotic." Yu Sheng had expected this difficulty, but hearing Bai Li Qing's words, he couldn't help but frown. Chaotic enough that even a missing child wouldn't have left a record. Theoretically, it shouldn't be the case. Bai Li Qing paused her work for a moment and exhaled lightly. "In any case, I hope everything goes smoothly." Chapter 200, Information. After Bai Li Qing had arranged matters on her end, Yu Sheng began to relay his investigation findings to the female director in detail. He explained how old Zheng might have acquired the angel's umbilical cord, the failed descent from long ago, the fairy tale book that had been sent away, and the current possible state of Anka Ayla. Even Bai Li Qing, known for her steel-like stoicism, found it difficult to maintain her rigid expression through the torrent of information. She furrowed her brows deeply, and at the mention of Squirrel's recollection, finally couldn't help but interrupt. "You're telling me that a child living in the orphanage, who had no development of spiritual talent, directly heard the voice of a dark angel and even established communication, while maintaining complete sanity throughout?" "At least that's how Squirrel perceived it," Yu Sheng nodded. "There is a possibility that the child was hallucinating under the influence of the angel, but the fairy tale book it handed over is undeniably connected to the current fairy tale otherworld, and the book's influence on Anka Ayla is certainly real. A single fairy tale book affecting the process of an angel's descent. No matter how credible you sound, it's still hard to believe," Bai Li Qing said slowly. But if it's true, it might indicate that the Dark Angels aren't as invulnerable as we thought, or at least that, in the early stages of their first descent, their operation was fragile and could be influenced in some way. She paused for a moment, contemplating before speaking again. More astonishing is another point. If Squirrel's information is genuine, that Anka Ayla might even possess rationality. This completely overturns our understanding of Dark Angels. In this world, no rational or communicative Dark Angel had ever been recorded, so much so that many scholars regarded them as a kind of natural disaster. Yu Sheng didn't need Bai Li Qing to remind him of the massive upheaval his intelligence would cause among those studying angelic descent phenomena. After a while, the topic returned to the fairy tale Otherworld itself. According to Squirrel, the Black Forest, this stage, has always been in a state of growth and change. Each generation of Little Red Riding Hood introduces new elements or even rules to the forest, resembling the process of a story gradually building from an outline to a complete narrative, Yu Sheng analyzed. First comes the foundational worldview and grand map, followed by the introduction of characters and items, then the interconnection between story elements. I believe this highlights the dynamic nature of the fairy tale. Furthermore, based on the situations with Snow White and the Thunder Titans, as well as Zio facing the Wolf Granny, we can confirm another aspect of the dynamic property of fairy tale subsets. Each main character triggers the creation of a corresponding mutated copy of a subset. When two distinctly strong and weak Little Red Riding Hoods appear simultaneously, the Black Forest might even generate two separate versions of Wolf Granny. All of this just as the first Little Red Riding Hood mentioned in her will, this forest is alive. In truth, not only the Black Forest but the entire fairy tale itself is alive, interacting dynamically with the individuals trapped within. This insight might help us understand Anka Ayla's current state. Bai Li Qing listened thoughtfully and then softly muttered as if to herself, "It's still reading that book." Yes, it's still trying to understand it, but clearly, a Dark Angel's comprehension process is completely different from human rationality and cognition. Yu Sheng nodded lightly. On the other hand, the fairy tale as an otherworld, its form of existence, its origin, and its connected state with Anka Ayla, all differ greatly from what we previously understood. As a prison, it was likely woven by Anka Ayla itself. The entire fairy tale might have been constructed upon the Dark Angel, like some sort of. Yu Sheng hesitated, seeking the right word, and after a moment continued, like some kind of shell. So the deep dive squad that encountered trouble might have unintentionally made contact with Anka Ayla's true form while breaking through the shell of the fairy tale, Bai Li Qing immediately deduced. Then those staggering corpses mentioned in the action report after the facility was sealed. Might have been Anka Ayla leaking into the real world, Yu Sheng replied with a wry smile. We should feel fortunate. It seems that back then the leakage was unintentional and Anka Ayla hadn't truly awakened. Bai Li Qing remained silent, her faded eyes flickering faintly. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling window behind her, a pair of hazy, indistinct eyes quietly emerged. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Unexpected, after 70 years, the operation record still gets updates. Yu Sheng had already noticed those eyes earlier. Knowing they belonged to Bai Li Qing's younger sister, he simply waved in greeting with a faint smile. That pair of eyes blinked rapidly, a hint of panic flashing across them, probably still unaccustomed to the fact that outsiders could freely notice them, and momentarily forgetting that they were not invisible in front of Yu Sheng. Just then, the phone on the elliptical office desk rang suddenly. Bai Li Qing picked up the phone, listened for a moment, then nodded. Very well, have it delivered directly. She hung up the phone, her expression finally relaxing a little, and looked up at Yu Sheng. They found the records on the orphanage from back then. Yu Sheng was a bit surprised, that quickly. Bai Li Qing's face revealed a faint smile. It went more smoothly than expected. Although the records are nearly a century old, they are indeed filed in the Council's archives. Special Affairs Bureau and the Council have a coordinated access system for these archives. A moment later, a secretary knocked on the office door, delivering a few freshly printed documents to Bai Li Qing's desk. Yu Sheng immediately leaned over, flipping through the documents alongside Bai Li Qing. A photograph soon caught his eye. It was of a child who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, standing nervously in front of a chalkboard, wearing a dress that looked a bit ill-fitting. She was very thin, somewhat dark, with a rustic braid in her hair. Everything about her seemed ordinary, nothing particularly cute. In fact, her expression in the photo was almost blank, like a child who had been abruptly asked by a teacher to stand in front of the class for a photo, unsure of what was happening. There was even a trace of confusion and fear in her eyes. She went missing just before the fairy tale outbreak. At the age when one can independently read the fairy tale book, she is the only one that matches, Bai Li Qing's voice came from the side. That was 86 years ago. Yu Sheng's expression grew cold as water. He stared at the photograph for a long while, then finally saw her name, Zhao Lila. Even her name was plain. So plain, in fact, that it seemed like it shouldn't belong in a convoluted story. But on that particular evening, 86 years ago, like every story's beginning, that moment found her. The time of her disappearance was at night. The orphanage reported it to the police, but of course there was no follow-up. There are very few records left on this matter, and the only information remaining about this child is this photo, along with her age and name at the time of her disappearance. As for why she became an orphan, or where she came from, there is nothing, Bai Li Qing spoke slowly. If it weren't for the Council's regulations that all child disappearance cases must be reported and never closed without finding the person, this photo might not even have been preserved. Yu Sheng silently tucked away the document, and Bai Li Qing didn't stop him. Additionally, we are still verifying the situation with the fairy tale book from back then, Bai Li Qing continued. Now we have a rough range. If we're lucky, we might still find a surviving copy of the same edition. Can we really find it? Yu Sheng asked curiously. Nearly 100 years ago, losing a book, would there even be any records? Not necessarily about the loss, but we may be able to find out which books were present at that orphanage back then. Bai Li Qing nodded, then paused slightly. How many books do you think the cursed children from that orphanage could have had? Yu Sheng. Theoretically, even if the management of that orphanage was lax at the time, they should have had basic asset registration and records of private donations. During the brief period when the Special Affairs Bureau temporarily took over the orphanage, we fully took over and organized these records. However, back then, such records typically didn't have a more detailed indexing system, so it's difficult to track them now. We'll have to go through them manually. Yu Sheng nodded slightly. Then I'll trouble you, he said. It's part of the job, Bai Li Qing replied casually, then pointed to the documents on her desk. These are also the various surveillance records from the Special Affairs Bureau concerning the orphanage and its surrounding areas. From the records, there doesn't appear to be any unusual energy bursts or anything like that, and there's no report of the glowing object silently falling that you mentioned. Yu Sheng sighed. That was expected. From an optimistic perspective, the fact that no phenomena were recorded is actually the greatest luck Borderland had that night 86 years ago, Bai Li Qing remarked with a sense of wonder. A dark angel silently pierced through our world. If that descent had truly happened, every data point we recorded would probably have been written with the lives of thousands of people.